Just keyboard and numbers on LG. What's going to be way in the back?
Welcome, Sherry. Hey, Sherry. Hey, Star. Hey, Savior Jax. What's up? What's up? Welcome, welcome. Hello, everybody. Hi, how's it going? I'll be right back. Don't go away now. Welcome, welcome. Hey, Derek, welcome. What's up?
You ever seen Roadhouse?
Welcome, everybody. What's up? Who's in here? Hey, Rodriguez. What's up? Welcome. What's up, Derek? Welcome, dude. Still working? Can you hear me? Can't hear you, man. Let's try it again. No sound? Hello? Nothing? I guess we gotta do sign language today, man. Something's wrong with your setup today, huh? It's a jumping spider, Jack. What's up, Eric?
What's the deal?
There you go. Now I can hear you.
You must got yours
What's up,
set to where you got to wear headphones.
No.
Why you playing this game show music?
Hey, man, it's better than nothing, dude.
What's the
been
deal?
doing, man? Hey, great interview, dude.
At work. Thank you.
Yeah, man. Well, I guess Michaela, something happened. She didn't go live.
Oh,
was
she
supposed
come.
to go live.
Yeah, her and I can't hear you. The music is too loud in my
Yeah,
ear.
let me turn the music down. Turn it off. Let's see. Boom. All righty. Here we go.
Yeah, I was feeling like I got to yell. I'm like, bro, I feel like I'm on Family Feud. I ain't doing that, man. Just hanging out until something happens, and then I got to run down there and see what's going on.
I figured I said, well, I was at Michaela's and everybody's waiting. Nobody. What's up, Eric? You want to come up? There's the link.
We just here hanging out, man.
Yeah.
Oh shit, I can hear Oprah. What's the deal, man?
Nah, just eating some cereal right now.
You never guess who I talked to today. Carol Baskin.
Carol Baskin. Oh my God. Be careful, man.
It'd be fun to talk to her.
What's that?
I said it'd be fun to get her on the podcast.
I just want to try to get Oprah's autographs.
I know.
What's up, my boy?
What up, there?
Big E. What's the deal, bro?
Sitting in my car at work.
Hell yeah. How's the new Cobras doing,
I
man?
know. Michaela had a no-show, huh?
It's doing.
Maybe something happened or something.
The one did, yeah.
How the new snakes going, bro?
I was in the hospital for a few days, and somebody I thought I could trust that has experience, and like all my stuff's labeled every bin, whether it's a cobra, a ball python, a gaboon viper, and he must have wanted to check out the fourth cobra, opened it up, and it fucking popped up and out and went behind the tub in the rack, and he must have thought it was still in there or something like that and went to close it, and he pinned it and it died. So I was in the hospital for a few days, yeah.
But you had the vid? Damn, bro. Take care of yourself, my dude.
Dude, what's crazy is like the ex just took my kid to go get checked out, right? Because he's feeling like achy. And they said, and instead of them giving him a test, he's 10 years old. Instead of giving him a test, all they did was say, diagnose him with COVID and told her to give him some ibuprofen for his aches.
Damn.
I'm like, man, the first time I ever had it is the only time I ever went to the hospital. And they gave me antibiotics and steroids.
Moon, you big time. I go live. I can't get Eric in my lives no more. At least Eric shows up to your lives, Moon.
Hey, wait. How often do you do open lives?
I don't do open lives. I never really do it.
You do it once in a while. Well, then again, I mean, I think the last couple of open lives you ever did, just open chats with, I hopped in.
Oh yeah. I said,
been a while.
Easy money, Eric in the building. What y'all fools got up for the night? Just working?
For about another half hour, I'm going to stay here and suck up some money. And go home, clean some snakes, feed some snakes, maybe make some videos and start this YouTube shit.
You know, I got a new broad-banded water snake and I got a bullfrog now.
Oh, now it's a broad-banded. I mean, I'm pretty sure I've seen broad-handed.
Yeah, you silly. I seen that comment.
Yeah, you said, you're the one that typed handed though.
But he does so bad on my channel. It's like I'll put out a video with my corn snake and something else, and it'll do 2,000 views. I put out a video of my snake eating fish, 30 views. It's because the fish don't squeal. I'm going to hell.
Hey, check it out. You had
sometimes it's that way, man.
when I go
Yeah.
pick up feeders here in the next few days or whatever, maybe the beginning of next week. I don't know, depends on when I get down there, what time I get up. But I'm gonna talk to the guy. Remember when you interviewed Dylan Hain from CBC?
Cold-Blooded Creations. Yeah, I know who that is. Big
Yeah.
dog in the YouTube game. He's not like
Up in, well, no. Cold Blooded Connections from PA. He breeds berms and stuff. Tall, skinny, blonde kid. Dylan Hain.
I never had him on.
I'm pretty sure. I thought you had him on yours once.
Nah, he was on with not Miguel. Miguel's homeboy, the Snake Trap.
Yeah, that's that kid. But anyhow, we got. I'm gonna have to work on that one for you too. Get you him.
Oh yeah, he got some good stuff. His room is amazing.
Yeah.
His snake room is insane.
What's up?
He also has the. What I want to do is
Hey, Rossi.
hit up the guy that got him into it. That's been doing this for years upon years. The guy that I buy stuff off, Brad McCarthy, Worldwide Reptilia. And like, I don't even care if I got to sit down there and use my phone for you to talk to him, and it gets you up on an interview on that. Like, he ain't never done one.
Oh, you have to send me his info so I can hit him up. I talked to old Carol Baskin today.
Yeah, yeah, he has
Hey,
a
Jared.
Facebook, but what's up?
That guy Phil, the guy from the UK. He said,
Yeah.
And I told him, I go, then I talked to you, and he goes, yeah, I'll do an interview. The guy lives in the zoo where he works at.
Yeah, no, you sent that to me. I remember that.
Yeah, that guy's pretty. He's real knowledgeable about a bunch of animals, but he's into ice
I want to do more podcasts. I just be at work so much.
Yeah,
I just want to get you people that ain't nobody gotten yet.
Right.
And I know a lot of local people.
Everybody getting the same people. I enjoy doing my show though. Today was a good one. Today was definitely a fun one.
yeah.
I have to send you info. I got somebody you can hit up. The lady I bought my blackhead off of. He was on Cusco's live once at one of them shows. Megan from Double M Reptiles.
Double M. I've heard of them. I think
She's out of Pittsburgh, PA. Yeah.
Look at Easy Money Air. Got the heavy hitters. What's up, Fungus Queen?
What's up? What's up, Fungus?
Yeah, I enjoy doing my podcast, man. It's a fun way to do some content without actually sitting there and making a video.
I gotta wait for the next time my brother calls me. You want to talk about heavy hitters? He over across seas right now. I want to try to get him to get some of them guys on a stream.
Oh yeah, right.
As long as they can speak English.
Hold on, let's backtrack. Hey Eric, let's backtrack. You said you about to start your YouTube up.
Again, like I had some videos, yeah, but I deleted them because I wanted to start fresh.
Okay, when you gonna start putting in that work? Get that following up. You can't, Eric. You can't get 100,000 subscribers. You gotta until you put out content. So you got to get some content.
Like I've been saying from day one, I'm not out here for the subscribers and stuff. I'm here. I'm just here to harass and BS with you guys.
Yeah. I want that plaque, man. That'd be dope, bro. That's one of my life dreams on the bucket list. Get that silver plaque. So everybody subscribe to Derek's Reptiles. Show some love.
I can't. I've already subscribed to you on like 5 pages.
That's love, bro. That's why I fool with you. Man, I remember when I first got into YouTube, I never thought I'd hit 6K, bro. And we're gonna hit it. So it's like this shit is possible. If this is really what you want, you could do it.
I remember when you were like, I'm ever gonna hit 1,000, and then boom.
It's a grind, but if you Instagram, TikTok, any of these social media platforms, if you really want it and you put in that work, you'll get it.
Hey, I just use these platforms to find me snake.
Right. Yeah,
I made some pretty cool friends throughout,
Hell yeah. I wish I was in my reptile room right now, man. Shit. I'm ready to feed my bullfrog. It ain't really fooling with the pinkies yet, but it's doing the mealworms and the crickets and the hornworms. I think that'd be cool to do a mealworm feeding video with my bullfrog. Them jokers get big, boy. I can't wait.
Oh, yeah. But like, here's one thing. You in the medical kind of field there. Here's one thing that makes me believe like kind of downplay some of this. The whole, I know everyone's tired of hearing about the COVID thing. If COVID was so bad and so serious, why wouldn't they be giving a 10-year-old medicine?
Yeah, well, you know what? We just got that monkeypox shit over here now.
Man,
it's spreading.
This shit is the end times, man. We in the Bible, bro. End of the world, man. The plagues, boils and shit. Like back when the Pharaoh was around, bro.
Someone die fat and happy.
You hear me? I'm just trying to enjoy life until God call us back. Shit. So I wonder why. So you said Michaela didn't go live, huh? They ain't put out no thing or nothing.
Yeah. Didn't even say nothing. Didn't even say nothing in her live. I just checked before I hopped back in here.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's been there. Like it was supposed to start like at 8, and it was already 9, and nobody.
Yeah.
According to mine, it was supposed to start like an hour and a half ago.
Yeah.
Yeah. At 8:15.
Well, for you, yeah.
Yeah, my California time.
Eric, you gotta make your podcast too, bro. Venomous reptiles with easy money, Eric. Well, I watch it. Eric low key got a dope ass collection. He don't want to let nobody know.
But nobody sees the venomous stuff, really.
You know what'll be dope? If I shot you, now you probably don't do no breeding, huh?
Breed? I've already had 3 clutches of Burmese this year.
I'm talking about venomous stuff.
Not yet.
You need to link up with old Chandler and Tyler and like breed some cobras.
I think I'm gonna lay back on some cobras right now, but my gaboons are up at a buddy's house right now, and the female should be producing some babies.
Oh, nice. So what's up, man? Well, I ain't doing that, man. Like I said, I seen on Moon Live. I thought I'd hop in for a while. While I got some downtime.
Yeah.
Come in and hang out with old Moon. I ain't seen him in a while.
But me, I'm just in there I know people I talk to all the time, reptile people. I got to get fucking. There are some people ain't nobody else get.
That'd be dope, man. I appreciate it.
I mean, because he's an older guy, and like he don't really do the social media. He has a Facebook right now, and but I'm pretty sure if I went down and talked to him, I'm 50% sure might be able to talk to him and go in an interview for like maybe spend a half hour, 45 minutes of his time.
Yeah,
something.
Savvy Jack said you breeding gaboons to gaboons or gaboons to rhinos.
Gaboons to gaboons.
Nice. What's up, Magnificent Germany with Darian? Hell yeah, man. Put in that work, bro. Shit's gonna happen for you. Man, you know what we really need to do, bro?
What's that?
And I've been saying this for a while, man. Everybody in our community, we need to organize like a meetup.
It's hard because we're all scattered. And and getting everybody off on the same work schedule.
Don't worry about your job. Call in. You got some sick time.
I just wasted my last bit of sick time.
Oh, did you? Oh, yeah, because of the COVID and shit.
Yeah.
Eric goes, we only get three days a year.
I get more than that. I've been here for like almost 5 years now.
Fungus Queen and Joker King. I think Joker King, they in Kansas. They need to meet up with me so we all three can go.
Welcome, AAP.
Yeah, what up, AAP?
What's up, AAP? That dude over there doing it big. I'm gonna steal his swag. he got about 4,000 channel members.
He kills it. Always high energy too in his stuff.
Right.
I seen you had like my boy Brian from over on Instagram on your interview tonight. That's what's up.
Hold on. Yeah, I did have Brian. JTK Reptile. He cool dude. Joker King said, "Do you use tongs or your hand to feed my pixie?" I ain't using no fucking hands. Hell no, that thing. I'm
Lose a
scared.
finger.
He can hold
them,
that shit in his teeth.
them Joker King, them pixie frogs, man, they too energetic for me. I use tongs, bro.
They got
Joker
them-
King,
they got them
you're
damn
a
big
Fungus
teeth.
Queen old man, right? Fungus Queen
Yeah, I
said I
believe he
use
is.
hands. It's because
Yeah.
Fungus Queen's not scared. I'm scared. I'm not using my hands.
Hey, yeah, Joker King. If you ain't seen it,
Yeah,
you
I
ain't
know.
never seen Derek's video with his boa. I'm just saying.
I know the bite video. Ah,
Yeah. Where's hold on, Fungus Queen and Joker King. I'm in Kansas, man. What's up, man? We need to meet up and go herping, man. When we gonna do this? They probably about 6 hours away from me. I'm in Kansas City, Kansas, Wyandotte County.
they're probably neighbors.
Joker King said I straight up hand feed. Nah, I ain't hand feed no pixie. I'm a girl. I don't care. You can laugh at me. I'm a girl. They a lot different than the Pac-Man. Augusta, Kansas. I never heard of that. I'm gonna have to look that up. Have to meet up and shoot a herping video with Fungus Queen and Joker King. Well, we're gonna make that happen. Joker King said anytime, bro. We're only 3 hours away. Say less, Joker King, my boy.
That's nothing. 3 hours, nothing.
Hey, man.
AP said Moon. Every time I see a spider, I think of you. You breeding spiders, ain't you, Moon? Or you ain't really doing no breeding?
No breeding, man. But my son's girlfriend, she's planning on getting a jumping spider also. So they only sell them like in twos. So she only wants one. She's all like, "Hey, well, she's gonna give me the other one, I think." But I've only got one now.
Nice. I made a video the other day. It's a spider. It always be outside my house. I be throwing it moss and little worms and shit.
Yeah.
Hey, like I was telling
you know what? You get views on those spider ones, dude.
Yeah.
You know.
I wish I would have recorded the other day. I was down at a buddy's house before I knew I got this stupid shit again, and I got to be hands on with a king cobra.
Oh, nice. Look at Eric B, aka Shameless Wildlife.
It just kind of made me like want them even more.
Follow your passion, bro. If you want a king cobra, go get that shit, bro. I think you'd be a good ass king cobra keeper.
Oh, I'm going to, but like I'm gonna build in like my landlord. He's cool with it. Like I told him, I was like, I'm building a room down in the basement. He goes, a room? The basement is a room. I'm like, yeah, but I'm building a room. Well, actually, I'm building 2 or 3 rooms down in that basement. One's gonna be for a king cobra. One's gonna be for my caiman, croc, and I don't know what the other one's gonna be.
Right. Man, if I had a bigger spot,
he's napping right now. Right in the corner.
Is that the only animal you got?
Yeah, that's the only. It's in a little. Everybody's
nice.
Huge. Because I get those zoom in.
Yeah. All right, man. Well, I gotta go down this hall and check on these people, man. So much love, y'all.
Hey, there you see what Fungus Queen said, that they got many snakes on that property. Just come on down.
We're gonna have to link up, Fungus Queen and Joker King, man. They going herping with big Derek reptiles. All right, y'all, but I gotta head down this hall. So much love.
Yep, have a good one, D.
Hey, Ultimate Hot Wheels, what's up? Welcome. I sent Benji the link. I don't know if he's got any batteries left.
Who knows what he's doing?
Yeah.
All right, now
maybe they're over
it's early AM for him, I think, right now, isn't it? No, it would be afternoon.
Yeah, he's still up. The thing is, if he has batteries left.
Yeah, true. So how you been, Moon?
I've been good, man. Just took the took the Mustang over to get the transmission rebuilt. Dropped it off today. Got a '99 Mustang for V6 in it. And, it's got only about 30,000 miles on it. So
Low
gonna rebuild the
mileage for the year.
transmission. Yeah, it mostly sat, so got to get the tranny rebuilt, put new shocks and struts, and then start driving. My son's gonna start driving it again.
I don't know. You might want to go invest in a Prius with the way gas prices are.
Yeah, I know. Tell me about it. I mean, I drive 45 minutes to 50 minutes every day when I go to work, pretty much 4 days a week. I was up there like $400 a month of gas a month.
No,
so-
that's like I drive at. It's supposed to be a half hour trip, but I make it in like 20, 15.
Yeah. Mine's like 38 miles. So, and then that's one way. Then got to drive back.
Yeah.
Yep. So I guess I don't know. I don't know what happened to Michaela. Maybe something. Hopefully nothing happened.
I fell asleep.
Oh yeah. Well, I saw you were in there. Also waiting, huh?
Yeah, I hopped in and made a couple comments, and then had some other stuff to do, and then I kept checking back.
Yeah, I know, because I went in there when it was supposed to, before it was going to start. I think I was like the second person said something, and I think it was Mitzi. I think that was in there. And no, never
Have a
showed up.
good one, Fungus.
All right, bye. Yeah, so I don't know.
Life
What's
happens,
up?
though.
What's going on with what's his name? J&G?
I don't know. I haven't seen her talk to him in a
Yeah.
while.
Is he moving or something?
I don't know. He just moved where he's at not too long ago. It feels like.
Yeah. Because I know Hilljack's been doing a couple of lives by himself. And some
Yeah,
videos.
I think I read something on Greg's channel though, saying something. He's doing some changes or something like that, or
Yeah, because I think wasn't he getting rid of his venomous or something? And kind of
I don't think he was getting rid of everything. I think he was getting rid of like some stuff and just limiting down to what he really likes.
Yeah, it's gonna be going to balls.
Oh, he's going the balls. He's been picking them up left and right, and like $high balls too.
Huh? Gotta do what you gotta do.
Oh yeah, you gotta. That's like I may not have like super high end stuff, but I have stuff that's gonna be put in with other stuff that nobody's doing.
Yeah. Yep. You gotta invest if you got them.
Yeah. I sat back the other day and I counted all the money I've spent. I'm just like, oh man.
kind of like when I used to buy vinyl records. It was like every week I'd go buy about 10 of them. 12-inch singles. And like,
But the thing is, though, if they're in good shape, though, they still hold value.
yeah. Just like baseball cards too. Got baseball cards.
Yeah. Certain companies' baseball cards. 'Cause I've seen some that don't mean crap.
Yeah. Like I got the King Griffey Jr. '89 Upper Deck.
That's probably worth a pretty penny right now.
Yeah. I think they're like about. I think the bottom ones are like probably like $200 each or something like that. Then if they're the best ones, they're way up there. Then it depends what everybody is willing to pay for it.
Yeah, and after that, everyone's like, "Well, that's not the market value." And I'm like, "Yeah, Well, yeah, there's a you know a guideline market value, but ultimately it's worth whatever you're willing to pay.
Oh yeah. Well, whatever the person that's going to buy it, you know.
And that's like that one berm I bought a while back. I spent $4,500 on.
Yeah.
I'm like, yep, that could have been a motorcycle or a nice car, little beater car to run around in. Damn it.
Yeah. Yeah, I usually go live like today. Like that's my day off pretty much. Tuesdays and Wednesdays, so I mean Wednesdays and Thursdays, so usually I don't have to get up early the next day, so I usually stay up late. But yeah, everybody kind of, I guess it was pretty quiet. No, and then no Kurtwood either, huh? Kurtwood hasn't been doing any.
No, but I know the past whatever he his daughter just moved. He was helping her move.
Yeah, I think he's going Saturday. I think.
Yeah, him and Ryan's been going on Saturdays again.
Yeah,
and he's been going every once in a while on Tuesday. Just I don't know. The only way I can say it is life.
Yeah. Boom bing, boom bing. What's up?
That's like right before you messaged me, Darian was talking to me about going live on Instagram. I'm like, yeah, it's whatever. I don't care. I'm just sitting in my car right now, wasting time, collecting money.
Yeah.
And then he's like, I don't have the energy. I'm like, energy? What do you mean energy? You set the phone up, you push the button, and you talk. There ain't no.
I know. It's like not that hard.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So how's his boy doing? I think he's got that other treatment they're gonna be doing.
Yeah, they're gonna. From what I understand, they're gonna try to start this another set of something a little bit different and see if it helps. And this is pretty much like the last
Yeah.
last thing they can come up with doing.
Yeah. Yeah, it's that dang cancer, man.
Yeah, I don't like seeing any kids sick or suffering from anything.
Yeah.
That's like when my ex texted me. She messaged me a little bit ago. And I was on the phone with her about how that hospital just while he was around exposed to COVID, so we're just diagnosing them with COVID, and then don't even give them ibuprofen. Man, that's a child. You should be giving them some steroids and antibiotics or something to help.
Yeah. Yeah, there's this other guy that I watch, Catfish Terry.
Uh-huh.
He went back in the hospital. I was watching him. He did a short, and he's got heart problems. Got water around his heart or something. So, and his blood pressure was going up, and he just got out. And now he's back in there again. It's like, damn.
That sucks.
And then the bad thing is he just lost his wife in December. And, ever since then, he's kind of been like, sometimes people, they don't do well after their loved ones go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Man, like everyone, some people think it's like a myth or whatnot, but like when somebody loses somebody that their significant other or somebody real close to them,
Guitar Shocker, what's up?
It just destroys like their will and motivation deep down.
Yeah. And then he recently went on vacation where him and his wife every year would go, down to I think it was Panama, and he's like, yeah, he goes, really miss her. It's like, yeah, I know how that is. When you lose somebody, it's kind of hard. But what can you do?
The only time I've ever missed my ex whenever I try to run her over.
Yeah.
I'm joking. Yeah, but That's rough.
Oh yeah, yeah.
It's like right now, it's eating at me because my kid's sick, and I know I was just sick, so I'm like, man, because he was just at my house. So I got this like guilty feeling to me, you know.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. My oldest, he was quarantining just recently too because he went on vacation. He was all over the place. He was all the way down in Maine. He was in like I think the Chicago area. Then he went to Vegas. They had a big party in Vegas, and then he ended up with COVID. So but he's got all the boosters. So, and then he's already had it more than once. I mean,
This
he
is my
works in
third.
hospitals, so
This is my third time.
yeah,
But that's the thing. Like everyone's like, "Oh yeah, da 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 da. I'm vaccinated. You're vaccinated to help decrease the chances of getting it. Doesn't make you immune."
no, yeah. People think that yeah, once you get vaccinated, you can't get it. No, you can still get it. It's like
And
that's
that's
the
like,
thing. People
yep.
keep spreading it. It's just you gotta wash your hands. Keep
Like
your
I won't go
hands
nowhere.
clean.
Like, when I was sick, I'm like, I'm just gonna stay at home. And like, if I needed something from the store, I would hit up the DoorDash and be like, hey, deliver this, drop it off, and
Yeah,
it ain't worth
I
getting
mean,
nobody.
yeah. Even where I work at, there was people that are out because of it. They just came back. You know, so yeah. But I mean, the only good thing is it's not as bad. My brother, he got it. He got it when it first came out, and he was 8 days in the hospital and 8 days at home because he ended up going to the hospital because he couldn't breathe. So they just basically just gave him a bunch of medications and oxygen. You know, but a lot of people they just died because they didn't have enough doctors and nurses. That's what people don't understand. You
Yeah, the
know.
only thing that worries me is because he has an asthma issue.
Oh yeah, those are the people you got to watch. You got to watch those people.
Yeah,
I
I
mean,
guarantee you one thing, and this is what I told everybody, other people too. I'm like, something
hey,
happens.
what's up, Victor?
If something was ever to happen to him, ain't nobody ever gonna see me again on here or anything.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean the thing is it's I worked security in two hospitals. And when we used to work there, we weren't allowed to wear gloves or masks around, but yet there's everybody sick everywhere.
Yeah,
And
that's
and the funny thing is, I go, well, why can't because one time I was wearing gloves, they go, oh no, you can't do that. Why? Because people are gonna get scared, they're gonna something's wrong. What's going on?
something is wrong. Everyone's sick.
Yeah. I'm like, what do you mean? You know, one time we went into one room, and then all of a sudden, oh, okay, everybody that was in this room needs to take this pill because he might have had meningitis. It's like, oh, gee, thank you.
I mean, they want to bitch and whine about doing preventative measures, but when you go and do it, you can still get complained at.
Yeah. Now you can't even go in the hospital without a mask or without, if you want gloves even. So, which we should have done in the first place. I mean, we used to wear gloves when we went to the ER when they called us in, or we had to deal with a patient that was, we had to knock them around. No, we never knocked anybody around.
Yeah, I bet you were one of them bullies picking on the poor sick people.
Nah, you see a lot of stuff happen in there, but mostly the doctors were the ones, because people think, oh, there's security. No, it's not. It doesn't work that way. We just we're like the Chihuahuas, we bark, but we don't bite. ¿Qué pasa, Victor? How's the animals doing? Got to go check up on the workers.
I'm going to punch out, but I was walking.
Yeah.
The reefer on that one semi was running, so I didn't want to. I muted it so it wouldn't make a lot of noise.
Yeah. Oh, going robotic now.
That's because the walking in and out, the signal was bad.
Yeah. So what do they make there? Cheese and dairy?
Yeah, a bunch of milk and drink products. Like we work what we call the upper cooler, so it's got like all the milk,
Yeah.
the different drinks up here. We have an area with the lower cooler, like it has like they don't make everything here. They outsource a lot of stuff too for the lower cooler, but like cottage cheese, sour cream, stuff like that.
Yeah.
And they supply the local stores and stuff. You mean you have the reefer? It died?
It's not showing up.
I'll be back, Moon. I gotta go.
Oh, something died.
Yeah.
All righty, man. I'll be here. Hey, Victor, there's the link if you want to come up. Hey, what's up, Zelda? I missed your live, but I watched it afterwards, man. What's up? What's up? How you doing today, man? What you doing? You're relaxing at home or working? Yeah, I hit the 800 a couple times already. Went down, went up, went down, went up. We'll see how it goes. Yep. So how's the racing going? Addison, what's up? What's up? There he is. There he is.
Yeah, it's fixed.
I go, oh, somebody died or some machine died.
He, I don't know. This guy always seems like a drama queen, but he had the refrigerator unit on his truck wouldn't start. I think it just has a short in the wiring somewhere. Went over there and started the truck up, turned the reefer on, they call it, and it worked.
Yeah. Not much there, Zelda. What's up?
I looked at him and he just kind of looked at me like,
Killing
it wasn't working, I swear.
time.
Like, yep.
So you already got off?
I was already punched out when I went over and looked at it.
Oh,
That's not even my job title to do. That's the garage.
it's maintenance.
Yeah, it's our mechanics job.
Yeah.
But that was nice. I went made sure it worked because if not, we would have to swap trucks out. Nobody wants to
Oh,
do with the load of everything.
Zelda says hi.
Hi, Zelda.
He's a guy from Indonesia. He has Hot Wheels. He races them. He's got a collection of different Hot Wheels. Yep.
Some of them are probably worth money.
Yeah. Well, he. I mean, I've seen some of his lives. They're pretty entertaining, man. He makes it like like a big championship racing, like Super Bowl kind of.
I'll have to add them when I'm not driving. Check them out.
Yeah. He's from Indonesia. I get over there. Well, over there is probably already went Thursday, and it's probably in the afternoon. I think he's like
Benji's time, pretty much.
yeah, kind of.
At least close to it, probably.
Yeah. What time is it over there, Zelda?
Oh, I'm heading home, Zelda.
I don't know. You want to come up, or was it all afternoon over there? 12:15, lunchtime.
So he's 11 hours ahead of us.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I'm not waiting for you to go.
Yep.
Hey, listen, I feel bad for you, man, because I know you're over in California. Like right now, it's 73 here, and it's hot for me.
Oh, tell me about it, man. My son, we have a temperature thing outside, and when he went to he was going to go to the store. He looked at the temperature outside. It said 120, 128, I think, or something like that. But I'm like, nah, it's just it was so damn hot that even the thing out there couldn't register. But it was hot, man. And summer hasn't even hit perfectly. I mean, like way, we barely got into August, so it's gonna be. You got the monsoon weather right now. Yeah, we've been getting like spring, showers here and there, which makes it more humid. That's where it gets bad.
I'm supposed to get down here in a couple of hours.
Yeah. I was watching a video of this guy. His his channel's Roy and Becky's camping. They travel all over the place on like an RV. The guys right now was in like in Arizona area, but I think he's up in the like Flagstaff area, and it was like pouring rain over there a couple of days back. It like monsoon going through there. No, I forget. Where you at, Eric?
I'm in Pennsylvania.
Pennsylvania. Yeah, he's close to the East Coast. Yeah, I'm in California. He's way like 2-3 hours ahead. I think 3 hours ahead of us.
It's 1:18 here.
Yeah, 1:18. I'm at 10:18.
3 hours in.
Yeah, 3 hours. 3 hour difference. I guess it says we're at Jack's.
About a half hour above Pittsburgh.
Right next to Ben.
It's funny because before I was doing this job, I did a mobile maintenance or mobile car cleaning and maintenances and like lubes and mechanics.
Yeah.
And the Pittsburgh Pirates starting pitcher Joel Hanrahan, I was down there working on his Escalade.
Yeah.
I crawled underneath that car to do an oil change and stuff, and I yelled over at my buddy, I'm like, "You gotta come check us out." He goes, "What?" I've been working on cars for I don't know how many years, and you've been working on cars. Like, transmissions are actually silver because it was clean.
Yeah.
He started laughing.
Well, now you can't even check the damn transmission oil, man, on the new cars. I'm like,
Nope,
I got a
you gotta have them on the lift.
2017. You got to connect it to a machine. It's like, connected to the computer. I asked the dealer, I go, so what? How do I know if it needs oil? Oh, well, when you see a leak on the floor or when the light comes on saying transmissions, no transmission oil.
That's not always true, though. Sometimes the sensors don't work.
Yeah, I know. That's why I call them idiot lights. By the time that damn idiot light comes on, it's a little too late.
Yeah, I got 3 of them on because I'm one of the people that don't like ABS braking.
Yeah,
I think it causes more accidents, so I pull my relays and stuff for them. I'm just old school.
Yeah, I know. Tell me about it. I mean, back in the day, you can work on a car, and now you can't even. I mean, the only thing I do on mine is the spark plugs, and sometimes on some of those are like my son has a Prius. You got to take apart the whole assembly, for the windshield wipers.
Yeah, they make that a pain in the butt there.
Really, just a guitar plug.
See, my buddy had a '98 Trans Am, and the way there is like a third of their motors underneath the edge and by the firewall.
Oh,
he's like, I can change 7 out of my 8 spark plugs. I can never get this last one. I haven't changed this I own now. Like, we're gonna get it changed.
Yeah.
I got my big old fat hand in there. I got it out and I gave him the plug. I'm like, give me your new one, hurry up. Got it, put it in there, put the new wire and everything on it. Yeah. He's like, well, what are you doing? I'm like, trying to get my hand back out. I don't know how I got it in there.
Hey, I know. We used to at a shop where I used to work at it in Salinas. I used to do tire and service selling. So the guys, they'd come in. They want to tune up on a V6 transverse engine. The engine's sideways. And there's like only like so much room, to get your hand to those spark plugs. Yeah. And then we charge $30 extra for that for that engine. And they're like, well, down the street they don't charge that much. I go, yeah, they don't change them either. They're going to tell you they do, but they don't, because they're not going to get in there for no, if they're not, you're not going to charge you the money. I go, watch. And so he paid, and we go, we'll show you the spark plugs. We showed him the spark plugs. He had 3 different spark plugs on that side, because I guess somebody took one out, couldn't get the other ones, so said forget it. And another guy did 2 of them, and and same thing. But the last one was the original one. They couldn't. They just gave up. It's like, yeah, that's why we charge $30, because the guy is going to replace them. He's going to get in there. It's hard, but it can be done. It's just like on my V6, the Mustang, that one spark plug, like on the passenger side, way in the back. It's like, oh man, unless you have power tools. I'm like, I did it this last time. And then my son goes, I think I'm going to take it to the shop to let them do it next time.
Oh yeah.
He's
Like,
on.
how about on my battery powered impacts and stuff? I'm like, I don't know how. I used to change tires and stuff so fast with like 4 ways and stuff like that.
Hey, I used to work with this trucking company. They did up north. They did the tomato, like the fields, the trailers, and I used to drive the truck, to change flat tires or air up the tires, and you had to jack it up and with a big impact gun, get all them big lugs out, and then get the other inside lugs after you get the first tire out, set of dualies. And I remember I had to go on one of these out in the road somewhere. He had a flat, so I had to go take 2 tires out, because you don't know the size. So basically, you just take 2 tires the same size, and then switch them out. But it was like it was the one toward the street, and it was on a highway, man. I was like, damn. I'm like checking, make sure I don't get ran over while I'm changing the damn tire, man. It's like, yeah, it's crazy.
The only
But
bad thing
yeah,
about whenever it's summer and hot out, they do road work at night.
Yes. Oh, I know. It's like I think this week they got some. One time they did where I go to work. I was like, damn it! They were doing the whole road. They were paving the whole road. So every day I had to leave like 30 minutes even earlier than I normally do, because I knew you had to wait for that car to go with it. It was a one lane to pass everybody, and they stopped the whole traffic on the other side.
Yep, that's what I'm dealing with right now.
Yeah. Oh, what was it, yesterday? Yeah, when I went to work, man, this guy flipped over. It was one of those new Broncos. It was single accident. I mean, and I don't think it was a good one, because it like flipped over a bunch of times. I mean, clothes everywhere, and the top came off, the one that soft top, that came off. And the thing is, it wasn't an ambulance. There was a helicopter waiting for him. So usually when a helicopter, man, they're going to fly him out to trauma center. So hopefully everybody survived or whatever. But the car didn't look too good. Yeah.
I bet this is the only part of these roads on the way home they're going to be fixed.
What are they? One lane? One
They're,
going, one coming?
Yeah. One lane, they're repaving everything, and I'm just like, this has been an ongoing, and it's weird because like they were doing that section back here, but like last week they were doing a section like 5 miles or 8 miles down the road.
Yeah, I know. It's like they can't choose a better time to do it, but it's like okay. It's like I remember they were repaving all the streets by the high school. They could have done it on Christmas, the 2 weeks they were off. Nah, let's do it while they're in school. You know, when all the kids are coming to school, all the parents are coming, you know, it's like, Jesus. And it was a street right in front of the high school. It's like, can't even cross. It's like, it was a big mess. It's like, no. Yeah, Jack says he's in Franklin County.
It's actually Franklin County's not too bad, not too far. I'm in Butler County.
Well, it shows Sherry and they're like active on Instagram, but I don't see anybody on. Nobody's doing lives.
Maybe Michaela fell asleep, or maybe just decided they didn't want to do it.
Yeah, maybe. Or maybe one of her chickens got sick.
I felt bad that one time I was on Iron Dog wasn't on, so I hopped on with Justin. I think coincidentally it was a time whenever I was sick with COVID, the first time with COVID, and I fed my one cobra chickens. Yeah. And Michaela jumped in. He's like, "Oh, Michaela, you don't want to watch this?"
Oh, I know. It was funny that one chicken she had with 3 wings.
I didn't see that.
I guess it didn't survive. Hey, what's up, Blood?
Man, it got warmer since I left work. Get the hell out of here.
What's that?
It got warmer since I left work.
Oh, I know. Like when I get off of work, I mean, it's, you know, it takes almost an hour, you know, 45 to 50 minutes to get home. And then there's 2 sets of tracks, like right where I get off. And sometimes the train, so then if they're like going back and forth, I got to go around. So it's an extra 10 minutes I got to add to my route, because I got to go around or also have to wait there till the dang train moves. Sometimes it's there like 30 minutes. Sometimes one time there was 2 hours. I was like, what the heck? I'm like, I ain't gonna wait no 2 hours there. But they start unhooking and hooking and hooking. You know, they got like 200 cards they're unhooking. Like, forget this.
Yeah, I'm bored when it comes to stuff like that. I'm like, if a train comes and I'm stopped, and I'll look and I might wait for a couple minutes, but then I'm just like, yeah, I don't have time for this.
Yeah.
And then what really makes me mad is whenever you're like, all right, this is going to be one of those long ass trains again. You go turn around and you start driving away. As soon as you're about to be out in the distance to see it, there's the end of it. And you see the things going up. I'm like, hi there.
Yeah, like the other day I had to go around because I went right up to it and it was right there. It's like the bars are down and the train's like right at there. He's not moving. Then he barely starts moving. I'm like, do I really want to wait? Maybe it'll go all the way, or is it gonna stop? It seemed like it was gonna stop. I said, forget it. I'm just gonna go around. I go, it's an extra 10 minutes, but at least I know I'll pass it. And the only bad thing is that the road that I have to take, sometimes it's after like it rained a lot, some of it's washed out. like full of dirt and rocks and shit. So it's like, oh man. And then there was a part of it, and when I was going through there, I was like, dang, half of the road. So you had to go on the other side of the road to get around that part. It's like, oh, you need to clean it.
And I really don't like here. It's supposed to be hot because like we start like 3 in the afternoon.
Yeah, I know. I go when I on Mondays and Tuesdays. I go in at 2:30 in the afternoon.
And I'm
2:30
just
till
a
11.
few years ago, I was all about not having air conditioning in my cars. Didn't need it. I didn't care. I had the windows down. Past couple of years, I'm glad I had it.
Yeah. What was it last couple weeks ago? I'm heading home from work. All of a sudden, boom, no air. I'm like, what the heck? The air conditioning just turned off. I was like, what the heck? And I'm like, oh man. So I put it to the outside air to blow in. I'm on the freeway, so the speed is still pushing air through the air conditioning, so it's still getting cool. But then as soon as I got into town, the good thing is I had already replaced it because it was the original fan went out, the blower motor went out 2 years. Like I got it's 2017, 2019 it went out after 2 years, so I replaced it. But good thing it was lifetime warranty from O'Reilly's. So I just went and told them, hey, you know what, my AC's out, so I got a warranty on it. Well, so I had to buy it, then I get a refund afterwards. But yeah, man, that thing, I took it out. The plastic blades, they broke completely off the motor, melted off. I don't know what the hell happened. It was like it was making noise, like, oh, what the heck? Then all of a sudden, nothing. I was like, it was just going, nothing, no air. I'm like, damn. But as soon as I put the new one in, I was like, yeah. I'm like, it's only like 3 bolts and a plug. Shit, less than an hour I was in it. It was in and out and got my money back. It's worth it because man, that thing was like 180. I think it was like 215 with tax. The blower motor. I was like, yeah, don't have to pay for it again. One time.
It's crazy the price of the parts nowadays too.
Oh yeah, it's because it's a temperature one. It's the one where you can adjust it like 60 degrees. There, you know.
That's the way it is in my Grand Prix.
Yep.
Yep.
Any cool line. What's up?
Well, even at that, I mean, the price of spark plugs since like whenever I was younger.
Oh yeah. Well, back then it was like 99 cents. Now they're what is it like for the Toyota from the dealer? I think I paid for 4 spark plugs, close to almost $60.
Yeah, it's like I was in a parts store and like the one set of spark plugs I can get, they're like $5 a piece, but the ones that the factory ones they want is like $14 a piece. I'm like, what?
Well, you know why? Because you don't replace them until 100,000 miles. That's why they last longer. It's like the Cadillacs. That new Cadillac a while back is like the only thing you do is just change the oil on it for 100,000 miles. You don't do nothing. Just change the oil. Engine oil. That's it. You know. It's probably the first of the month. Everybody's paying their rent. They can't afford to go out. Yeah, but I'm glad.
COVID just took me out. I just lost a week worth of work.
Yeah. They don't pay COVID pay there?
They did when it first happened, but now it's like they're not covered anymore because so far.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, the government it's not covered, so.
And
but you know what? They're still they can
vacation days if you have them, but there's a program going on.
Yeah, they
Yep.
can file for it. They can file for it because where I work at, the people that work there, they're union, and they were forcing them to take their vacation pay or sick pay, and they said no. It's so they complained, and then they said, oh yeah, okay, they got to fill out the paperwork and send it in, so they got paid COVID pay.
See, like, there's some kind of thing with the government, like, if COVID affects you and you fill out paperwork and send it in, they'll help you out. And like my landlord's like, dude, he goes, this is the third time that you've had this.
Yep.
He goes, don't worry about your rent. He goes, get that paperwork and bring it to me. He goes, I'll fill it out.
Yeah.
Say you're a little bit back and they'll cover it.
Yeah.
All right, if you want to do that. I'm like,
Yeah, but we're gonna pay for it anyways in our taxes. That's why we're paying for it in gas. People think that it was free, all this money, but it isn't. We're
hey,
paying for
listen,
it.
I run over here. We got that. I don't know if you guys have over here 88. It's like $1 cheaper than 87 over here, and it's good for like vehicles from 2006 and up can run it.
Yeah.
So I'm like, yep, I'm putting this in my Grand Prix.
Right now, the gas it went down a little bit. It's on to I think it was 4.69, I think, but it was up to almost $6. It was like almost there. It was like $5.95.
That's what my buddy tried to. Before I went and got this car off the guy at work, he was trying to sell me a truck he had. He knows I'm a truck person. I'm like, okay. I was thinking about it. And it was a diesel, and I looked at the diesel pump one like a week before I was supposed to go, like, make a decision, and I seen the
diesel
price
went
of
up.
diesel. I'm like, no.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, somebody was saying that they were looking at I guess she lives in Indiana, and there's usually like one of those lots with a bunch of cars, like where they sell cars, used cars.
Yeah.
And it's usually full of cars, and they said now it's full of campers and RVs because people can afford. I mean, come on, just to fill up a damn RV. Can you imagine? Oh my God,
It's
you gotta get a
that's
loan.
almost $100 for my car.
Yeah. Well, my Corolla, man, I was like, if it was, I was putting in what about $60 every half a tank. So I got a Corolla. I mean, we're talking, almost $100 a week. I mean, a full tank. I was like, damn. I remember when I used to fill it up with, $40. If it was completely empty.
Yeah, that's how I knew I quit paying attention to gas whenever like the gas prices spiked, and I was filling up my car, and it's like it went
Yep.
from like 40 or just over 40 to $70. I'm like, whoa, what the hell?
When all them Instagram videos came out, yeah, I went on an expensive trip today. I went to go put gas in my car.
Went and got robbed by the government yet again.
And then the other one is all like, man, are you gonna buy me dinner with that? It's like, gotta pay all this money for all that gas. Now you gotta buy me dinner.
See, the only reason the $100 fills my tank up is because I don't let it get too far below.
Oh, I know.
After.
I fill up my Corolla twice a week, every Sunday and every Thursday. And some days it was like $40. Other days it was $50. One time it was $60. I'm like, what? It's never been $60 for half a tank. It was like, dang.
I mean, I miss my car that I wrecked, that Cadillac I had, but I don't miss filling it up.
Oh yeah. Hey, I remember back when I was in high school, I had a Mercury Marquise with a 429 double barrel. Man, that thing you stepped on it, man, it went. But then gas was only 68 cents a gallon back then. You know,
Nice.
$100. Jack says 3/4 tank. Yep. I remember I used to see a bunch of people with those Hummers, man. You know what? I haven't seen a Hummer at all for
I
the
see a
longest
couple.
time.
I see a couple running around here, but they're all people that own businesses, and that have
Yeah,
had them for
yeah.
years.
I mean, I used to see them at the gas stations, always at
Oh.
Costco. You know,
They want my
What'd you
phone.
drop? I know. I was gonna say it seemed like you dropped your phone.
Did I break it? Nope, that's good.
Not this time.
That's all that matters to me, as long as it didn't break.
You're gonna be like that guy that has his phone a bunch of cracks and he's got a bunch of band-aids on all his fingers from the cuts of having to swipe left and right.
No, that's one thing I can't do. If I get a cracked screen on the phone, I either get the screen repaired or I buy a new phone.
Yeah. Yeah, my old phone had a little crack on it, but it was only the protector because I had a screen protector on it. So I was like, at least it wasn't the phone.
Home sweet home. Chicken.
I'm gonna go get some water. I'll be right back.
Yep.
Oh. 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 There's the link for that guy's channel.
Yeah, definitely check it out here in a little bit. If I go into YouTube from my phone for some odd reason, it boots me out of the StreamYard.
No, yeah, I know.
It never used to do that on my old phone, but this new phone just hates me.
Yeah, there's this other guy. His name is Tony Customs. He customizes Hot Wheels. He like restores them, does paint jobs on them, customize, puts wheels on them and stuff. Yeah.
I had to turn my fan. It's too hot in here not to have the
Yeah.
airplane. I bet you Jax probably drives a truck or something with a huge gas SUV. $100 for a 3/4 tank, or they run the expensive gas.
Who's Mr.? It says Mr. Payne. Who's Mr. Payne? I don't see anybody.
I don't know. Why are they trying to get in?
Yeah, somebody is, but I don't see a face yet.
Hey, turn your camera on if you want him to let you in. You gotta let.
I don't know if it's Benji or not, because I know I sent him the link, but
Yeah, they can sit in backstage then.
yeah, he can sit back there all day if he wants.
You gotta watch. You don't want to be like Kurtwood.
Oh, and well, no, he's not the only one, man. There was this
Leica
lady-
too.
Yeah, and Latka, and I even, you know what? I was watching that live, and I told him, "Don't do it, dude. Don't do it." And he's like, "Yeah." I'm like, "Oh, that's
Hey,
innocent."
listen, I remember looking at the chat. I remember listening. I can't remember what I was doing, and I remember like if I'm saying don't do it, and then boom,
Yeah,
like
I
oh,
know. And then who else? Who else had the same thing? It's been numerous people.
it's been getting bad.
Yeah, they left. So
Ford F-150.
like-
That's part of
it's
the
like,
problem
you know-
right there.
huh?
Part of Jackson's problem. $100 for 3/4 tank. It's a Ford.
Yeah. Oh. Yeah, it's that fix or repair daily.
Found on road dead.
Yep. Well, just like Mopars, mostly old parts and rust.
Listen, my buddy, he drives a Dakota. I'm like, listen, he hates me because I had a Silverado and I just make fun of him. I'm like, you know what
Yeah.
they say, right? He goes, what? I'm like, Mopar don't go far, so you'd be better off with no car. So I don't want to talk to you no more.
And then AMC, almost a car. They used to make jokes about the AMC because they have Ford and Chevy parts on them.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, AMC they go to all the trash cans from Ford, Chevy, and Chrysler, and get all their parts that they throw away, and then they build their cars out of that.
Hey, they were profitable for a little bit though.
Yeah.
I wouldn't mind owning a Javelin. One of the old AMC Javelins, I think it was.
Yeah, those Javelins. Yeah. Then they had the Gremlins. I remember when I was in Arizona at automotive school, and there was this one guy. He said, "Yeah," he goes, he had an AMC Gremlin, and then he said his transmission messed up, and the only thing it had was reverse. So he decided to drive it on the road, in reverse. And he's driving down the street in reverse. And then it's all like, what the heck? This car, pulls up on a stop sign, and like, he's like, what the heck? He's head to head, and then the light turns green, and he keeps going. He goes, hey, I got to work. Oh,
Yeah, you can't argue that.
I mean, in Arizona, I remember this was back in '79. You can drive any car over there in Arizona and Phoenix. I mean, you didn't even have to have windows. You didn't have to have a windshield. As long as they had seat belts, you're fine. But there was people driving cars without doors, without windshields. It's like,
And everyone used to think that was just a Jeep thing.
yeah. It's
I
like,
talked to a state cop up here because I had a '98 Grand Cherokee, so it wasn't a Wrangler. It shouldn't have had doors off, right? I'm like, listen, I got a question for you. I was like, how much trouble would I get if I didn't have doors on my car?
Yeah.
Because what kind of car you have? I was like, a Jeep Grand Cherokee. He goes, well, listen. He goes, Ashley. He goes, you've seen the FedEx drivers and stuff. I'm like, yeah. He goes, you don't have doors on as long as whoever's sitting in that area has a seatbelt on. He goes, you're safe. I'm like, thank you. He goes, what? I was like, it saves me from walking back and forth. My buddy's garage is like 5 blocks away. Trying to
the
fix
FedEx
this stuff.
drivers, they do have doors. They just don't close them because you know
As
why?
As
No
long as
vacation.
you're, yeah, but as long as you're seatbelted in, though,
Yeah.
run around with that door. So now, like, I did that. I
Well,
took
you know what? Actually in the post office, when I used to work for the post office, you weren't allowed to. If they caught you with the door open, you would get in trouble.
maybe it's just up
You
here,
know,
but I know my
but it
buddy's
wasn't.
face when
It
I pulled it.
wasn't. It wasn't like the city. It was the company
Yeah,
because they said in case of an accident, you want some protection. If a
yeah.
car hits you from the side, you don't want nothing there.
I just know my buddy's face when I pulled down there with my Jeep with the door in the back. He's like, "What are you doing?" I'm like, "Hey, like that cop told me as long as I'm seatbelted in, they can't do nothing."
Yeah.
I
And then
almost
back
got
then,
I almost got a DUI on a power wheelchair.
oh, that one guy. Oh, you saw that one guy.
On the
He got
scissor
a.
lift?
No, it was a lawnmower.
Oh,
One of those. Those driving mowers.
yeah, that redneck guy that has that weird
Yeah,
accent.
yeah. Because his wife said you ain't going. He took away the keys, and he go, well, I got a lawnmower, and he went to the liquor store, go buy some more beer. Cop pulled him over. He was already drunk.
They did
You
a
know?
video with him on that and with a scissor lift, and they had the fire department come over and they popped the fucking line, and down comes the scissor lift. He was so not happy. I seen some crazy stuff on the internet and in real life. I'm like, jeez.
Yeah. They have that one that on the IG now. That, hey boss, how much you pay for this guy? You pay too much, too much. And then there's that other one, Felipe. He's over here drinking. He's drinking on job. He's drinking on the job. They show the guy. He's all popping a beer. I think it's Benji. It says device not connected. Benji, what's going on, man? You having problems?
Well, it's weird because if it was Benji, you figured he would have sent me or you a message on IG.
There he is. Finally, he came up, Mr. Payne. What's
But,
up, Benji?
Hey,
Can you hear me?
yeah, I can hear you. I just
Oh.
woke up. I smoked the fucking doobie during the Iron Animal show, and I've been asleep
Oh,
ever
and you
since.
knocked out, huh? Yo, dude, I just had a good one. I smoked a doobie.
It was funny though when he started saying about it. Hey, how much you pay for this guy? He's not worth it because I customized cars off and on for 8 years. When the business would get slow, he would be like, "Hey, listen, you got the option of doing whatever else you can around here for us," or he goes, "You'll pick up a side job right now temporarily, then come back." He goes, "Just make sure you let them know that you have a good job because I just don't have the business lined up for you." Like, okay. And then one day I was like, I can't remember where I was working, but I was walking down through the alley behind his garage. And he had 3 guys in there that he paid way less than what he paid me originally.
Yeah.
And they're sitting in there, and he hollered at me to come over for a second. They were working on like a 1988 Chevy Celebrity, and they were doing it like a whole new stereo install, speakers everywhere around. They couldn't get the door panels on. He goes, "Can you give him a hand with this?" I'm like, "Yeah." I was like, "I'll stop and give you a hand." I'm like, "Ain't no big deal." But you got to take out all the screws and pop off all the beauty grabbers, whatever you call them. Oh yeah. I'm like, even the ones with the door handles. Yeah, we took the ones right out beside the door handle right here. I'm like, no, down in the armrest. And I went down there and there's none down there. I'm like, I took a flathead screwdriver, popped it. Yep. And like, oh, and he was like, I didn't know he was like 4 feet behind me whenever I did that. He goes, "Are you guys shitting me? You've been here for 4 hours and couldn't get that?" I'm like, "Wait a minute. So you're paying these guys hourly, and there were 3 of them here for 4 hours, couldn't do that." He goes, "What's it going to take for me to get you back?" I'm like, 20 an hour. You can let all 3 of these guys go.
Yeah.
And one guy made a comment. He ain't going to do that. He goes, "Deal." He goes, "It's their last night here." And it was.
Well, right now, I guess those people are making a lot of money as those Uber Eats, the food delivery people.
Yeah, the Uber Eats, the DoorDash people, all them. Yeah.
Yeah. I know there's a guard that works out there where I do. She does that too. She says she makes about $500 a week.
my one buddy, he was doing that. His girlfriend was doing that Timberlake when they were laid off. They had a crappy vehicle at first, and he worked with me. Bought a nice, newer like Honda that was better on gas mileage for her to use.
Yeah.
For that, while he worked, he come back and talked to me. He goes, dude, he goes, she worked the whole week while I worked here. I'm like, yeah. He goes, you won't believe what she made. I'm like, what? He goes, $3,500.
Yeah. Yeah.
But she was putting like 10, 12-hour days like we were in.
Yeah.
But they get tips and they get the fee from the company.
Yeah, there's this guy. He's got his own business. He's also a trainer, for people who wants to lose weight and stuff. And he has his own product and stuff, like healthy food or something. And he's been doing that, delivery food. And he was showing, he goes, yeah, you just have to. It depends where you live. If you live in an area where there's a lot of, rich people, you're gonna make a lot of money. Because they're gonna be ordering a bunch of shit. He's all, look. He goes, he did. I think in one day he did like $90 in one day.
Let's be honest. That just shows us how lazy society has gotten in the years.
And that didn't include the tips, he said.
Yeah, but that, Moon. That shows how lazy our society has become.
Yes. But like I was saying, man, people don't go. I mean, they don't even make food at home anymore. It's all like, we have no time. You don't make time.
I went to a holiday get together for family, and we walked in, and they were so lazy that they had it catered. I looked at them all, and I was like, well, I looked at the ex. Well, she was my old lady at the time. I'm like, you and the kids can stay here and have dinner with them. She said, what do you mean? I was like, I'm going home. She goes, what? Yeah, I'm like, you got the car. I was like, I rode the bike. I was like, I'm going home. And I was like, I'm going to go cook homemade food and eat a real meal. I'm like, it's pathetic because I was raised, I was younger, but I was an old soul is how my grandparents and all of them used to say it, because I hang out with the older people, old generations. And I can cook. I can do it. Everything I need to do. I can cook. I can sew. I can.
Yeah. My grandmother, she, when I was in high school, we had home economics.
Exactly. Yeah.
And
Do you hear this? Do you hear this, ladies? This man here is eligible. He cooks. He cleans. He sews. You couldn't get a better package than this right here.
He's chubby.
Yeah. He's a warm blanket. But she had foster kids, and one of the foster kids, in the class, you had to make a shirt. You know how hard it is to make a shirt? Because there's so many parts. Because you have the collar's one piece, the sleeves is one piece, the front is two pieces, and then the back, with the buttons and everything.
And then putting them all together.
Yeah, so she showed him how to do it. She didn't do it for him. She just said, okay, this is what you have to do. Boom, boom, boom. With a sewing machine, he made a shirt, a white T-shirt, and he took it to school. He got an A+ on it. And they said, did you do this yourself? He goes, yeah, but my grandmother helped. It was a foster kid. But yeah, he also called her grandma. And she showed him how to do it. That's the way she was. She made my mom's wedding dress. She created it. She used to make cakes.
I knew how to hem and sew and cook.
Yeah.
By the time I was 12, like whenever I went into high school, like you said, the home economics.
Yeah.
Whenever you're there, they give you like weird little projects, like a stuffed dog or something like that to sew up stuff. Yeah. And I was always done ahead of everybody. And they're like, with a sewing machine, I was ahead of everybody. And they look at me like, what the heck? Like, I was raised.
I've still got this bag somewhere. I did make. Yeah.
Well, I mean, I've sewed like my pants. Whenever they never sew them in a factory, they just real quick. Man, I double stitch it, for the crotch, because they.
Do you guys both have a sewing machine?
Yeah.
No, I do everything. I do everything by hand now.
I do by hand or by I got two. I have two sewing machines. One messed up, but then I bought another one.
But like you said, like I always have issues like with certain gym shorts, like where they're seamed up at the sides that'll come loose, or like you said,
Yeah.
the crotch, and I'll go in by hand and I'll stitch them up and I'll sew them. I'll go right by where their original sew was, and I'll do it up, and it lasts 10 times
Reinforce
longer.
it. Reinforce it. Yep. Or socks.
Yeah, crotches.
You know.
Crotches
You
are
know.
terrible
Hey
things.
Benji. You know how to sew a sock? You get a light bulb, and you put the light bulb inside the sock, and then you can sew it inside out because you want the seams on the inside.
I
It's
just
crazy.
throw socks away and buy a new one. Every
Yeah,
time
but we're
I
just
wear a
talking about
hole
if you couldn't do it. What's crazy is like these generations nowadays, they're not going to know this stuff. Our
Benji,
government and stuff,
when
our
we were in
technology is
school,
setting us up for failure.
when we were in school, you took care of your clothes. You know, you didn't want to rip them. Nowadays, they want all these pants all ripped with holes in them already. Back then, it was like, oh my god, are you gonna wear that?
In school, we had school
Bon
clothes.
Jovi.
Then we would go home and we would get changed just to go play.
Yes. Go change your school
I
clothes
remember-
because
I remember
would
when
go
I
like-
saw
and then you only
Bon
got so many
Jovi.
pairs. You only got so
Uh-huh.
many pairs of pants.
Got
and
my new
shirts.
pants and I got a pair of scissors and I cut slits all the way down the front of my trousers so I could be like Bon Jovi. My mum was really pissed off.
And listen, we didn't play that. Well, whenever and I'm not by no means I'm starting to feel old, but I'm not old like to where it feels weird me having this conversation because when you're a kid you're like I'm not going to be like that, but like we didn't play video games and stuff when we were kids. We were out running around playing
Yes.
cars in the dirt and
Yeah. People, hey, back in the day, it was, you didn't watch too much TV because there wasn't really very much to watch.
this is what I watch is you guys.
Yeah. Yep. And then now, I have to have a phone. I'm like, we didn't even have a phone when we were in school. It's like you only had that phone that was hooked up to the wall with the long cord.
With the rotary dial.
Yes. And then you messed up, so you got to start all over again. You couldn't
Oh,
go back.
I used to hate that.
Oh my god! You go.
The one where the phone spins in circles.
Yep.
And then you've got to wait for it to go all the way back to the start. And then
Yes.
and if you hit a 9, you've got to swing it all the way around to the end and then let it go all the way back again.
And if your fingers slipped out,
you got to start all over again.
if your fingers slipped out early, you screwed yourself. You had to start. Yep.
Yeah.
Man, I used to hate that.
Kids have it easy nowadays.
Oh hell, there's like, I was 18 working my own job before I got a cell phone, like an old Nokia brick phone, and now I'm watching like these little 6-year-olds stuff running around with brand new top of the name brand phones. Their parents don't work because the government pays for everything, and their parents are only like 20 some years old, and they can't work because they're addicted to marijuana. I'm like, the marijuana and alcohol was a recreational activity I did
addicted
before.
to marijuana.
Oh,
Yeah,
you're
but
not
Benji,
addicted to
you're
it,
kind of
Benji.
special.
You just like doing it. You're addicted to it. Yeah.
That's what they use. And I'm like, listen, that's such a pathetic thing to say to use as a getaway of having to work.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah, that is
Our
beautiful.
When I used to work at Cragen's, this kid would come in, him and his girlfriend, and then the little baby, the pushing the baby in the car. And then the guy goes, "Can you sign this?" Because I was in management, and I go, "What is that?" He goes, "Oh, just it says that I look for work." I go, "Well, you haven't filled out the application. Here, let me give you the application." He goes, "Oh no, I don't want the application." Well, then I'm not going to sign it. I go, "At least fill out the application." It's like,
yeah,
it was for welfare.
yeah, go
You know?
through.
I think think I've been talking to a bot today. I'm not quite sure if this girl's real or not, but I met this girl on Instagram,
Mm-hmm.
and she's asking me if I'm married, if I've ever been married, and she says she's looking for somebody to
She's
spend.
looking for a sugar daddy there.
Oh,
Is
she seems. I don't know what to make of it.
Benji, you should have asked her, are you a guitar? Because if you're not a guitar, I ain't spending any money on you.
Oh yeah, true. Oh, I never thought of that. Yeah. She's asking me if I want to get married and all this shit kind of
Oh,
stuff.
she
I'm like,
wants a sugar daddy. She sees that, she goes, Benji has money. He spends
Yeah,
$600
yeah,
on
but
a guitar.
she's from Las Vegas and she's 30.
Benji, this is how it starts. I start telling you, oh, you want to get married? Oh, yeah, I like that. Oh, man, I can't afford this. Is there any way you can help me?
Yeah. No,
I
you know what
can't
she's gonna
afford
tell
to
you,
get to New
Benji?
Zealand. Can you give me the money?
She's gonna say, you know what? The other day I was driving and I got into a car accident. I need money. My car is broken. Yeah, that's the way it starts.
Yeah, that's what Iron Dog and Justin said. They said, "Oh, she'll be asking you for money."
Oh, I had some guy call me one time on the phone saying he was my one of my nephews or something. And I'm
God
like,
damn,
really?
I've already started lagging.
It's like you're my nephew. You're one of my nephews. I go, well, who's your mom and dad? And then I'm like,
Who's your
well,
mummy? Who's your daddy?
yeah, who's your
Who's your
mom and
daddy?
daddy? And then
Who?
he starts asking
Who's your
me,
daddy?
well, what's your name? He's all, I go, what's my name? I thought you said you were my nephew. If you're my nephew, then you know who I am. And I'm like, I don't think so.
I'm your daddy.
And then he tried to say, oh, that he was in an accident or something. And I'm like, oh, I know where this is going.
Yeah. It's different when people really need help, but I hate, like, A, I hate asking for any help or even getting help from anybody. And B,
Yeah.
I hate when people are out there, like, manipulating programs and stuff
Yeah.
to take
Hey,
all the benefits. But we got
Eric, I
veterans.
know
and stuff.
what you did. I know what you did too, Eric. With
How do you know that?
Rodriguez, I know what you did.
Last summer.
You're a good person, Eric.
Oh, well, listen, we got to say that. That's not like,
We'll see.
yeah, I sent money to get pizza.
Yeah.
You're a good man, Eric.
One time I was at a gas station. This was back probably like in the 80s. No, it was in the 90s. And then this guy goes up to me and goes, hey, can you give me some money for gas? Because I broke down on the highway. My family's stuck out there and this and that. And I'm like, yeah. So I gave him $10. Then about 2 weeks later, same guy came up to me, same story. And I go, damn, 2 weeks and your family's still out there in the highway? I'm like, you know what? Get out of here. It's
Well, that's like the disabled veterans and stuff that I see around that are like maybe just a hair older than me. Like I was driving to drop my kid off the one day, and this guy, I see him, on a regular basis in the same spot. And the guy that worked for me, I hired, he's like, he goes, we need people. I'm like, hey, well, let me pull over. I went over and talked to him, got his story out of him and stuff, this and that. I'm like, well, tell you what, I was like, you're here all the time. I was like, here's an application. I was like, you fill that out. I was like, if you don't have transportation, I was like, I'll take you to work till you get up on your feet. I was like, you come work with us out there, da-da-da. And I told him what I started at, this and that. He denied it.
Oh, of course.
And then like after we pulled away, my kid's mom was telling me that she was coming down the hill, and she watched that very same guy go like a block away and get in like almost a brand new Mercedes.
Oh yeah, yeah. There was a guy. What was this? This was about 20 something years ago. There was this guy always at a corner asking for money, and somebody busted him. They followed him,
Whew.
And yeah, he went to get into his brand new BMW, and then he drove to his house. Supposedly he was homeless, But yeah, he had a big house and fancy car. He was just asking for money to pay for all that crap.
That's like my landlord. Whenever like with me being sick and missing his work, he's like, "Don't worry about your rent this month." I'm like, "Listen, I'm not that guy.
Yeah.
I'm like, I'll pay you, and I'll pinch pennies together." I was like, I was raised how to do this. I learned how to do it. I'm like, don't.
Yeah.
He goes, no. He goes, I'm being nice. And like, my landlord's a good dude because near the holidays and stuff like Christmas and anything like that, and I'll give him rent.
Benji's going crazy. Uh-oh.
And all of a sudden, he'll just.
You got another battery, Benji?
Charging.
He'll give me like $100 and stuff and say, "Go buy the kids something."
Oh, we'll be here.
I'll be here for a little bit longer.
What the hell? Okay.
Yeah. I'll be here, Benji.
I'll see what
I'm
I
not
can
going
do.
anywhere. What time is it?
See if I can figure this shit out. All
Should be
It's only 11, so
Fuck.
today's my day off, so I'll be on here for a couple hours.
I probably got another 15 minutes, and I got some snake stuff to do real fast, and then hit the sack because I got to get up in the morning and go get parts for the car.
Hey, Reese, welcome. What's up, man? There's that guy I was talking about that he has his own business and he does that food delivery and stuff.
Yeah.
Hot facts with Robert Reese.
I'll check his page out too because I know you're gonna be on, so like whenever I get to leave off here, I'll hop on my YouTube and I'll add these guys.
Yeah. Let me get his.
Oh, you don't have to do it because I'm blue on your page. I can just click the name. I can just click their names. Right. Yeah. Actually, I think anybody can just tap on their names and
if you're blue, yeah. I forgot you were. But yeah, I mean, we'll see if Benji comes back. He said he had one on the charger, so who knows if it's charged because he's been doing a bunch of lives. So
he's been that I don't know if you see you probably have seen him. The guy that was on Iron Dog show today, Venomous HQ.
Yeah, the guy. Yeah,
Benji's been promoting him around. Like Benji's been his pimp.
Yeah, I know. He's all Benji. Now Benji made me do a sticker. Now I'm gonna have a sticker here pretty soon.
Yeah, but I'm like, hey, listen. I was like, it might get a little bit nerve wracking here and there, but I was like, he's helping you get your name out. If you're gonna breed your snakes and you're gonna want to sell them, I'm like, all Benji's doing is helping it get you out there and let you be known.
Yeah, because I forgot. I saw him when he came out on the first show. I forget who he's on with. Was it Venom? Because he was on somebody else's show first.
I'm trying to think what I'll show you. I know he's been on Big D's.
He's been on Rodrigo's.
Yeah, he's been on Rodriguez, Big D's, the Iron Animal show.
Oh, I think it was Big D's. I think it was on Big D's, the first one, with Derek.
On a Thursday, yeah.
Yeah, that's where I saw him first.
He's been on a bunch of IGs.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, IGs, I don't, yeah, but yeah. I mean, hey, people like watching shit like that.
And that's like when I was talking to him earlier today. I'm like, I think we were actually on IG. I'm like, I told Darian, I'm like, Darian, I was like, your next YouTube live or whatever I'm there for. I'm like, I got some topics we're gonna hit. I'm like, because like for people like me and for example him, hey, I don't show my venomous like that, all like that. But people need to understand, like, yeah, there's tools out there that we can use. But like if you're raising an animal from little, like you can read their body language for the most part. You know how to safely handle them for the most part.
Yeah, because he was handling a damn
cobra.
What is that? The gaboon.
Yeah, gaboon, the cobra. Like his one cobra is like a corn snake, and like you see people doing it, and like people shy against that. And people say this and that, but like we're adults. We know what we signed up for. We know what the outcome could be.
I don't know if you ever seen. I don't know if you ever seen this video. It's an old video. I think it's like 10 years old. There's this guy. He's showing a video that he got a call from an old guy. That he goes, hey, I have 2 rattlesnakes, and this guy was old. He's real old guy, and he says, I'm getting to the point where I can't take care of them. I need somebody to take them over. And this guy
had him on his neck.
Huh?
Is it the one where he had him on his neck?
Yeah.
Yep.
And it was so crazy that there was rattlesnakes, and he's like, look, yeah, they're like nothing, and he's kissing them, and I was like, what the heck? Even the guy goes like, well, I couldn't believe it. He goes, I thought this guy was pulling my leg, and he was just some boas or something. Then I got close to him and I go, oh shit, he goes, hey, I'm not gonna handle them. I'm gonna use my tools. He goes, but yeah, this guy was like, I saw the videos like crazy. This guy's handling them like nothing, like they're not. But then he's had them for years. You
always want to know and have your precautions regarding to, like, there is a lot of people that get too complacent with animals.
Yeah, but I mean, I think these snakes, they knew that he wasn't going to harm them.
Yeah, they build a trust.
Yes, and if you don't beat on them, of course, everything bites. It's the thing is, like they say, every animal bites. But then they're not always gonna bite you and use their venom. They'll bite you just to say, hey, leave me alone, because they don't want to waste it.
Yep. And then that's like, you watch him, like he's and I've watched him on a couple of things, and the ones he pulls out that he knows are wiry and stuff, and like you can see, him trying to be like big forest cover he has. He uses the soap stuff all the time, but he doesn't try to be hands-on with it because he knows it's going to end up bad.
Yeah. I mean, there's another guy. I remember this guy. I think he's in the UK, and he was on YouTube, but then somebody reported him because he was, free handling cobras, and he goes, but look, he's. He wasn't striking or anything. He wasn't hooding up, very calm, and he goes, but then since, he was on YouTube, people reported him,
and something what a lot of people don't realize, sit back and watch these videos of, like,
you might learn something.
The easiest way for me to, the easiest one for me to use advantage of, it's like cobras, monocle cobras and stuff. When they're hooded up and they're striking, they strike at a downward angle all the time.
Yeah. I mean, you've seen those charmers, those snake charmers.
Uh-huh.
But then they were saying that a lot of them guys, they sew their mouth shut.
Over across seas, there's a law that they will rip out fangs, like how highly it gets, and then they will get their mouths to where they can't open them.
Yeah, they sew them up.
Yeah.
But you just poor
and that's
snake.
That's believable, and like there's been documented evidence of that. But like, I like how people will throw a fit about this, about somebody free handling a snake, even cautiously, and avoiding the head. But meanwhile, it's okay for us to sit there and have videos of these people in other countries doing it.
Yes.
I'm like, that's an oxymoron in itself.
Well, just like all those videos of the, I haven't watched any. I watched maybe one time, the ones where they have all these other animals, like killing each other, trying to, like, having a battle. It's like, what the heck? You have a tarantula with a lizard, or
And then exactly
you saw Venom. He did that with a tarantula. He put that. He's lucky his lizard didn't get injured.
Yeah, they're out for views though and stuff, and that's like, that's how they're making some side money. Like, that stuff's expected. They're out for the wild factor. People are gonna put that in fact, but like, when it comes to all these art, we've been raised in this hobby to understand and safe guidelines. Like I break myself, like because I keep big snakes.
Yeah.
I live alone. Like I'll handle 15 plus foot snakes myself, but that's because whenever I open up their enclosures, I start to get them out. I read their attitudes and I know how they're acting because I've done this for 20 plus years. But I'm not going to be that guy that throws a snake up around my shoulders that I can't trust. That's going to, unfortunately, like not to bring us up
Like
like
that
that
guy that
guy.
recently, the one that died.
Yeah, I'm not going to let something there like happen. If you're
But
dealing
then
with a
but
big
then
snake by yourself,
but then Eric, you got to remember this also. What if all of a sudden you have a heart attack or something while you're handling a snake, and then now it's out, you know,
so it's always a possibility. But
you
like
know.
things can be
I
done
mean,
so many ways differently. Like whenever I handle big snakes that I'm not 100% comfortable with, like I got to move them or
look
whatnot.
at
And
look at the cat ladies. The cat ladies where they get eaten by their own cats because they die and the cats eat them.
I had a couple big snakes that I didn't 100% trust in certain things, and instead of me like just grabbing it, where I throw it over my shoulders and whatnot, I take one body, kind of like a satchel, one over one shoulder and the other one down behind the other arm, where they can't wrap me without me having control. And
Well,
plus,
you heard
I'm
the
a
new
big
trick
meal.
now. You heard the new trick now. How to get them off?
The corner of the cob thing with the tail doesn't always work.
What?
Chewing on their tails,
Oh yeah.
it's not 100%.
Bite them back.
I've had I've had 12-foot retic bite and grab my thigh and my leg, and with somebody there because I knew it was an aggressive snake. Just worst case scenario,
Yeah.
it harassed me. And he's like, oh my god, oh my god. He goes, let me go get something to fry. I'm like, no, 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 no. He goes, what do you mean no? I'm like that was my fault. He goes, why? I was like, because I should have never been standing the exact point I was standing at.
Yeah.
I gave her the ability to do that. He goes, yeah, but isn't it hurting? I'm like, hey, it hurts. Yeah.
Yeah.
I was like, but it's not something that's going to be
It's because
detrimental to me.
people think, they forget that it's still a wild animal. It's like well, you remember the Las Vegas guy, the guy that got bit by the white tiger.
Yep.
People don't understand. Okay, the tiger wasn't trying to hurt him, because if you see what do tigers do to their babies? They pick them up with their mouth
Yep.
by the back. Because why? Because that's how they pick him up and try to help him. He was trying to help him because he fell, and he thought he needed help, but he injured him by grabbing onto him. He didn't know his own strength.
It takes a lot to develop a bond with an animal.
Yeah.
For one, no matter what.
I mean, you see these guys with these bears, and I mean, come on. They're wild animals.
Coyotes, all this random stuff.
There was this guy who was a teacher in high school. He's ex-military, Marine. And he said he was in where he used to train dogs in the military. He used to have trained Dobermans and stuff like that. He had Dobermans at home. These Dobermans, he raised them from puppies. He said some days he couldn't get in there. They would go after him. Dogs are dogs. They're wild animals.
Well, and that's like I explained to everybody.
Domesticated.
Well, I put it to a guy one day. I'm like, listen, say you're walking down the street. He goes, okay. I was like, you meet somebody, they're talking this and that, da 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 da. Are you going to trust them 100% right off the bat? Or are you going to hang out with this person, learn who they are, I mean, that's how friendships work. You just don't, 100% trust you.
Yeah. But you know, that's the thing. They think, oh well, you know, the hey, like, yeah, but I mean, you know, that's the way it is. You know, people think, you know, oh well, you know, he's you know, same thing with you know, people that handle tarantulas. They shouldn't even be handled. You know,
Oh, yeah, you're giving the benefit of the doubt. You say people think. They don't think. They don't run the processes through their heads at first.
yes. And the thing is, you're gonna end up killing the spider because they're fragile. Because what's gonna happen? He's gonna bite you. It's gonna hurt, but then what are you gonna do? You're gonna go and it's gonna go flying. It's gonna get killed because they're fragile.
Yep.
You know.
Just like when we have a bad days, we'll tolerate so much, but when we have that day that something just pushes us to the extent we're in a bad mood, it happens if you don't. I don't know. Some stuff upsets me. It really upsets me when people start going off on people and they don't realize the time that some of these guys do put in the animals, because a lot of the guys that say that are these people that are buying these animals, building these collections, breeding, and all they do is interact with them when it comes to maintenance, cleaning, feeding, breeding.
Yes. Yep. It becomes a machine pretty much.
Yeah.
It's like just clean, boom, boom, boom. It's like, you know, but then it becomes a business. It's basically kind of almost the same as puppy mills, but it's, you know, snakes.
Like I got a bunch of snakes, but I don't breed them like in my Burmese clutches that I bred this year. I kept almost a whole clutch for myself because of the genetics that are in it. Just because that's what I love. I love Burmese, and
Yeah.
and the other two clutches, I made a deal with a buddy of mine because he does shows and stuff in Ben's, and I'm like, you can take them all, and I was like, once they're eaten and I'm comfortable with it, you can sell them.
Yeah.
I'm like, I gave him a flat price, like one that he'll never beat, just because he's a friend and stuff. And I'm like, I don't do shows. I'm like, it is what it is.
Yep.
Well, Benji's staying a long time. I don't know if he's coming back.
Yeah, maybe his battery's kaput. Because he said, "Oh, I got one on the charger," but then who knows how long it's been on there.
Well, it probably had to have been for a while because he said he fell asleep. So
Yeah. Yeah, that too.
that too, Jack. It's just like if you're going out and you're buying, and them are the people that are buying them for the wow factor. Like
Yeah.
I tell everybody, a lot of people in the venomous hobby will tell you, or even the big reptile, any MLB, get yourself a mentor, somebody that can teach you how stuff's done and whatnot.
Yeah.
I didn't have nobody to get to for the venomous stuff, so what I did is I did research for 2.5 years, almost 3, before I even bought my first venomous snake, and I watched a lot of people on bite videos that got bit and what they did wrong. Then I watched these keepers that do the venom extractions and how they use their tools and proper techniques on how to heal and stuff.
Yeah, I mean it's like well, you've seen Mark the spider guy. You know,
Yep.
he doesn't handle his spiders unless it ends up, you know, by accident. But, you know, he's calm about it. You know, it's like there's this other guy. His name is Dave. Dave's Little Beasties.
Yeah,
And this
and then-
guy, I mean, the way he does his spiders, it seems like it's so easy for him because he's always calm, and he even says it. You know, hey NJ, what's up? So he's like he's all like, you know, and his slogan's always, you know, be calm, be patient, love your spiders. You know, and he's like he just, you know, slowly moves them from one to another, you know, without any incidents because he's calm. He goes
for lack of better phrasing, like you're saying right there, that's like with the way some of these breeders will say quality in, quality out type deal. That's the same way when it comes to interacting and how you treat your animal, respect and stuff, and like gain their trust. That's just like
like
with anything.
Yeah, it was with everything the same thing. Yeah, you just have to, show them respect. It's a wild animal. They all bite. It's like, oh, what,
And
it's
I'll
like,
just, hey, I want to get this just because it's cool and I want to show off.
yeah, I want to do videos because, I want to get a scorpion, and, it's like, or a centipede,
Well, look how long
Now
I've been on YouTube and I haven't been posting videos or nothing.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, it's like even sometimes, Jay, what's his name, Prehistoric.
Yeah, Brewer.
Yeah, I mean, I like watching his stuff, but then at one time when he did that video, where he puts the tarantula in his mouth, and I'm like, why? It's like, they have hairs that, that
some will
can
shoot the
hurt you.
hairs and stuff. Yeah.
Yes. It's like, why would you do that? Especially with your platform, and you have kids watching you and stuff.
Vegetable kid.
Geez,
And see that's I'm like that's what gets me, because like so many people get in this hobby and they're looking at Jay's, like Jay for example, such a big following he has and this that, and how gigantic he has his retics that he has on display.
Yes.
But they're not looking at the retics he's breeding that are weight or lean.
Yes.
And have babies. Like if you were to watch any of Nerd's videos, their snakes aren't big. If you watch Brian Barczyk, like his snakes aren't really his big ones. Whenever he was doing stuff, aren't obese enough. Like they're healthy size.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I've seen some of the ones that he has that are pretty chunky.
Look like a big old sausage.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I think his daughter did a video on IG recently. She's all like trying to carry it, and it's like all huge.
That's like it's well. I think the one you're talking about is that Burmese python that they got a lady surrender that had it for 20 years. It's just old.
Yeah.
But like his world record holder at one point in time, retic, that it was Twinkie. Like she was a beast. It's like, man, that's some of the things that upset me. Like he's a great guy. He's done a lot of good stuff for our hobby. Don't get me wrong. Same goes with other people that I'm not too fond of. Like like Nerd, Kevin and Nerd, not Nerd, just like Kevin in general. Like he has a bunch of knowledge, does a bunch of good stuff. He just needs to get his videographer on track and stop with the bullshit.
I mean, I used to watch his stuff, and now it's like he basically just shooting the same video over and over. The snake with the big eyes, the snake with the abscess, the box full of snakes that they left outside, or it's like, oh, now you see the latest one. Oh my God, look at the snake sticking out of the back of the car, falls off on the freeway.
Yeah.
It's like
you're sitting there preaching, telling people don't be posting these kinds of videos, don't be posting these kind of videos. It makes our hobby look bad.
You're gonna make us look bad, but then you're making yourself look bad.
Huge following on Instagram, YouTube, Twitch, Twitter, whatever.
Yes.
You're letting Donnie repost these things for the people that are watching them, because guaranteed there's government officials in his state that are watching him. Yes. And that's just like don't post that stuff.
I mean, it's like something happens, like in some little town, but then now you put it out to the whole world.
If the reposts are just as bad, if not worse, because your following is way bigger than their following.
Yeah. I mean, you have 200,000 followers, and they only had like 10,000. It's like, Who do you think that, you know? I never even heard of it, but now I heard of it because it was on your show.
Yeah, that's
I
like
mean,
that lady from Arizona, and I know you've seen the video like that has like the roughly 12-foot retake in an aquarium that she was letting it come about, and you watched her put her
yeah,
arm
that
like that.
bites her. Yeah, that bites her. Yeah, yeah.
A, it was staged, but B, the first time they played that video on their channel, they gave her credit for staying calm and handled it right, blah blah blah.
Yeah, yeah.
The second time they were talking bad about it
What do you see that she did wrong here? I don't know.
a lot.
Yes. I mean, look at what's her name? Deadly Tarantula lady or whatever his name. Merida. Yeah, she even said, hey, she's had a snake bite her, and wrap around her, and she was like, it was a bloody mess, but she didn't post it, because what for, but things happen, you mess up, but luckily somebody was there, and she stayed calm, same thing. So
Yeah, I just wish Kevin needs to get more. I don't know if he is as active on previewing and letting him post what he does post, but instead of reposting stuff, it's actually going to make us look bad to a bigger following. Post the positive stuff.
well, even the comments, I've read a lot of the comments of his own people, like, what is all this crap, garbage that you're putting now? It's like, go back to what you used. They haven't put any new content.
No, the people that originally followed him enjoyed him and enjoy his channel. They're like me, for example. I like the educational stuff. It's been talking about this, talking about that, explaining this more, explaining that more, and
Yeah,
not the repost of a video of some idiot.
yeah,
I mean, I get it if he's just trying to do this as like an out, to make some more money or something like that. I don't know, but you say you love his hobby so much, to stop advocating and letting people see the negative sides, but you let your guys show it.
oh yeah, because it's all about the views.
Same reason these people are posting these videos. It's about the views. It's about the followers. It's about
Yeah,
the money they can make.
I mean that's the way Barczyk was at first, but even
With
he
Chewy and
said,
all them and the snake bites.
even
And
he says he's not, that's why he has other things,
I used to
working.
love watching them videos. I'll be honest with you, but that's because if you sit there and you watch them, they show you that you're nervous because you have these fears and this could happen, but they're usually not as bad as you think they're going to be. I mean, they did do a lot of stupid stuff that I didn't agree with, but I think Benji said, forget us old guys.
What's that?
I think Benji said, forget us.
No, I don't think his battery was ready. Or who knows? Maybe he decided to smoke another one, and he like
one less guitar for 1 month, you would have a good phone.
Oh my God! I know, it's like, Jesus, Benji. But see, that's the thing. He goes to go buy the phone, and then there's a guitar on the way home, on the way over there. And oh my God, I gotta get that.
I need to find a way to get a hold of his mom to make her take him, push him right past the guitars. Anybody that should be doing videos and stuff, in my opinion, Benji should be doing videos showing different guitars, showing like how to play
Yeah.
certain things and like
He has so much talent and he's wasting it. I mean, look at all the drawings he's done, and
well, even that the guitars, the music, just playing covers,
yeah,
getting them views. I mean, like a lot of people like covers better than some songs, so they like to hear something different. I mean,
Yeah.
that could put an extra few bucks in his pocket a month, and because everyone on every live he's been in, you know, the majority of people like him, and like I'm sure the majority of people like music, they listen just to support him.
yeah. I mean, there's a lot of people that just play music on YouTube, and there's a lot you get a lot of people who want to listen to it. I mean, look at the Filipino YouTubers. They they karaoke and sing, and
Oh yeah, I mean, who knows? He could be playing a song one time. Somebody in his own area could just stumble across him, like, hey, this guy is good. We need him to come and do
Yeah.
this, this, and this for us.
but he's all like, I don't, I don't want to do that. I want to smoke my doobie today. It's like I called him one time and I told him, hey, come on the live. He goes, oh man, I smoked 2 doobies and I fell asleep and I couldn't wake up.
But that's like that guy has more talent than a lot of these people that are in the music industry and stuff, making money.
Well, he's played for. I think he said he played in front of like 10,000 people.
Yeah, or played for damn near his whole life too, because like he said, when he was little, he had that issue, that accident, and
Yeah.
bam, and like I don't know the quality he is on every instrument like that he has there, but like he can play drums, he plays guitars.
He's gifted in music. I
Yeah.
mean, my brother had a friend that was like that. He can play it. He didn't know how to read music, but he could just hear a tune and he can play it, and
That's
he
like
would
me with a
play
saxophone.
saxophone. He would play trumpet. He would play violin, guitar,
That's
any kind of
that's what I did
any
in
kind
school. Saxophone, man, I loved it. I'm gonna go buy one now. I'm thinking about it.
No, you're gonna pass the snakes and then
No. I'll never. The saxophone will be my rekindling my an old hobby.
So you're gonna be like Bill Clinton, huh? Go play on Saturday Night Live.
I didn't inhale. I did not have relations with that
I
woman.
did not have a sexual relations with her. No, but I was multitasking. I was running the country and getting the business done.
And listen, now we're talking about this stuff. Now you got me thinking. I can't wait to see who our next candidates are.
Oh man, it doesn't matter who it is, man. It's the House, the senators and those are the ones that are the problem. Because it doesn't matter who's up in the top.
Yeah, but up in the top helps push ideas, and there's certain things they can do that.
But see, this is the thing.
Right now isn't there.
It's all about the money. It's whoever's gonna give money, like fuel, oil companies, tobacco.
Well, here's the thing: like
the rifle.
Some of the stuff they changed has taken so many jobs out of our economy and stuff. And then, like, I don't know, like, I'm not going to do this whole horn because there's certain things I'll admit I didn't like about Trump. But he is the only president to date that I know didn't take the presidential salary.
Well, yeah, but see, then they didn't want him in there. The Republicans didn't want him either. They were afraid of him. Nobody could beat him. So
But yeah,
guess
but,
what?
I mean, the guy was helping our economy
They
out, though.
wanted
You
him
got to admit
out.
that.
Well, he did he
His
did help in
team,
a certain way, but
his
then
his team was good.
he messed up. You know where? In China,
A
because
few things
remember
here.
he said, "Oh, we're gonna tax China." But what happens when you tax China? Where does everything come from? iPhones, every electronics. Where do they come from? China. So guess what? Why do you think they're paying? Why do you think there's no cars in the dealerships?
Hey, hey,
Have you
our
noticed
country,
that?
would be hurt to lose some of the stupid electronics we have going on.
I mean, that's what happens. Nothing is made in the U.S. no more. That's the
Yeah, because
problem.
that's
And
because they
you don't want
outsource
to deal with other
everything.
countries. Yes. Why? Because it's cheaper. But guess what? Now look, we have no cars. Everything, TVs, computers, everything, phones, everything's expensive. Why? Because guess what? Where it comes from? Where those chips, the chips for the cars. They can't, you go to the dealership. Oh, we don't have any cars, but in 6 months we'll get one.
And I understand, like, because even in that position, you have to treat everything like a business. And I understand, like, hey, I can outsource through here
Yeah.
better than it would be here. But when you do that there, and they're adding on sections and hurt your economy, your country, I'm not going to get the politics. Get that. Come on, Ben, you get
I
back
mean,
here.
our medical system is broken. That's what we found out. Why do
Oh
you
yeah,
think so many people died?
there's a lot of things broken in this country. The medical system, the fact that our country is more willing to help everybody else than the very people that go and stick up for our country.
They forget about fixing what we have here. Look at the roads. Look at the electricity companies.
Yep.
There's so much old stuff out there that guess what? Look at what happened to Texas. Their electricity went out for how long? Because why? Because they have old stuff that need to be replaced. They haven't replaced it. They're waiting too long. Guess what? It's gonna crash.
Yep.
Too many people turning on their light switch at the same time. Guess what? Shit turns off.
But I still think that the main thing our country needs to do is turn around and focus on helping our people that need the help more than everybody. Like it doesn't. I'm not saying don't help other places, but like don't be giving everything away to them and like half-assing it here.
How many homeless people do we have? It's like we
Too many.
look at other countries and we go, oh my God, look at these neighborhoods. Just you don't have to go very far. Just go down LA, Skid Row. It's like in every town they have those. They don't want to admit it. They'll show you the beautiful Las Vegas, the beautiful LA, the beautiful San Francisco. Yeah. But go down two blocks that way, or San Diego, man. There's areas in San Diego are like, oh my God.
Yep. You have a good night too, Jax.
Yeah, take it easy. You're
Yep.
like, what the heck?
I know exactly what you mean. Like I don't
It's
go
scary.
down to Pittsburgh around here any much, but like the last few times I've been down there, the amount of people that are walking around struggling to have signs, this and that, and like yes, you're gonna have your scammers here and there thinking, hey, easy way to get a few bucks, whatever.
Yes.
But like,
But the thing is, people think, oh, all these people are homeless because they want to be. No. The thing is, there's a lot of people out there that lost their jobs that now nobody wants to hire them because, I mean, I remember back in like 2000, when I used to work at Craigan's, I was management. This guy came in, and this guy was an engineer. He was making over $30 an hour. minimum wage was about six something, you know, and it's like this guy comes in, he goes, he wants a job, and I'm like, well, you know, you're overqualified, but I mean, I mean, if you want to do this job, I'll hire you, but there is no management. There's only minimum wage, you know, and you know, it's like, oh well, I can't afford to work for that little. Well, that's all there is, you know. It's like you're either gonna have to go for it and move up, or be unemployed for a long time.
Yeah, that's like the owners of where I work. And it's a family run business, but the one sister, she gave me credit because, and she said in all the years she's been there, and I'll note I've only been there about 5. Me being there, not only has like their night shift been at a higher positive rate with anything messing up and blah blah blah, but like
Yeah,
the people, the willingness to hire this person, that person, give people shots. I've tried to have female workers on the night shift. It just doesn't seem to work because of the job we do. Like, I'm not saying there's not females out there that can do it, can't do it, but we do a high pace and pretty strenuous at the beginning of the day, and then we relax and get our hours.
yeah. But that's the way it is, you know, and people don't understand, you know. I mean, at one time I got injured and I didn't have no income, and luckily I had good credit, so I lived off credit cards. You know, it's like, and then but never missed a payment on anything. But then finally got to work and working again, and but then now I had all this debt. You know, that happens. You know, there's I could have ended up like everybody else. You know, out in the street, same thing. You know, you just have to do what you have to do.
That's like whenever I told you earlier about my landlord and them saying, "Dude, we're gonna do this, we're gonna do my list." I'm not that person. I was like, I can pay you. I was like, I may be pinching pennies and like just barely getting by for a little bit right there so I get back situated, but I can do that. And he's like, no, he goes, you shouldn't have to. I mean, he goes, they make programs for this and this and that, and he goes, blah blah blah, because he knows my whole story. Like, technically, I could be one of them people that just sit around because I was classified as disabled there, but I can't do that. That's not me.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I was, injured. I was getting, but I was still working, it's like the same thing, but people are like, oh, I don't want to work. Some people like, I'm 60 years old. I'm still working and I'm still going to be working, maybe start working less hours next year, because I want to start collecting Social Security.
Yeah, that's just the thing. I'm just like, I can't be that person. Like, and this is how I see it. If I'm not out there working and stuff, like, what real meaning do I have? Like, it makes me like, have being able to go out and do something. Like, yeah, I understand. I know how it is. You get there and get to that point where you can't do it. You can't do it. But like, if I'm willing to do it and I'm not willing to do it, willingly able to do it, but I won't. What kind of person am I?
Yeah.
I wasn't raised that way. Well, then again, I was raised probably by the same process and way you were.
Yeah. I've been working since I was 16.
I can't remember 16. I got that bad of a memory.
But you know what? In fact, I was working way even before, because I used to go to LA on my summer vacations. I used to go to LA, visit my aunt, and she had a fruit stand at Grand Central Market in LA. So I used to work there. I was like 12 years old, and I was big, so I was strong, and I used to offload trucks and stuff.
You always lived out there in like California and stuff?
Yeah, in the area, yeah.
Yeah, see, so you ain't seen like that's the only difference. Like you guys don't get snow out there, do you? Really,
What's that?
you don't really see snow or nothing like that out there, do you?
Yeah, up north.
Yeah. Well, that's like for me. Like
You know,
whenever I
we
grew up,
don't get the snow that you guys get over there. You
I
know.
remember though in the winters and stuff, and like in the summers, like winters come, like as kids, we're out there shoveling walks to make a few extra bucks to
Oh yeah, yeah.
go
Cutting
buy and
grass.
stuff. Yep.
I mean, I remember because my aunt, she's all like, she was paying me cash, and I was making, I think about 60 dollars a week. This was back in the 70s.
That's good money back in.
Yeah, but then I would say, okay, wait a minute. I would be working at work, then I'd come home, and then she'd go, oh well, you need to cut the grass, you need to do this in the yard, and I started figuring out, like, damn, I'm getting paid like 35 cents an hour, you know, and if you figured out all the time that I was doing stuff, and I'm like, and she's like, oh, you should be my other aunt goes, you should be gratified because she's letting you, she's feeding you, and I go, well, she's pay me the minimum wage, and then I'll feed myself, and you know, it's like you make it sound like, oh no, I'm like,
But
basically I
that,
was slave labor.
but when we were younger,
Child.
those built us and gave us the morals and the moral compasses we have nowadays. Just not to expect handouts.
Oh yeah, yeah. I mean, that's the way it was. It's like, no,
And my kids like that. Like he was getting bad at bad stuff because his mom and them would give him the stuff and this and that. I'm like, listen, I was like, yeah, I'm like, I buy you stuff. And I buy you stuff because I love you and I can do it. I was like, but listen, I was like, we're going to do some things here. I'm like, you're going to help, like, whenever we go out and we're going grocery shopping, you're going to help carry the groceries in. You're going to do this. You're going to clean up after yourself. I was like, or else your video games, whatnot, that stuff can go.
it's like I told my kids, I go, you know what? You need an education. If you don't have an education, you ain't gonna make it in this world. You're gonna suffer because you're gonna be pay period for pay period because you're never gonna have enough money.
My kid's talking about he's going to be successful when he's older. And he's putting me in a home so he don't have to worry about changing my diapers when I'm old.
Oh my God.
I'm like, really? I'm like, you're going to put me in a home?
Might as well shoot me now. That's what I told. Hey, I told my kids, if you're gonna, if I have to go into one of those places, kill me. I ain't going to those places. I go. I've seen the way they are.
Hey, Moon.
I've worked in 2 hospitals.
That guy's asking him to come up and tell a story.
Who is it?
Sullivan's Irish Pub. I don't know.
Let's see. Well, as long as he shows his face.
Yeah, as long as your camera and stuff's good, we know you ain't some weirdo, buddy. You might have to drop the link and it might not be there for him no more. Oh, that's what you did. It just popped up on my screen.
Yeah.
He just woke up. Yeah, as long as you have a camera, we know you ain't gonna be some random guy that does something crazy like we've seen before.
Yeah.
Not a problem, buddy. He's gonna put his shirt on.
Wow. Add some pants to that too.
Well, we don't have to see from the waist down, I hope.
Well, I don't want no accidents.
Hey, listen, I'm just telling you right now, if this ends up being like a Kerwood stream, I am hitting the leave studio button. I'm not coming back tonight.
Yeah, I know.
Dude, that cracked me up because Kerwood was like, I heard the story about it, and Kerwood's like, dude, he goes, when I was sober that day, I'm like, did I really see? Because I went into that live stream, and he goes, and I played it. I'm like, yep, delete. Like, you went back and looked at it a second time?
Oh my
He goes,
god.
yeah.
Yeah.
And see, this is one thing I do like lives that can go like in conversations, like normal people conversations. They
Yeah.
can go from one subject, talk about another subject, talk about another thing, and like don't have to be so
Yeah.
focused
It was
because
in
a
fact
lot of
the other one time I had it live on here and I had Brad on here. And then this other guy came on here. He was over in like I think he said it was Morocco or somewhere over there and it had, and then it happened to be that he lived in the same area that Brad did back in Chicago, and they started, oh, you remember this street and this street, and this guy was like 60 something years old, he was like 67 or something, and
it's nice sometimes.
yeah, I mean, it's like people, they it's like when I talk about my when I do my drive to work, I talk about stuff that's I've lived through, and I tell people, if you have grandparents, grandfather, grandmother, go talk to them, listen to their stories, because they have amazing stories that they're gonna get lost after they go.
Yeah, and I agree because what you're doing is listening to history that's not going to be in the books.
Yes, and people don't understand that. My grandmother, she was always cooking, baking, making stuff, and you learn a lot of stuff. I mean, she used to do crocheting, and she's like, come here, let me show you how to crochet, with those two needles. She used to
Yep.
buy those single ones back in the day. They invented something, you just go push pull, and you could
Yep.
make stuff.
Hats, sweaters, everything.
Yeah. And she was always into all these different medicines, those foot massages, hand massages, those books that show you the points, the pressure points, and actually they work, those pressure points. If you rub those spots in your feet and in your hands, people think, and then people don't understand that sometimes you're sick because you don't take care of your feet. Your feet is what makes you sick sometimes. You don't take care of your feet, man, your rest of your body's gonna have problems too.
Oh, yeah.
I guess he went to go wash his shirt or something. I don't know.
Well, he said he just woke up, so.
Oh. Yeah, well, he's in the US.
But there's so much we lose every stuff, and it's crazy. And like I was having a conversation with somebody in my family. You remember, like, oh, dude, how come you never go out?
There it goes.
About never hanging out.
There he is. I can see somebody. Well, hey, how's it going? Welcome.
Going,
Can you hear me?
yeah.
Oh, I guess you're muted.
Oh, yeah, you're muted. Down on the bottom of your screen, you'll see
There
the
you
mute
go.
button.
I have pants and a shirt on. Okay.
And listen, hey, just so you know, the one guy was on a stream. He let somebody on, and next thing you know, there was all his manhood.
Yeah. People trying to be wise guys.
Yeah.
Yeah. How you doing, man? What's your name?
My name is
Ice.
Daryl. Yeah. Mhm.
Well, you don't have to give
My,
your real name if you don't want.
I
It's up
have
to
nothing to hide. My name is
you.
Daryl Sullivan. I'm a lieutenant colonel from the Army, just retired.
Oh,
They call me
thanks for your
Dice.
service, man.
Yeah, thank you
Well,
for your
thank you.
service.
Thank you, brother. They call me Dice. So, yeah, you know
Nice.
something? Yeah, rolling dice.
Yeah.
Hey, in the military, I did 31 years. Okay, so in the military, every day they talk about the feet. They call them your dogs. Take care of your dogs.
Yes.
Take care of your feet. If you don't take care of your feet, man, you're gonna be barking like a dog. You're gonna be sick as a dog. You're gonna be feeling like a dog. Take care of your feet.
Yeah.
I learned it when I was a young soldier talking to me, and it's like one of those things in the Army when you get a little bit older and get a little more rank. You tell the young guys, take care of your feet, man. Take care of your dogs.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're so right. And over here, I'm by the way, I'm living in. God bless you guys, Brother Moon and Eric, because you guys, it must be 3 a.m. there, because it's 3:08 in the
I'm
afternoon
in
here.
California. Yeah, I'm in
I'm in
California.
Pennsylvania.
So it's
Oh,
midnight.
in Pennsylvania, you got the 3 o'clock. Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. It's 3 o'clock in the afternoon here. I'm in sunny, beautiful Philippines. I'm just chilling.
Philippines. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. It's been for the last 30 days, they've been having this thing where every time, every other day around about 5 o'clock in the afternoon, you get this light thunderstorm. Like
Yeah,
it's sort of like a
yeah, because I have a lot of people that I watched from the Philippines, and they had monsoon weather over there, a lot of rain
Yeah.
and rain.
yeah. But it's not heavy. It's just like Seattle, Washington
Yeah.
when I lived out there.
Yeah.
It's no big deal. Where I'm at, I'm in the north. Now down south of the Philippines, they get the true monsoon,
Yeah.
and they get hammered. They get really hammered down there. So, I mean, it's always
So
raining down there.
How long have you been living there?
5 years now.
Ah.
In fact, my last job was in the United States. My last job in the United States was in Maryland, at Aberdeen Proving Ground, Maryland, the military base there,
Mm-hmm.
doing communications and shit. So I was working there, and I was like, a couple of things happened.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, are you kidding me? I'm done. I'm out of here, man. I bugged out. I just
Time
bugged
for
out.
vacation.
I've been late for work 5 years now.
Yeah.
Just bugged out. Who would have thought? I bugged out. And then a couple of years after I bugged out, I had 3 nice, good years. Then all of a sudden, bam, 2020 happened, right? Wow.
Yep.
Yeah. And a lot of people, when I bugged out, were like, oh, man, are you kidding? You're just going to get up and, yeah, I'm going to get up and leave. My job was taking me over here anyway. So I'm going to go ahead now and move over here. And then when they got hit, they were like, man, I wish I went with you. I was like, hey, I didn't think about that, but maybe you should have left with me when I left. Because, who would have thought that the whole world would have been locked down, put you in a cookie jar and just put the lid on you, man. The whole world.
And it still hasn't stopped, man. People still think it's gone, but it's not. They don't listen. Especially the young people. They're like, it's all fake. It's not real. Well, guess what?
I got a booster coming up, so I'm gonna take that one next month.
Yeah. I got my 3 already. I got 3 of them.
You're good.
It's like, hey, I'm 60, man. I'm like, I don't want to take any chances.
Any little thing can get you when you're older. Hey, check this out. And over here, I got my card, and then they stamp it, and then they're gonna put this second one on there next month. What are you using? Can you get into a store? How do they know all of this stuff?
Oh, over here?
Yeah, because they don't play here. Over here, you gotta have it. I mean, what are they doing?
Yeah. That's what I heard.
Over here, I think some places they only enforce it on some concerts and big, places like that, stores and stuff. You can come in. Of course, they have their right to refuse service to anybody.
Yeah, yeah.
It depends on the state. There's some areas where you can go in now. Now they're getting laxed again.
Mhm.
There's no mask unless you go to a doctor's office or hospital. You know, I still wear mine. You know, because I'm like, hey, I'm staying away from people. It's like you can do whatever you want. You know, it's like I've worked in two hospitals. You know, I work security, so
Mhm.
I work two hospitals. You know, and I know everything. They
Mhm.
always teach you everything's contagious. Everybody's contagious, but yet you couldn't wear anything back then because if you did, they're like, oh my god, something must
He's
be
got,
wrong. Why
what's
is he
wrong with
wearing a
him?
mask?
Yeah, yeah,
And
yeah.
I'm like, really? What do you think? There's everything is, you know, one
It's,
day
it's floating
we're in a
around.
room, and then all of a sudden, oh, everybody needs to take this big pill. It's like a damn horse pill because he might have had meningitis. It's like,
Oh my gosh.
okay,
Thanks for
you
telling me.
know, yeah, and it's like that all the time, you know. And I would try to stay away. I would wear regular gloves, like leather gloves, and that way when because you're constantly opening, closing doors,
Yeah.
everybody's touching them, going, coughing, you know, you're gonna catch something. Especially people, we put our hands in our mouths, no matter, you're like,
Yeah.
and people don't understand. You look at them in the store, they have a mask, but they're going like this, touching their mask, touching their phone, touching everything, and it's like, or another thing. Oh, they want to sneeze, they take their mask off. It's like,
Huh?
what the hell are you wearing it for then? It's like,
Yeah.
you're defeating the. Oh, I don't want to get my mask dirty. Well, that's what it's for.
Yeah.
It's like
They're
Jesus.
disposable. They're disposable.
Yes.
I use the medical blue, light blue mask, and I throw them
Yeah.
away like tissue when I finish. Go into a store.
I have one that's cloth, but then it has like an insert. So
Oh.
I put those blue ones in there, and then
Mhm.
I wash it every time but then I keep that there, But it's not that the thing people don't understand. It's not that the thing protects you from. It's protecting you from putting your fingers in your mouth, which is what's
Mhm.
getting you sick.
Mhm.
Because after you're touching everything in the store, everything, you know, you're not putting your because the mask is stopping you from.
Mhm.
Then what do? You get in the car, you take it off, and then what's the first thing to you're poking your nose, you're
Yeah.
rubbing your
Yeah.
eye,
Human
and you
nature. You're
forgot.
always doing that. Yeah.
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 Even what happens, you put that you get that antibacteria, put it all over, then all of a sudden you put your finger in your mouth and you go, ugh, what, oh shit, I forgot.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
just
That shows you how much you before this that you do touch your nose and your mouth.
yes. It's like it's continuous. So, it's just people need to keep protecting themselves, keep washing their hands, staying,
But you know what?
they're like, oh, well, the kids didn't get sick. Well, of course not. They were kept home. They didn't go to school. Now what's happening when they're going back to school? This summer, it's over. Watch, everybody's gonna start getting sick again. People are
Yeah. Here
still
we
getting
go.
sick. They're getting off of work because they're sick. Where I work at, there were some people that were out also. Why? Because they got sick. You know,
You know, in the military,
everybody's. You know, that's the thing.
before all this happened in the military, we, I don't know, in the military, we always use alcohol, 7% alcohol. No
Yeah,
matter what we do, we always wash our hands with alcohol and getting ready to eat chow. You get in the line to get out in the middle of nowhere in the field and all this other,
yeah,
before brown and root and all this other shit. Before that, we used to really be military out in the middle of nowhere,
yeah,
but then that was like in the 80s, right? Then I think in 90, but like 90, 90, 95, between 95 and 98, they started having these people show up to give us food, serve us out in the middle of nowhere, and they would come out there and they turned us all into a bunch of babies. But before, you were really military, you had to be kind of a hard dude.
yeah,
You kind of had to,
yeah,
you know what I'm saying? There was no, and by the way, there was no party johns or nothing. We had this thing called cat holes. You had to go out there and
yeah.
do your business out,
Or
out in the middle of
burn it.
nowhere, you dig a little. Oh, when we had big operations, we used to burn it. But when you're in a
Yeah.
military, small little operation, you're out by yourself, you go dig a cat hole and go
Yep.
find the perfect tree for you and go do your thing. But then later on, they had partisans delivered and all this other stuff. They would spot them next to wherever you were practicing your thing and everything. But yeah, we used to always be very clean in the military. In fact, they had courses on field sanitation courses. So everyone had to go through it. Once you became like a lieutenant or something, you had to go through this class to make sure everybody was safe and all this, all these, everything, food, water, everything. You had to be real safe.
Yeah.
And because of that, that's what made me pop up on and wanted to talk to you guys. I just jumped out the shower, and the algorithm sent you to me, and I was like, "Hey, man, they're talking about some stuff that I'm interested in." I got out the military, I retired, and then I started work. I stayed I went into Aberdeen. Okay, went there for a while. Then I bugged out and came over here. As soon as I got over here, I got a job being a business development guy of foreign military sales, FMS they call it, right? Military sales, but to other governments, not to the United States. Yeah, but they want U.S. stuff though, right? And I'm by trade, I'm one of these, a killer, military artillery and guns firing from the helicopter and all this shit. But they asked me, "Can you help me sell medical devices?" And I was like, "Medical devices? What the?"
You just gotta know how to talk.
Yeah, you have to talk the language of those generals of those different countries who want to be like the U.S. anyway, right? Yes. And I'm not selling them no kinetic device that's gonna hurt anybody. I thought it was cool trying to help people, So I was like, hey, look, one of the first things they always forget in the military is, hey, let's go get this operation done. Let's practice this. We're gonna go here and do this. We're gonna do that. But what if somebody gets shot? What did Mike Tyson say? Everybody's got a plan to win the fight until they get punched in the face.
Medic.
Right? Medic. Somebody's got hit. What? Now you got 3 guys trying to help one guy and all, So this company had a pretty good some medical devices from the United States, and I was trying to help them. And one of the things that I helped them do was there's 2 ships in the U.S. military, the Navy, one is called the Mercy. That's the one I was dealing with out in Asia. And the other one is called the Constant, whatever. It's on the West Coast, over there in San Diego.
That's funny you mentioned that because my brother is currently in the Navy.
He's in the Navy, huh?
Yeah, he's over in, I think, Korea right now.
Busan, the Korean
one of them.
In Busan, down south. A very nice island called Jeju-do, between Korea and Jeju-do. That's their island also from Korea.
He's
really nice.
25 years right about now almost.
Wow. Oh, he did. He's past the 20.
Yeah. He just passed the 20. Well, he might be like, he's going to clear his 25. He says he's going to do another set of 5 or something like that. I can't remember what he told me.
Finish it out at 30. He's 30. He's Master Chief already. Yeah, he's chilling. He's chilling.
He's doing, right now, he's changed what he was doing. Like right now, he's doing journalism.
Oh, when you first start out, you're doing some crazy stuff on those ships, and it's really dangerous. But now he's doing promoting the Navy through journalism, and that's my degree in the college, by the way. So he's doing the pieces for them, the Navy Times and all that stuff, and that's a great. You know what? That's going to lead to something great once he leaves. Also, a great little television station back home in Pennsylvania. There, he could probably just get there and help them. Do the military beat. Right?
Yeah.
Good for him. By the way, I did 31 years, right? But 20 was really Army stuff. Just Army, just jumping out of plane, doing Army stuff, right?
Yeah.
But the last 11, I was in the Joint Forces. So I was doing Navy and Air Force stuff. So I wasn't in the Army anymore. I was in the State Department. They put me with the So that was cool because I got to work with some really, I want to tell you, Eric, I worked with some really good Navy guys. I met some when you're a kid, you're doing I'm in the Army. But when you join and you're up there, you work with everybody. And I thought it was really cool working with the Navy. Didn't realize that the Navy had, the Navy's older than the Army.
Yeah.
Right. And the Navy had more traditions than the Army. I mean, in the Army, I could like a private. I go, hey, soldier, how you doing? Hey, sir, how you doing? Can I sit down? You know, the soldier sits down, has some chow with you, eat you. What's going on? Where you from? Oh, Pennsylvania. Oh, okay. It's really laid back.
The
You know
grunts.
what I mean? Yeah, but in the Navy, I'm working in the embassy and the naval commander or lieutenant commander, like a major in the army, would walk up to me in the embassy and go, "Sir, how is the lieutenant colonel doing today?" And I'd be like, "Eric, I'm doing great." Then he'd go, "Okay, sir, permission to share the mess with you?" Right? Like, grab a seat, man. They're very,
Yeah.
you know what I'm saying? They don't relax, man. They're very,
At ease.
yeah, it's very easy. You know, I was like, calm down, dude, relax, grab a seat, get some food. But you know, once I got onto the Navy base and started working with the Navy and Bahrain, you know, out in the Middle East, they were very separated. They got the chief's mess, the enlisted mess, the admiral, all these mess. They don't eat together, man. You know what I'm saying? Very, very regimental.
Just like high school, you know, you got all the cliques.
The social guys, the jocks, the football players, the cheerleaders. Yeah. What a life, right? Life is the truth. But the Marines were similar, but a little bit more friendlier. I mean, they were like, "Sir, how's the colonel doing today? Can I grab a seat with you?" You know, they were a little more. But the Navy guy, I thought the Marines would be like that, but it was the opposite. The Navy was very, straight down the line,
structured,
not social, very structured. They wouldn't talk to you unless you're talking to them.
Yeah,
they would not say nothing to you. They would render you the greeting of the day, and stand the way they were standing next to you, but wouldn't talk unless you asked them a question. And I thought that was kind of enlightening. You learn, you know, being a joint now guy for those 11 years. I got to be with them. I learned a lot. But I did learn this. The Air Force guys I'm surprised they didn't get in trouble in the early 90s. Like, I guess the Navy got in trouble with the tail hook and all this other shit. But the Air Force guys are off the hook. They're off the hook. They're the guys that want to go to the pub, get drunk, and fight somebody and all this other stuff.
It's funny you say that because the guy that works for me is in the Air Force Reserves.
Oh my gosh! But I bet you they do their thing when they have to go do their thing at the beginning of the Friday and Saturday. Because I had to, when my career, I had to train.
Then they party.
Then they party at the end. Yes, they got the trash cans full of beer and all that. I don't know nowadays. I don't know if they still do it, but that's what they do.
They still do it. He's a younger guy. He's only 23, but.
So I got assigned for 2 years to work with the National Guard. And I was a major at the time. And they said, "You're going to work with the National Guard and you're going to try to help them, you know, do a TAM, a training assessment module, what they did this weekend, all that stuff." I was really friendly with them and, you know, wrote them a good TAM. But I always disappeared at the end of the third day because that's the day that they were all going to get hammered and laugh and talk before they go home to their wife, whatever. But the Reserve and National Guard guys really used to party. And but I was with them. I got to go back to the YouTube so I can see if somebody's saying something also. Hey, Sunfish. Sunfish for fish. Hey, you and that New Jersey guy. Let me tell you, I still own a house in New Jersey, and I love to go fishing in New Jersey. I love it.
You got to watch me on YouTube too long on the app because it'll boot you from StreamYard. But next time, next time if you come in one of these, if you hit your little dots on the top of your browser, if you're on your phone, you go to and you click. If you do it now, it'll kick you out. We have to put you back in. But you click that desktop site, you can click on comments, and your comments will pop up beside your chat.
Oh, that's better. So it's all in one area.
Yeah, on the laptop.
Yeah, man. So getting back to what I was saying, I don't even know what the hell I was saying, but yeah, I was out in the Middle East for a little while and working with the Navy and the Army and the Air Force and everything. It was pretty fun. But the Air Force guys,
my cousin, he was in the Marines. He was in the Marines over here in San Diego, and then he retired from there. I think he did like 25 years. He went to Iraq. He was in Kuwait. You know, he said, he goes the desert here is nothing compared to the desert over there. He goes,
No, it's not, man.
It's like he goes, they would bring sodas and they were like syrup because it was so
Yep.
hot. It was just like,
Yeah.
he goes, it was just like not even a soda anymore. It was like syrup. He's all like,
Yeah.
man, it was terrible. But he was in there for a long time. So then, because he went in when he was like 17, right out of high school, and then he put in like 25 years, and he was already, like a trainer. He would do training.
Yeah,
But
that's
then,
what I did.
but he said, you know what? I missed all my children's birthdays, Christmases, and all that. And then he said, you know what? That's it.
I have to buy this
Okay. All right, be safe.
for my accessory.
Okay, be safe driving the car.
Sunfish said they're from Texas.
Yeah. So then he said, that's it. I'm going to retire. He goes, I'm not going to, because they wanted to send him out again, and deploy again. And he said, nah. He goes, I'm not, that's it. I'm done, because he said, I'm going to put the last 5 years somewhere else in another job. But now he lives in Arizona, and he remodels homes. He has his own business, fixing houses and stuff like that.
So the Army sent me on a mission out to Arizona for like 2 years, and I had to work with these scientists. They were doing something with this new gun, and it was the coolest job, one of the coolest jobs, because all I did was I go down from Tucson, from Raytheon, from the base, and they would take us out to Yuma, and all
I
the
was gonna say
science.
Yuma, the Navy base there.
Yeah, they would test all the firing. Then they bring it back to the laboratory and do what the hell they were doing. Take it back out every 2 weeks, and we'd fire these.
Yeah.
They were big guns. They were 155 millimeter, they were big, huge guns. But that was I kind of living and working there for a short time. I was kind of like, man, this is Arizona. This is not bad.
Yeah.
And all the rich people lived by the foothills.
Yeah.
It wasn't bad. I used to go. They took me up a couple times to the Raytheon guys. They took me up to this place called Mount Lemon. And it's the.
Oh, you mean in Arizona?
In Arizona, in Tucson.
Yeah, South Mountain.
South Mountain. Yeah.
Yeah,
I thought that was interesting.
I went to school a year there in Arizona, in Phoenix, to automotive, and we used to cruise on down Central, and then we would go up the mountain, up to South Mountain, and then everybody would hang out up there and stuff,
and watch the sun go down and shit. I went out to this guy. I'm not gonna tell you what some people were doing, but yeah, they were sitting there watching the sun go down, enjoying.
Hey, just so you don't have to switch back and forth, Sunfish said they worked for Raytheon and Beechcraft in Wichita, Kansas.
Oh, Raytheon and Beechcraft. Hey, those are two good defense contractors. They give good stuff to the military. Oh yeah. Hey, Sunfish, I worked out there for a little while with Raytheon at the campus in Tucson, just past this boneyard where they had all these Air Force planes sitting out in this big boneyard next to the highway. Yeah, it's like an attraction. People would stop and take pictures. Yeah. And I thought it was pretty cool working with those people down there. It was short-lived, but it was nice working with them. Raytheon's a really very professional organization. They're civilian people, and they make stuff that's really good for the military, Army and Navy.
And they all kept it over there at Area 51.
Yeah, I don't know about all that. Thank God I never had to work out there, man. I never had to go out there. He
pleads the fifth.
I know.
He pleads Roger that. And you're in Wichita, Kansas? Whoa.
No, they're in Texas right now, but that's where they work for him in Wichita, Kansas.
Okay. Yeah, Texas. I spent a lot of time out there because of the military. Yeah.
So they just moved parts.
Just moving parts. What did he say? You did your part though. You know what I'm saying? Every part's part of the chain link of the foreign military sales, right? And the defense industry. It's all good. So yeah, I was working out in when I first got to the Philippines with this company, and they were doing medical devices, and they wanted me to schedule and try to help them get onto the USS Mercy. And every 2 years, the Mercy comes out to Asia and does these things where they, like these kids are born with this cleft lip thing.
Yeah.
They'll do operations for free and they'll fix the kid's lip and a lot of other things. They do some really good stuff for these kids, right?
It's awesome.
So they're doing this stuff. And while I was out there, the company's stuff is already on the ship. And I would bring all of these other people on the ship. They stopped in Indonesia. They stopped in Singapore, all these stops. And I would get these military guys from those countries to get on there and look at what the U.S. has set up. And the name of the company, I'm not afraid to say, was Zoll. And they have very good medical devices, okay? Yeah. And they're from Boston. Yeah. Well, anyway, I'm out there and I'm seeing all this stuff, some stuff that I didn't know because I'm not in the Navy. And the only Navy thing that I did was the aircraft carriers that I was on were out stationed out in the Persian Gulf. I had to go from the embassy. We take these people out there to do all kinds of stuff, right? Anyway, the Navy ship that's for medical, I wasn't on. I was never visited. So it was my first time. So they gave me the tour along with the people that I was showing, right? And I learned some things. For example, they make their own blood. Can you believe that shit? They make their own blood. They make their own water. And they make their own air. I couldn't believe it. I was like crazy. So they showed us the process where they take these platelets and the red and white and all this, and they make blood, and then they get the air, and then they purify it, and they make air to where you can give it to somebody who's, who really needs it under a bad trauma situation, and also water. They could make seawater into water that's palatable from this reverse osmosis stuff, right? Yeah. Anyway, they also had the point that I wanted to make is that they also had this. Maybe 20% of their mission was if there was ever a pandemic or something really bad, like a chemical attack, we could go over there and help people and do all of this stuff, right? Yeah. So I had that in the back of my mind, when the pandemic started. And one ship went to New York and the other one went to, was it San Diego or
I think it was out in LA somewhere.
LA, right?
I think
so. And can you believe it? At the 4 months later, 6 months later, nobody went on the ship. They didn't treat anybody. So I was just wondering, what I just leave it like that.
They never made it. They never made it. They died before they couldn't get there.
I was like, what the? It's strange. They should have forced some people to get on that ship and get treated. We wasted a lot of money putting those ships there. Anyway, it was strange. I didn't like it. I was like, man, we've got this technology. I thought, it was a chance for the military to go, whoa, see,
Yeah.
But they didn't.
Well, it's just like supposedly we sent a bunch of those. Remember, they needed those breathing devices.
They're called they're called defibrillators and and aspirators.
The aspirators. They send them out to all these countries, but all these countries said, "Well, what are we going to use them for? We have nobody trained on them." It's like, it's like with the paperweight, basically,
So the defibrillator would help you, shock you, and bring you back if something happened.
But it was those ones
the ventilator, ventilating. When you're ventilating,
the ventilators.
And then you got the aspirator.
You have to know how to use them.
All that
you have
stuff
to know
out
how
of your lungs.
Yeah, you have to know how far to go down and stuff like that. Yeah. It's like you don't have enough, Yeah,
but I'll tell you something about the ventilator. When you get somebody on the ventilator and you save their life, time is ticking. You need to try to help them get off the ventilator.
Yes.
If you don't get them off the ventilator, man.
Yeah.
30 days later, or maybe 2 months later, you're just gonna call the family in, get them around the bed, and you're gonna turn the machine off, and they're gone, man. They're leaving.
It's like this is the thing. Okay.
I worked in a couple things context for you.
I worked in security, two different hospitals. Mm-hmm. Now, I don't know if you've ever been in a hospital and you're in the emergency room, and then they're going, well, they're gonna have to put you in a bed. Okay. What do they always tell you? we're waiting for a bed.
Huh?
You know, when you're.
Something from the car.
Oh, wait a second. I'll be right back. There's something wrong with the car.
Oh,
Hold on. Let me make sure it starts.
okay.
It starts, but it's like weak and no icon.
Dripping oil. That I heard. Not good. But like it's like when you've ever been in the ER and they're like, oh, we're waiting for a bed. It's not that they're waiting for a bed. They're waiting for a nurse
Mhm.
because they have beds.
It's
But they
very
don't have
rare
any.
that they don't.
Yeah, but because when I used to work there, and I would hear them say, "Oh, we're gonna move you upstairs to a bed, but we're waiting for a bed." I'm like, I that, like there's no bed available. I'm like, I walk down the hallways, I see rooms empty with beds in them, but the thing is, they have no nurse because the nurse has to take care of that bed. If they don't have a nurse that can take care of it, they're not going to send you upstairs. So you're going to stay in the ER until there's a nurse available for you. But they say, well, we're waiting for a bed. No, they're waiting for a nurse. And people think that oh, well, there's not enough beds. No, there's not enough nurses in the hospitals. That's why people died because we didn't have enough nurses. You know, too many people all at once show up. Guess what? Don't have room for you. That's why everybody was in the hallways. It's like, okay, well, let me see. We have 10 nurses. We have 30 patients that are dying all at once at the same time. Who lives?
For some
Who's
pissed at me.
Yeah. I mean, that's what happened.
And a
But
mental
people think,
hospital. Worked at a mental hospital for 2 weeks. Couldn't do any work.
yeah, you know, that's why they were sending nurses from other states to another state that wasn't getting overwhelmed, but then, you know, it still got overwhelmed. Not enough people, you know. They underestimated it.
Definitely did.
Yep. And then the thing is that still hasn't people are still getting sick. They're not as bad, but still it's putting a strain on everything. You know, that's why people can't even get regular operations. There's one of the guys I watched a video, and he said they found out that he might have kidney stones. You know, and he goes, well, I need them out, and he goes, well, you need to see a doctor first, a surgeon for it, and the earliest appointment is until September. It's like September. It's like I need them out, but there's not enough. Not there's too many people that backed everything up. All these other surgeries, they weren't doing surgeries. You know, all these other surgeries that they had to do, the regular surgeries, they all got backed up. So
I think when he comes back, I'm gonna say my goodbye, say my I'll be in the chat, but I can feel my eyes getting heavy.
you don't want to Venom or father or well, you're kind of like father like son right now, so you'll be.
Well, I'm still like I'm at the end phase of actually being sick.
You work
So
tomorrow?
yeah, I'm just great. I can't afford not to.
Yeah, I know.
I mean, that's the whole thing. Like I was talking about that with my aunt because she's like she might be a little older, but she's in the same boat. Like she retired, but she didn't fully retire because she can't afford it.
Yeah. Yeah, me too. I'm gonna retire, but not fully. I'm gonna work maybe 3 days out of the week instead of 5. You know.
Hey, it looks like we found a pretty decent person to help him alive, though.
Yeah, he's pretty good. Well, he's in the Philippines.
I was still hesitant. I was waiting to see something crazy.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, yeah. I was like, but you know what? I kind of checked out his channel, and it looked pretty good. It said U.S., but you know, Even that, he started it probably way back then.
Yeah, I put 13 hours in at work today trying to catch up hours I missed.
Oh, here he comes.
So, kind of a false alarm. Yeah.
It better be in a false alarm than, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. What it was is she started the car and it had that kind of a in between and it didn't kick on all the way. And then she started it again and it came on, but the air conditioner didn't come on. And then she stopped and told me, hey, something's wrong. So I came out there. There's nothing wrong. It was just, it is what it is. It's a car. It's not 100% efficient. Sometimes when you start it, everything's not right. So you got to take, turn it off, leave it the fuck alone, then go ahead and start it again. It's a brand new car.
Must be a Ford.
Right? It is, oh my God. Don't get me started. Don't get me started about that because I love Fords and I was a kid. I
have a Ford Mustang,
and it's a shame what happened to our. I got a story later. Anyway, it's a Mitsubishi and it's basically to me is like a John Deere lawnmower. It's a little car. The engine is actually 1.4. It's like a little car. But over here, that's a. What you say?
Like I was telling Moon Dice, I had a long day. I'm going to be in the chat. I'm going to hop off so I don't fall asleep on the live or something.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I just got home from work a little bit ago. And
yeah, he just got off work.
Well,
today's my day off and tomorrow. So, well, today is tomorrow.
I will be in the chat listening.
Well,
it was nice meeting you. I'm going to follow your channel.
It was a blessing meeting you, Eric. We got to chit chat some more about Navy and relatives and stuff like that.
Definitely will sometime. And thank you for your service.
Bravo Zulu.
Moon, you have a good night too, sir.
All right, man. Thanks, Eric.
Yep, I'll talk to you all later.
So Moon, I had to tell you something that's very, very interesting. Hold on.
Mm-hmm.
Got this car here, right? Got this car here from Mitsubishi car. I guess this is Japanese Mitsubishi. Anyway, this car was very, very inexpensive. It was like they were giving it away, right?
Yeah.
So I went and got one of these little cars that everybody's got around here. Philippines has little small cars. Everything's small, right? So I bought this little small car, and I haven't had any really issues with it. And it was very, very cheap. Now, what I don't understand is how can a car cost $7,000, and then the same car in the United States, in California, is $12,000? How the hell? And if that's base. Now, if you get some fog lights and all this other stuff and all this crap, you can spend $14,000, $15,000 for this little car.
Yeah.
And what we talked about it one day. Is it the tax? The shipping is the big thing, right? But it's the shipping and the tax, title and license because it's.
Well, see, the thing is, everything is marked up over in the U.S. What the car is worth from because there was a guy that I knew that he worked at a dealership.
Mm-hmm.
He wanted to give his dad a birthday present, and he worked at a Chevy dealer. Mm-hmm. So he was going to get him an S10 back when they first came out, the little S10 pickups.
Yeah, I remember
that. So he goes, oh, you know what? I'm going to pay cash for it. Okay, those brand new out the regular people, you're looking about maybe 25,000. The S10s.
Mm-hmm.
If he wanted to pay cash for it, he could pay like 10,000 for it. Because and they're still making money off of it.
They're still making money.
You know, so that's why, you know, it's like right now over here in the U.S. there's no cars in the dealerships because there's no chips. So any new car takes about 6 months to get a new car right now. So you go into a Ford dealership, Toyota, whatever, no matter what it is, you go in and they don't have any cars. They have used cars. I got a 2017 Toyota Corolla. They keep sending me letters saying that they want my car because we want your car back. You know, we'll give you a good deal for it. We'll give you money for it because they don't have anything to sell right now. I go, hey, where's all the new cars? I ask them. We have 10 in the back, but they're already sold. So basically, you have to pay in advance for it and wait for it, or buy or
Really?
get whatever they have in the lot.
Is this
I
because
went
of the what is this for? Is it because of the chips pandemic? What is
the
it?
chips, yes, the chips. Well, you remember we were taxing China because
Oh,
remember
yeah.
they had the president. He said, "Yo, I'm gonna get my money back. We're gonna tax China." Well, yeah, you're gonna tax China, but where do all your chips come from? Where do all your iPhones come from? Where all your electronics come
Yeah.
from China.
Yeah. But you
So
know
I
what
mean,
though? China's making the phones and all this, right?
yeah,
But the chip is coming from Taiwan.
yeah. But
Yeah,
then
ain't that something? Ain't that
yeah.
something?
But you know, even all these
All
foreign countries, but
connected. It's all
it's all
connected.
connected. I mean, that's the thing. People don't understand. Nothing is made in the U.S. no more.
Yeah.
It's like we're, you know, and then we wonder why we look at with the masks. We couldn't have masks because they weren't made in the U.S.
Yeah. Yeah.
Everywhere else they are, but
And
not here.
you know more than most people because of the PPP at the hospital, right?
Yeah. I mean, people think, oh, no. Well, you know what? Yeah, we're gonna tax them, yeah, but guess what? They're gonna pay, we're gonna end up paying for it. Why? Because then they're gonna tax us when they sell it to us. From somewhere else. Anything coming from anywhere else, you're gonna get taxed. That's why everything's so expensive now.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
you know,
People don't realize that, but yeah, everything
no, but
is.
I mean, like, well, they're gonna pay. No, we're gonna pay. We're the ones that's gonna end up paying.
Yeah.
They're gonna get their money.
But you know what, though, Moon? I wonder. I don't know why we gave up all the manufacturing stuff. Why did we? What?
Because
Okay,
it's
for example,
cheaper. Labor is cheaper in other countries. I mean, look at where
the
you live.
late, the late.
Everything's in
Yeah.
pesos. I
Yeah.
mean, how many
Yeah.
how many pesos
Right now,
in $1 over there?
it's 56 right now. 56 and a half to one
Yeah,
dollar. So I'm
yeah.
living. Yeah.
I
Life is
mean,
good.
if you're getting paid American dollars, you're rich over there.
Exactly.
You know, I
In a
mean,
way.
I live close to Mexico. In Mexico, it's like about. I mean, it's not the same thing. They have pesos also, but it's not as bad as the Philippines.
Mm.
I think it's like 20, maybe 20. I don't know. I haven't been there in a
Oh,
while,
okay. Okay.
but
But a lot of people do go down there to vacation to the
yeah.
southern part of Mexico. They go to
But then everything is
Puerto
expensive.
Vallarta and all sorts of stuff.
Yeah, I mean, but it's everything's expensive. That's the thing, And then you
Acapulco.
go down to those resorts and they're charging you dollars. They don't even tell you in pesos. They
What?
tell you, yeah, they tell you by the dollar. It's like they don't even want pesos. I remember back in the 70s, my dad when we used to travel and we used to go to Mexico,
Hmm?
and then the guy goes, "Oh, it's this much." Well, how much is it in pesos? And the guy told him, and then my dad hands him a bunch of pesos, and he's all, "No, I want dollars." No, well, hey, it's your money, but no,
Yeah.
they want dollars because it's worth
USD.
more. It's
Yes.
going to be worth more
They
because
do the same thing over
pesos.
here in Asia. Not
Yeah.
in the Philippines, but Vietnam, Cambodia, um,
So did you learn how to talk
Malaysia.
Tagalog now?
Just enough to get by directions, food, money, stuff like that. And I got her with me. She can speak. But check this
Yeah.
out. In Indonesia and in Cambodia, you can buy something and they'll tell you what the USD price is, and it's always $1 too loud, $1 too loud. Everything's
Yeah,
$1 too loud. And then they give you change in their money.
Yeah.
Then you go to another place and you go, hey, well, how much is that? Well, you start messing with the Indonesian, the rupee, or the Cambodian money. Whoa. We don't take that. We only take USD. I was like, dude, this is your country. You don't take this money? No, sir. We don't take that. We must.
They take it. They just don't want to.
They don't. How could you have a country and you don't want your own money?
Because
the USD.
Because it's not worth any. It's
That's
devalued.
crazy.
It's devalued. Yes.
That's crazy, man. So yeah, man. Over here in the Philippines, it's predicted to rise more. I don't know what's going on with their economy. They got a brand new president. Everything seems to be going okay.
Well,
but the
because
USD keeps going up.
It's just like in Mexico. The presidents steal the money and nothing gets done. Yes. Yeah. I mean, their governments are corrupt. That's,
what a shame.
But it's the same everywhere. The U.S. is the same. It's just that they do it legally.
Below the radar.
Yes.
Below the radar. You know what makes you want to go be a congressman? Just do one little term, so you can get the health care and get the thing. You can find out from your contacts what's going on. Put your stock money in any stock you want. That's going to be growing.
Yeah. I mean, look. They all got rich off of this, because because they're like, oh well, the mask, hey, let's invest in masks and hand sanitizing and all.
Recently was the chips. It's always anything that they know about.
Of course,
it's legal for them to do it. It's legal because they're working.
Not really. They're not supposed to profit from it, but
your relative. You can have relatives. You can have a husband or a son or a wife. You can have.
Yeah,
it's legal.
I mean, look at what happened. In the Iraq War. Get all their buddies to get all the contracts over there.
Cheney made out like a rat. Man.
And then he accidentally shot the guy next to him. Remember
this guy?
Accident?
The hunting guy? Could you imagine being that close and being shot with birdshot? Birdshot is like lots of little man. That's a lot of pellets.
But it was an accident. I didn't mean to hit him because he was talking about me.
He was an older gentleman too. These are not young guys.
Oh yeah. But
these are older guys that got shot, and he died later of a heart attack.
Friendly fire. Because of complications from that bird shot. He got shot, man. But Cheney's company was called Halliburton. Yeah. Halliburton made a lot of money off that Iraq war, the first one, right? A lot of money. And then after that, they switched right back over to Texas and doing oil out the ground and stuff. Yeah. Yeah. Halliburton. And then the thing is, we don't have, they're like, oh, the gas, because we don't have oil. We have all kinds of oil. We have so much reserve, but we don't want to use it. I mean, what happened to our oil prices? They went down to minus 50 something a barrel. Why? Yeah. Because they didn't have anywhere to put it. Because guess what? Nobody was using any oil. Yeah. So barrels of oil used to be really. It was getting down to it was way below 50. It was getting it was 40. It was a minus 50. What is it now? Probably $110 a barrel. It went back up. I mean that's why the gas prices are. Well, the gas prices are over here. Yeah, really. I heard about it. Hey, you know what the gas price is here? For a gallon of gas over here, it's it was almost 70 pesos, like 68 pesos. So that's like $1 or something. Like anyway, $1. Yeah. But now because the prices went up, and I feel sorry for the people, okay? I feel sorry for them. Yeah. It went up to 83 pesos, and people are like shocked. And I'm like, yeah. Okay. 83 pesos is not a big deal for me. In California, it was over $6, Wow, $6. I mean, it went up where I live. It went up to almost $6. It was at $5.99, but then it went. Then now it's back down to $4.69. But it's gonna be going up and down. If they want to, they can lower it, but they just don't want to.
Until this all ends and you kind of get to this new normal and everything slows down. Because right now it's very volatile. Very volatile.
Yeah.
Then inflation on top of the high gas price is making the gas even higher when you think of it. So, wow, you got to be safe. Take like me over here. Although life is good over here, right? I'm still frugal.
Oh yeah.
Take it easy.
Yeah.
I go to the market when I buy food. They got these big things like Walmart and Costco here called S&R.
Yeah.
It's an Australian firm that set up a Costco. They call it S&R. And big box store. You can buy all this stuff. It's just like being in there, memberships and all that stuff. Yeah. So I go in there sometimes and I buy what I really need and that I know I can't get anywhere else. But if I want fish, chicken, pork, this and that, I go to the Filipino market where they shop. And It's not exactly USDA. This guy's chopping something and there's flies flying around him. You just got to get it. I'll take the big slab of pork belly the way it is, or, the big ham.
Just got to cook it. Just got to cook it well.
I take it home and I do my own little butchering to make, individual slices with her. We'll put these in plastic. And then you go ahead and, you take the bone that's left and then have a bone soup one weekend or whatever, and you're saving so much money to buy that pork belly or that pork shoulder or that pork leg.
Yeah.
And the guy tells you how much the cost is. He goes, sir, that'll be 1,200 pesos. 1,000 pesos is basically $19. So we're talking like $21. You're going to give me a big ham leg for $21, and all I gotta do is take it home and do my thing, or a pork belly for $20 for 900 pesos, which is about $18, and then the other parts, the shank and all that. So it's not like you go to the store and everybody's done everything for you in the United States. You got to get it the way it is.
There's still some markets like that here.
Really, in California, you got markets like that.
Yeah, like butcher markets, where you can get a whole leg, and you can take it home and you can butcher it yourself,
Butcher it yourself. That's the way. But you know what though? I mean,
and you pay like 69. I've gotten it like for 69 cents a pound.
See that, but I'm saying though, not everybody's gonna do that. Everybody's gonna go to the store, walk down the thing. They take the thing that's in the packaging. This is the way it is. They could have saved themselves half the money by going to a market.
You know what carnitas are? The pork.
No.
When you deep fry pork.
Chunks.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, you go to the store; they're already cooked for you. You pay about $7 to $8 a pound already cooked.
I bet. Wow.
I can buy a 10-pound pork leg. 69 cents a pound or something, or 99 cents a pound.
Yeah.
And I got 10 pounds of meat for about $10.
Yep.
Where I would only get 1 pound for about the same cook.
$7 and $8 with taxes and all this other crap. Yeah. And what's so great about it is that, isn't it awesome to go to the kitchen and do your own thing, take out mom and grandma's recipes, do your own thing and cook it slowly.
But you know what? People, nowadays, everybody fast food. Nobody has time for anything. It's like, I'm like, nobody has time for their kids. Nobody has time to cook no more. Nobody sits down and eats at the table. Why? Because everybody's like this.
The drive-through.
And they're with their phones talking. They don't even communicate no more. There's no
go
more
through Starbucks, get a latte. From the latte, go to McDonald's, get some food, go home. Oh my God.
Go pay for a $20 cup of coffee, where you could have bought the whole container full and made your own. But
I'm just saying
hello, Indy.
Say hello to Hot Facts. Hello, brother.
Yeah.
So yeah, I have learned so much about culture here. Oh, by the way, that stuff that you're talking about is called they call it lechon here, where they take that pork, they fry that thing, and
lechon. Yeah.
So this way the meat is nice and cooked good inside, and outside you got the crackling.
Yeah, they make them in
skin.
like these pots, the copper pots.
Copper pots,
with all the fat and everything, and cook it in its own juice and everything.
Yeah, and then you add some beans and rice, and oh man.
Oh yeah, Filipinos are basically Mexican.
They are the Asian Mexicans, brother. Yes. You know why? Because the Spanish were here for 300 years. 300
That's why
years.
everybody has Spanish names there.
Yeah, and that's why the ladies are beautiful.
And you know that if you speak Spanish, you can know some words in Tagalog.
Yeah.
Like the
they
days
they
of the
still
week.
say uno, dos, tres. They still say
yes, and then they say lunes, martes, miércoles, jueves, viernes, sábado, domingo.
Sábado, domingo. Yes, they still say it.
Yes, that's in Tagalog and in Spanish.
Yeah, that's a big deal over here. Everybody's looking for sábado. They're trying to work until sábado. Then they come to my pub and drink and listen to live bands and enjoy sábado. In my place.
I used to work for the post office too. And when I used to work for the post office in San Diego, there was a lot of Filipinos there. So there's over in where I used to work. I used to work at the big depot where all the mail goes, and then it gets spread out through all, goes up north, everywhere else. So there used to be about 500 employees there, in that warehouse. And about 80% of them were Filipinos.
So, they are the workforce of the world. In fact,
yes,
the new president just took over, and one of his, he said his speech. Every president says their speech, right?
Yeah.
I listened to his speech. The guy spoke in English 80% of the time, and what he was talking about, one of his big thing was, I want to take our Filipino capital, which is all of our OFW, overseas foreign workers, and I want to give them an incentive while they're overseas working and sending that money back for their families. That I want to give them a thing where we're going to give them a low percentage, 1% thing on if they want to build a house. And their children who are going to school here, I want to try and give them a chance to put those kids into university. I was like, wow, that's pretty cool. Because when I was in the Army, everywhere I went was Filipino. I hope so.
Yeah, that's the thing. They all, especially if they got elected barely or they want to get elected, I can do this.
You're right. Proof is in the pudding.
The thing is, I don't know how it works there. Who's underneath him? Is he the only one that's going to decide all this?
Yeah. There's they have a Congress. So who knows if you can be the president, you can't get it through if
it's like and then you've seen. I don't know if you ever seen those the videos of them fighting. They start taking their shoes off and beating each other.
In Asia, they will fight for they're more, believe it or not, more aggressive than what we are doing in our United States, right?
No, in our government, they're like little kids, you didn't let me pass this, it's like
he said don't work that together. She said that they said that somebody might have
don't
said.
You remember what you did last year?
Vote or whatever, but meanwhile, people are hurting.
Yeah,
people need stuff now,
and then they forget that we're the ones that elected them, and we're the ones that can unelect them,
And inflation, as you can remember more than I do a little bit because I'm a little bit younger than you, but you remember in 1970s when we had the even and odd days for gas, and the inflation was so bad, man. In the military, I wasn't in the military at the time, but I was getting ready to go in.
Yeah, and then they had those long lines. I mean, I was a teenager, but I remember that everybody was like, "Oh man, I was in line for hours, and then they ran out of gas by the time I got there." Yeah. People were in, and then today's not your day.
Today's not your day. And in the military, I wasn't in the military, but I had a cousin who was older than me, and he was like, "Well, certain days we don't start our vehicles," and I was like, "The military, you guys do that also? I thought you had the big budget." He was like, "No, certain days,
Yeah.
odd and even, we don't start our vehicles and do maintenance on it. I was like, wow. I was a
Yeah.
kid pushing carts at a supermarket, but I was feeling it already. I was like, I can't stay here and be a regular. I'd be dead in New York as a kid growing up.
Yeah.
You know, I'd have been
And,
gone.
and
And then,
worse now. Everything's
well,
so
luckily I
expensive.
joined. Luckily I joined the military because I, come back. In the military, you always come home to visit and be on leave. And the crack started and everything, and I was like, wow, I'm so glad I'm not here.
Anybody that goes into the military, I always tell people, well, if you're going to go into the military, you better make it a career because, retirement is great, but, you got to make it a career because if you're just going to go in there for a couple of years and get out,
You come out.
it's not worth it,
Moon, I tried like 4 or 5 times. I was like, okay, I'm gonna go home, see what's going on, maybe I'll get out. And then I was like, oh my God, can't wait to get back to the base and go back to the military and do. It's crazy.
Yeah. It's it's people.
And I saw the prices of food. I went to the store and and you go back to the military base and they got the military commissary, or they feed you for free every day when you go to work. But I'm saying when you go home, the military has that commissary thing. And you go into the commissary and you look at the prices and you're like, wow, I'm so glad I'm not in New York. And, I'm going to stay here at the military base and buy my cheap food here and raise these kids and everything. And, it was crazy, man. It was crazy.
I mean, kids nowadays, it's so, everything's so simple. It's like you don't know. You know what? Kids nowadays, if the power went out and no electronics, oh my God, I don't know what people are gonna do. People are gonna. I mean, they're like, oh my God, YouTube's not working today. I don't know my IG's not working today. What's going on?
I was here and something happened last year where Facebook had an outage or something, or somebody had an outage. People went crazy.
Facebook had an outage.
But it wasn't a long time. It was a couple of hours. Everybody was like, ah.
Oh my God. Everybody was like, oh my God, I can't check social media. It's like, Jesus Christ, get off of it. Take a break.
Take a break. We should have that. Everybody should, internally to every family, not the national, just every family should, hey, let's take a week off, come home, let's have dinner, let's relax, and let's talk.
They don't. Yeah. They don't even know what their kids are doing in school because you know what? They either have a babysitter or the maid is taking care of them. They don't take it. What happened? Now the kids had to stay home because they couldn't go to school. Oh, they need to go back to school because I'm driving crazy. They're driving me crazy at home. They don't even know how to be parents.
What a shame.
I mean, it's a shame. And then they wonder why what's going on everywhere. Kids shooting. All these shootings.
Well, you got to know what.
You have to talk to
how are you doing today? What's going on at school? Who's that new friend? You got to know what's going on.
Yeah. I mean, but they don't. It's like that's it. Yeah. Good morning or whatever, or not even good morning. They're over there texting, "Hi." It's like they're in the same room and they're not even talking.
Hey, Andy. Hey, let me tell you something, bro. Good and bad, okay? Good and bad. I'm gonna tell you the good part first. My kids grew up in the military base. Yeah. And let me tell you something about the military bases. It is one of the safest places to grow up. To grow up. Because you're in a military base. MPs, the whole 9 yards, you're being safe. Every person there is somebody in the military. So,
as long as one of them doesn't, as they say, go postal.
Yeah. And we only had that one, and he was a Middle East guy in Texas. He went, he was on. But usually we don't have guys that go postal, right? So my kids grew up on a military base, and it was like they grew up in like Mayberry, right? Everything was really great, Even some colonels would come over, hey, your kids, hey, how you doing, kids? It was just a nice environment. That's America to me. It was like America 30, 40 years ago. Be growing up on a military base. Now, here's the bad thing. My son,
they got to go into the real world.
Well, yes, that's one of them. But when they were little, my son was. My wife was trying to comply with the military base's standards. And he's trying to learn how to ride a bike. So this kid has a helmet on. He has elbow pads, and he has knee pads. And I was like, he looks like Forrest Gump. No, hell no. Take that stuff off. I'll run with him, and he'll learn. And, you know, he might fall if I let him go too much, but he's not going to be doing it. I had to do that on a vacant road in the middle of somewhere, but you couldn't do it near the housing area because the MPs would be like,
if
hey,
he gets
sir.
injured, you can sue.
Oh, my God. So that's where we are in the world. You know, I've grown up through New York, lead paint and asbestos, and I've made everything. We made it through all of this stuff. And
the toys that we had back then is
my gosh, could have crushed my fingers.
I remember the Erecta sets made out of metal, sharp edges. You know, it's like
the liability, man. There was no
such thing as, oh, you can't have this. You can swallow it and choke.
The liability today.
You might stick it up your nose.
Yeah. The liability. You cannot do what you used to do with the liability today. I mean,
yes.
Even kids, like when I was a kid, the teacher would take us on these trips and stuff. You can't take kids like that, huh? Can you? You got to do permission slips and all that stuff.
Yeah, you can, but you got to sign a big paper saying if he dies, we're not responsible.
Mm-hmm. And the school has to have serious insurance also.
Yeah.
Did they pay some insurance?
Oh, no. Now, even sports, like say if you want your kids in sports, you have to have good medical insurance or else they can't play.
Your own medical. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
I can't imagine the stuff I used to do when I was a kid, man, playing football, wrestling, all of this stuff for high school. And then that was structured, organized, right, with the high school and junior high school. But when I wasn't in school, just playing basketball at the courts, when a kid was like dangerous, man. So,
I mean, we used to have our own games back then. You know, there was a game that called it Shanghai. Basically, it's two sticks. You know, you get a broom stick, you cut it, you cut one that small, and then you cut it one that big, and basically you would hit it, and the other people out there had to catch it. You know, and if they caught it, then you were out. It was their turn to do the same thing, switch. Now, if they dropped it, you would count off how many paces over there, and you know, when you certain number, you'd win. Now, I remember playing this, and you know, they're hitting a stick with another stick, and it goes flying. I got hit in the head, bleeding. It's like, oh man, you know, it's like, you don't need
it's okay.
anything.
I'm still gonna play Shungao. I'm still gonna play Shungao no matter what.
Yeah. It's like, come on, you know, we used to, you know, like torture each other. Like, okay, get up against the wall, and we're gonna throw a ball at you.
Yeah, you know? I remember that.
You know, it's like,
I remember that. Mm-hmm.
You know, things
we
like
played this game called with the basketball called Horse or whatever.
Yeah, Horse
with the letters. The person
and then dodgeball.
Lost the first one had to get on the pole under the basketball. We got from the foul line. And boom, we all hit him. Then he sat down. Then we played the next. And the
dodgeball. You can't play dodgeball no more. You know.
Oh my gosh, dodgeball.
You know, and then now
dangerous.
you know, there's no winners or losers. They're all participated. You know, you get all a trophy. It's like we don't want to hurt their feelings.
No, nobody's offended.
I mean, like, remember they said no child left behind. You know, everybody has an education, but they didn't tell you. They didn't explain it to you. It wasn't that no child left behind. It's that they wouldn't fail you. But then once you get to high school, if you can't pass, you're stuck.
Yeah.
So
in college, they're definitely not. You got to pass everything in college. They're not going to give you a free ride.
My sister-in-law, her daughter, got straight Fs, and she still passed. And I'm like, wait a minute.
When did she hit the ceiling though?
When you get to 12th, when you get to 12th grade, and then you're stuck. Because if you don't have the grades, you're not going to graduate.
You're not going to graduate.
It's like, and then if you get a certain age, guess what? You're too old. You're gonna have to go to a
night school,
like a night school or a continuation.
What do they call that? You get your GED or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah. It's like, you know, but that's the way it is now. It's, and then now they have the new math. It's like the new math.
Wow.
I mean, the only math I know is plus, minus, times, division.
Yeah. You had to get with it.
No, X equals Y. Why I don't know, but
yeah, it's all crazy now.
Yeah,
you really had to try to keep up and be with society when I was when our our age group right there. But now I believe the kids are slipping by, like you said, and they got this thing where I kind of feel sorry for them in a way. I envied them at first. They were born in cell phones and computers and stuff.
Yes.
Right? So they don't, I mean, spell check does everything for them. They're texting and tweeting and everything. I had to sit in the class and this teacher was yelling at me, man. You had to learn.
You had to learn your timetables.
Timetables, the punctuation, how to write, the whole 9 thing. I was like, holy smoke. And then typing when I was in high school. I was like, oh my God. And it was a real typewriter, like tech.
They still have that. They still have that because
they make them type.
Yeah, they still.
I thought everybody just does this now,
Well, I mean, they still have classes that you could take. You don't really have to. That's the thing.
You don't even have to. You had to when I was a kid.
Yeah,
you could not go further.
Like,
you had to.
It's like swimming. Like swimming in some schools when they have a swimming pool, you have to learn how to swim. Other ones, you don't. I mean, I never learned how to swim.
Whoa.
Well,
so the army fucking hooked me up, man.
They'll just put in the water, start paddling.
They started out with this thing called rock school, and they put all the guys who were from the city, from the rock, the city dwellers, right? Put you in the rock school, and then from rock school they advance you into where you, and before I could swim. I can swim now. The whole 9 yards, swim backwards and everything.
Yeah.
I could float and everything. When I was a kid, man, I deserved to be put in rock school, believe me. I was a rock. It was crazy. The military, they make you do everything. Okay, they listen to what you're saying at first.
Even look at what they call it. Rock school.
Rock school, yeah.
I mean, come on.
Yeah. and they were gentle. They weren't, they yell at you and stuff like that. But once you get in the water, they weren't yelling at you. They really wanted you to try to help you. So I thank them for that, trying to help us and everything. But now.
But because they wanted you to make it so that way you can have another body to kill somebody.
Yeah. Or to just run that away, they need you. But now if something happened, like when I was on a ferry, because I saw a really bad thing happen on a ferry here in the Philippines 3 weeks ago. If at least I could save my life, and get away from the ship, let the ship go down, get on a raft, whatever, and be okay. But when I was a kid, I'm telling you, if somebody had thrown me in the water, it would have been like throwing a cat in the water. I would have just been flailing around and would not have known.
Hey, my uncles, that's the way they taught their kids. They just threw them in the canal.
Oh my gosh.
It's like sink or swim. But they learn how to swim. My first grandkid, he's 2.5 years old. They're teaching him how to swim right now. He's in a class. I've been seeing videos of him. They're an instructor throws him in the water, and then he then comes up and he's learning. So
did they start him out with the little?
Well, no. I think they might have, but I mean, they're just sticking their head underwater and then learning. Because remember, when you're small, you don't have the fear of drowning.
Yeah.
Now it's like, hey, you try to teach me. I ain't stupid. I'm gonna die if I don't.
Water.
Water. So it's. I mean, I don't know if you've seen. There was a video they showed somewhere. This guy, he has his kid, and he's a baby, and he goes like that. He just throws him in the pool, tosses him in the pool.
I seen that.
You see, and people saying. It was on Instagram.
He threw him in there.
And they're like, people going, "Oh my God, that's so terrible!" But the kid, the kid
flipped right over. He flipped right over. I was like, "Whoa!"
Because see, that's
he proved his point. It was a great. Cause I saw that video.
Kids are.
Whoa.
That's the way they are. You know, they can swim. They were born in water. You know.
Yeah.
Basically, you know,
water solution. Yeah, that's right.
I mean,
and if you keep
know,
them and you show them right away.
See, the thing is, kids aren't afraid of anything. You know, we are the ones that put the fear in them. It's like, oh, don't go in that room. It's dark. The boogeyman's gonna get you. Yeah. It's like before they weren't afraid. They'd go in. They don't care. But then once you stick the fear in them, just like everything, you know, you do have to teach them, you know, the fear of strangers, of course.
Strangers, fire, stuff like that.
Yeah. You know, and then people, oh, well, they're too young. No. If they're old enough to understand, they're old enough to learn. Don't touch stuff on the ground. Don't pick up any needles. You don't know where they've been. You don't poke yourself. No. You know, it's like you have to teach your kids, because then when something happens, you know, same thing with weapons, guns. You teach them safety. They're not gonna think it's a toy and end up killing somebody by accident or themselves. I mean, how many times, you know, you see another brother kill his other brother because they're playing with a gun that they found, you know, a lot of times.
Yeah.
You know,
another thing I saw recently, there's a YouTube person on YouTube. He's a real Southern Texas guy.
Yeah.
And there are two brothers, and they build houses. They have something to do with building houses. And one of the brothers doesn't have a leg. And he's like, I had an accident when I was a child, and the other brother was playing around with it, and they ran the guy's leg over.
Yeah.
So when they're kids, you gotta watch your kids and talk to them. And I guess
when our kids, we used to drive them to school and pick them up at school. They didn't go with anybody else. It was like, oh man, you're overprotective. Really? The world is not safe out there. It's like all of a sudden, you know, and then they're like, well, you know, it was never back in the 60s. It was never this bad. I go, it's always been bad. You just didn't know it because there wasn't technology telling you Amber Alert, or all these other things. You know, it took a long time to find out, but there was always somebody in the neighborhood stealing kids. I mean, I don't know if you remember the milk cartons with little kids on there.
Oh yeah, I remember that. Yeah, I remember that.
I mean, come on.
Saturday morning, eat some cornflakes, and you look.
It's always been the same way, you know. It's and then you go, oh well, my kids can't go out today because there's supposedly a pedophile out there. Yeah, there's always been one out there. What's the difference? You've been letting them out by themselves all this time.
Before,
and all of a sudden, today is the day you're going to keep them in. It's like, then once, it's over, he's not around anymore. Yeah, right. It's like one time my son, he was in, I think it was in like first grade or kindergarten. And he tells me, he goes, oh, you know that the janitor's been talking to him in the bathroom. And I'm like, what? He shouldn't be in there. Yeah, he says that he knows you, and he says that he knows my grandma and all this. I'm like, no. Red flags. I said, no. I go, you know what? No. So I went and talked to the principal. And I told him, I go, you know that the janitor's been talking to my son, and he's in the bathroom with the kids. And he goes, well, I don't see a problem with it. I'm like, you don't see a problem with it? Why? Oh, because he's a man and he's a boy. I'm like, oh, so if he's in the girls' restroom, there's a problem. So in other words, guys don't molest little boys. It's like, and so I'm like, I told him, you know what? And then he go, oh, and then also all of our employees are background checked. Oh, really? Oh, darn. So that means he hasn't been caught yet. I said, oh my God. You know what? I said, so then in other words, you don't think there's a problem? I said, okay, all right. I went and talked to the superintendent. I said, you know what? Your principal thinks there's no problem. What? He's doing? Oh, no. They're not supposed to be in there when they're either cleaning. If some kid comes in, they're supposed to step out and stay out. It's like,
it's a risk assessment. It's just strange.
Yeah.
If anything's strange, just
you know,
don't do it.
He's like, oh, there's no problem. I'm like,
Yeah.
oh, okay. Yeah, priests don't molest kids either.
Well, here in the Philippines, it's like in the Philippines there's this the I don't know what the word for it. There's people are scared from the old days of the 60s and 70s that all the priests from the West were over here molesting all of these boys.
Yeah.
So they're like, they always talk about that's like a joke, and that's like a Philippines under the radar joke. Well,
Yeah. We don't want to talk about that uncle that molested all the kids.
I'm talking about this damn father, this and that. I'm like, what? Really?
Yeah.
They said no, it was a big deal. And the
I
president.
mean, and then how did the church fix the problem? They just moved them. Oh, you know what? He's not here no more. He's in another parish. I wonder why. They move them around.
It happens
instead
all
of
the time.
fixing the problem.
Yeah, get him kicked out of the diocese and let him go do something else. Be a carpenter or woodworker or something. You don't need to be around kids. And no, they just we'll move him even to countries. We'll move him to another country.
Yeah.
He goes to Vietnam and move the Vietnam guy over here to Philippines.
There's no kids over there.
Yeah, come on, man.
I know.
We saw it in the United States, and we saw it, and it was all over the world. And they just recently straightened this out. Maybe like 20 years ago, they just started.
Well, look at the Boy Scouts. They found out they had a problem there. That was happening too.
Moon, I didn't know that.
Oh yeah. They're and not only there, baseball. I mean, look at that doctor that was molesting all those Olympic players, the gymnast girls.
I was shocked because it's the Olympics. I was like, huh? Nobody said anything.
But the worst thing is, did you see? He was doing it in front of the parents. The parents were in the same room, and they're not paying attention, and then they're not even asking questions. Hey, if the doctor's touching hey, what are you doing there? Why?
Maybe they were just over what do they call it? The starstruck with. This is the Olympics. Maybe
yeah. Oh well, if not, she's not going to be able to be. Oh well, whatever. Yeah. And you ruin your kids. Now look at them. They're traumatized.
Did you see the trial? Most of those girls were whacking. They was to this day. They screwed them up.
Yes.
To this day. What a shame.
But it's in every sport. In every, you can't trust your, you leave your kids to the baseball coach, the football coach.
Yeah, you are. I mean, I was very lucky. None of our coaches messed with us. Even wrestling, where you're butt naked. You got 30 guys lining up, 15 on each side to get on these scales.
What happened in college? The Sandusky.
Oh my goodness, football. Yeah.
Yeah, football, college football.
He was a strange kid.
I mean, and then he was working for a charity that would, take care of the kids and this, and he was, it's like,
yeah.
I mean, why? Because the kids, they're poor, and he's trying, buys them stuff and, takes advantage. I mean, come on.
But go back to the college level, though. On his private thing, he was doing that. But in the college level,
yeah. But even in the college level,
they wanted Penn State to win so bad, they swept everything under the rug. Oh, coach touches people. Sometimes it's okay.
Yeah,
we're winning.
Yes, that's all that counts. I didn't see nothing. I know nothing. I see nothing.
As long as the money's flowing,
yes,
the advertisement money's coming. We're winning the games.
I mean, look at there's a lot of colleges where the college kids are raped, but then the school hides it. Yeah. I mean, it's still going on, especially if it's the guy's an athlete. He's one of our stars. He's a star. star quarterback or running back or
And it's not just one or two universities. Everybody's guilty of it.
It isn't. Yeah.
And it's usually, honestly, it's a dilemma for them.
Yeah.
They get screwed. They're like, oh, look at Johnny Manziel, okay? Johnny Manziel is playing for Texas A&M. They know he's partying and doing drugs and smoking and drinking.
Yes.
But they're like stuck. They're like, damn, this guy is winning. What are we gonna do?
Yeah.
And they just let it go, man.
It's like, we don't see it.
I think they gave him a punishment sometime. He had to stay on the campus in his room for a little while or something. Something stupid.
Oh yeah. I mean,
And they said,
don't
we
do
did
it
something.
again. Don't
we
do
did
it
something.
again.
He was reprimanded. Right. And then there's Saturday. Come on, Johnny, let's throw that football.
Yeah. I mean, look at it. Even in the NFL, all the players are getting in trouble. Why? Because they forget that they're even if they didn't do it, they're gonna get blamed or they're gonna get accused.
Yeah.
Why? Because they have money. Hey, somebody's gonna try to get money out of them. They don't see it.
The Dallas back in the Irving days, the Dallas offense, those guys got together and bought a house so they could all go to that house and party in Dallas. Yep. They bought a house in the suburbs so they could all go and party. The police officers knew when the cars were coming in and out. The police officers knew.
Yeah,
everybody knew and left those guys alone.
I mean, come on, look at what happened. What's the guy that just had that island where all the rich people would go, and now no, he accidentally committed suicide in the cell, and the camera didn't work.
Cut off.
And yeah.
The guard was sleeping.
The guard was on his break, and I don't know what happened.
Camera was off.
Yeah. It's like he was in the a locked cell. Nobody can get to him.
Yeah.
And and they knew he was on suicide watch, but yeah, he'll be okay.
Yeah. And I'd like to have seen his dead body because I think he's off somewhere in the island somewhere. He's he's in Antarctica or whatever. He's living out his days. But it's just no way. In New York, in Brooklyn, in a high facility, come on. Come on. Moon, me and you would have gone to trial and we would have been we would have went to the whole 9 yards, man. Well, unless me and you actually had those contacts of all these rich and famous people.
That's why they had to do away with him, because he had too much evidence on everybody.
Clinton,
and now the other lady, now she's, I don't know.
Ghislaine, I don't know what she knew.
Yeah, well, I mean, she was there.
Yeah, she made it to trial though. She made it to the trial. She got sentenced. Now let's see what happens. I don't know. Maybe, I don't know. Is she going to really be in a jumpsuit in there for all those years? 25 years?
Hey, free money. I mean, free food, free dental, free medical.
But Moon, the parents should not have let those kids be with those people.
Yeah, but I mean, even how like all these pageants, how they have the kids pageants. Look at that little girl, that one that nobody found out who killed her. I think it was still the parents.
Jen Marie Bose or whatever.
Yeah. I mean, the note, the way it was written, and the amount, who, it wasn't $1 million or $100,000. It even had change. Like, I want $233.20. Come on, who writes? Who writes that kind of?
Oh my God! That's some change.
I mean, and then like I used to watch some of those shows, where they have the kids and like, oh, look at, she's so cute. She's 7 years old
with makeup
on. She got
on.
all this money, but she doesn't know how to count. she can't even count money. It's like she don't even know how to count, and she's in 7th. She's already 7. It's like, but she's doing pageants. It's like, you know, I don't know. Sometimes, you know, you wonder that their kids. I mean, my cousin. I remember my cousin. They were into swimming, and they were forcing him. In fact, I think one time he kind of like ran away from home because he didn't want to swim no more. His parents, my cousin. Well, my cousin was his dad, and he you know, they were like, oh, you gotta you know put him in swimming and all this, and they you know, sometimes the kids don't want to do sports, sometimes they don't want to do it, but then they force them, and you know, they don't know how they're affecting them, but you know, sometimes it's bad. You know, it's like, why force the kid if, you know, you got to ask him, do you want to do sports? You know, and you know what happens? Oh, I want to do band. You know, they want an instrument. You get them in the instrument, they get tired of it after a couple of weeks, and that's it. You know, it happens. But you know, they were like pushing and pushing and pushing him. I remember I used to see him, and his hair was like even green from the swimming, you know, because the chlorine, you know, made his hair,
wow.
You know, because he wouldn't wear a cap, you know, for his hair, so his hair started. It looked like a straw, even, you know, it was dry from the chlorine and stuff. You know, if you do a lot of swimming, that's what happens. You know, all the chlorine in the water.
He was being pushed hard. They want him to be Olympics or something. Wow.
I mean, yeah, you know, you know, it has the potential. Yeah, I mean, maybe. You know, but then some coaches, they they just want the money. You know, oh, I can make your child. Yeah, you know, yeah, she'll be the next, you know, Olympic winner, gold winner. Yeah.
Mary J. Lou Retton or some crazy shit.
It's gonna cost you thousands and thousands of dollars, but you know, even if the kid's not even any good, you know.
Well, that's one thing about it, Moon. It's not only the fact that the kids out there doing well for the country, Olympics or whatever, it's the money. Everything's money, man. You know, everything's money, right?
I feel sorry for some of these countries, you know, because these countries, they you know, they either win or they're not bad. It's bad for them, you know.
Yeah, if you don't win, certain countries, if you don't do really well, and you on the grand stage of the Olympics, when you get home,
you made our country look bad.
Yeah, you might not be able to buy a cup of coffee. It'll be bad, if not beat up. Look at this guy from Mexico, from the Latin American country, and the ball bounced off of his leg and went into the wrong goal during the World Cup. They killed him when he got home.
Yeah,
the World Cup. They killed this guy when he got home. That's some serious football. Soccer. We call it soccer in the United States, right? That's some serious soccer fans in Europe, man.
Oh, well, I mean, we have some, you know, I mean, recently there were a couple of years ago, you know, there were some people beating up, you know, fans from stadiums, you know, when they came out of the football stadiums, the baseball, you know, in LA, in San Francisco. I remember hearing
fans versus fans.
Yeah, you know, because the team, you know, I mean, people getting you know, very, very badly injured, you know.
Sounds like Europe with that football.
Yeah, I mean, some people are soccer. Like, it's like, come on, it's a game. It's like, but you know, people take it too serious.
I was over there for 6 years, man. 6 years in Germany, and every year, hey man, let's go check out. I was like, okay, you go check that out. I'm staying my ass right here.
Yeah, what team is yours? You know, they over there soccer, they're like big. What do you mean you're with that? You know.
Before you know it, you're fighting over some.
Oh yeah,
the team that was next to my the military base was called Bayern.
Yeah,
Bayern, right there in Bayreuth, Bayern, next to Bamberg, Germany. And people, you know, kids had the T-shirts on and the hats and all this other stuff. And they were like, "Hey, you gonna go to the game?" Nope, I'm not going to the game.
Yeah.
No, I'm not from this country. I'm not gonna sit there in one portion of the fan or something like that. I'm sitting in the wrong area. serious stuff in Europe, man. When it comes to sports, not just
and then the thing is,
soccer.
not only that, you got the combination of alcohol. Doesn't help.
Yeah, because in Germany, they don't even drink soda as much as they drink beer, man. For breakfast, these guys are drinking beer.
Yes.
with a brat bread thing,
and it's hot beer.
Yeah, it's not even cold. Very strange culture, man. How these people grew up. But you know what? I talk to a German guy sometimes, getting drunk and talk to him. He goes, you know what? The tradition came because a long time ago in Europe, people would be dead if they drank water.
Yeah.
So they had to drink something that was fermented.
Yeah, they would poison the waters, in war and stuff like that. And, that's, alcohol was the only safe thing. Wine
and beer. Like the Italians, you cannot have a meal
no ice
without
wine.
No ice. Bottled wine, off the shelf, room temperature. They'd always have wine with every meal.
Like over here, people are like, oh, save a tree, go paperless. Yeah, well, why don't you go paperless in the toilet? Because you're wasting a lot of toilet paper.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. We're the only country over here that uses more toilet paper than any other country. Because everybody else has those bidets or.
They do the bidet over here in the Philippines. They do they call it tabo.
Yeah.
They take the tabo with the water in it and they do their little bidet thing, and then they clean it up. They don't do that here as much as other countries. They do the bidet. They do a little tabo thing where they do it.
And when I used to work it was funny because they would always tell the people to stop doing that. When I used to work at the post office,
yep.
they stand on the toilet.
Yeah, you can put the sign there. Don't do this. Don't stand on the fucking toilet.
And they would break the
seat,
the toilet seats.
Yep.
But every time I'd go to the bathroom, I'd see the footprints on the.
That's what their culture is. They rather take that thing and they poop like that, and then they use the water thing. Now, let me tell you something else. I mean, I've been to some really professional places now. Okay.
Yeah.
Because the business over here, like right now in the United States, when you call AT&T,
hey PA, what's up?
You're talking in what's going on, PA? Hey, listen, AT&T, you're talking to the Philippines.
Yeah.
Right. So one of the most professional organizations over here are the call centers. So I used to work there for a short time in the call centers. And you would go to the bathroom and there'd be 1.5 inches of water on the floor, evenly on the floor, not just a puddle here or there. It was like a little swimming pool of water, 1.5 inches. And I was like, what's going on here? And then you hear somebody in the bathroom, they're doing that with the towel. Then they take the extra and they put it on the floor. Then they hang the towel up. And I was like, this is crazy. This is crazy. Because that's coming out of your butt. That's Escherichia coli. And everybody's got it all over the floor.
Yeah.
Right? So then they come out of the bathroom, the toilet area. They call it a CR. Comfort room, the CR. And then they go out into the main area and they all put water all over their hair and they shake it all over the mirror and all over the fucking the basin. And I was just like, this is nuts. So I stopped going to the bathroom in there. I would go out, go to the fast food joint for lunch, and use the bathroom. Hopefully, I didn't really have to go really bad during the day. I didn't go into the bathroom anymore because it was a mess, total mess. You walk in there, and I'm wearing my nice shoes, and I'm like, oh shit, I'm in the water almost up to my damn.
You gotta wear your military boots,
and shit. My wet weather military boot gear and shit. Like I'm doing. Come on, man. It was a trip. So this is culturalized things, and same thing in the Middle East. Because once you go to the Middle East later on, when the military contractors started having Brown and Root and Halliburton, and they would bring the porta-johns for soldiers to use the bathroom in and everything, you go in there, and the local nationals that we hired to do things on the base, they do the same thing, Moon. They stand on the toilet seat facing that way and use the bathroom. and some of them didn't hit this target.
Yes.
So yeah, different parts of the world they do different things, you know.
Oh yeah.
You know, so it is what it is.
I
So
mean-
you're on the
I mean-
West Coast.
Yeah. Some like some countries, you know, they eat with their hands, but it's only a certain hand.
Yes. When I was in the Middle East working with the Saudis, Jordanians, and all them, they always eat with that one hand. The other hand, you know what their culture. They told you they would not
Yes.
eat. Even though some of them are westernized and they use salt paper or whatever, they had to stick with their tradition when they were at the Capsa, we were all sitting on the ground eating, and they'd only eat with the proper hand. They could not eat with the other hand because that's for wiping their rear end.
Yes.
Historically, that's the way they're supposed to do it.
Yeah, and that's how they. I remember they would say that if a thief, they would cut off the hand that they ate with.
Aha. Uh-huh. Hey, let me tell you a story. One time I went to, I went there about 4 or 5 times. I was at a military base in Saudi Arabia, and I was working with the State Department guys. And once in a while, we would go down to this place called Chop Chop Square. And on Fridays, which is their Sunday, anybody who did something wrong, you know, they would do their trial and jury, whatever they did. The guy was guilty, and they would take him out to Chop Chop Square. And the first time I went to Chop Chop Square, I was like, what did I just see? I had my shades on, and I had the gutra like them, like I was a black Arab.
Yeah.
From Saudi or from another place. But anyway,
Yeah.
And then I had my thobe on and everything, and I was acting like them they do this with the hand when they're like oh they're gonna sentence somebody and they're getting ready to give him his punishment, and everybody would be like do it, whatever.
Yeah.
And I would be like chop. Moon, they chop this guy's arm off. His hand at the forearm, above the wrist.
Yeah.
And then as soon as they do it, though, the medical people help them.
Yeah.
They do that. Then except of course, you know, when I saw the beheadings at the end, they do the heads. For whatever reason, these people did something really bad, and they chop their head off. And there's no yelling. It's just quick. It's just like boom, boom,
Like they did to Saddam.
just like that. And it's done. And I was thinking how precious your life and your body. Between your head and your neck, if it's chopped off, you're done just like that. And you're gonna bleed out, and it's over. It's over, man. And there's no chicken, there's no more dancing around or nothing. You're done. As soon as they do it, the person just falls.
Yeah.
So I'm one of those. They didn't have cell phones back then. I'm one of those rare American people, because I was in the State Department, who actually saw Chop Chop Square on Friday sometimes, and I got to see it with my own eyes, but behind my shades, and I was like,
"Yep,
holy shit! This is eye for an eye, tooth for tooth. They don't play around in the Middle East."
Well, you remember in 90, what was it? I think it was in 95. Remember when they were doing those beheadings on videos?
Yeah, and sending those out. Yeah, I remember that.
I remember seeing it because, you know, back then, you know, you can go on those websites that, you know, and my kids, you know, they were, you know, they knew how to get into those websites, and they showed me the video, and I'm like, oh shoot.
Yeah.
Like, damn, what did you use?
They
A
were rough.
butter knife? You know, I
rough.
saw that one that they showed, you know, when they were when the guy had him, and then he's like with that big machete. You know, and it's like
hacked him, just like a butcher.
Yeah, it's like, whoa, okay.
Yeah, you know what? I know we were trying to be nice and everything, but in 1990, 89, 90, when we went over there for the first Gulf War to Kuwait, we should have never went.
Yeah, I know.
We should have gave money to some unit, some other country to help the Saudis defend that border, So Saddam didn't come down and take the oil that the whole world needed. But we should not have deployed our troops because look what it is giving us in the last 30 years. It's given us hell.
It's weapons of mass destruction that were never found.
9/11, weapons of mass destruction.
Yeah.
Gulf War II, Gulf War number 2, going back to Saudi. Why? Nobody knows. Then before Gulf War II, going back to Saudi to find weapons of mass destruction that weren't there.
Well, look at what's happening. Look at what's happening over
Afghanistan,
over there in what is it? Or Ukraine.
A mess, a total mess.
Yeah. But guess what? That's affecting our gas. That's the reason. It's like, why? It has nothing to do with us. They're just it's just an excuse, I think. But
I just don't understand. Okay, when I was in the State Department back in 2014, 13, 12, 11, going back that way.
Yeah.
When I went to some conferences and when I went to some meetings, everybody's always said, "Oh, by the way, we're talking something. Everything's Ukraine. We've been fucking with Ukraine for the last 20 years, man. I don't know why. Everything is Ukraine. Why?
Well, you know why? Because they want they basically Russia wants the shipping
a buffer,
the shipping entries, because when wintertime comes, everything is frozen over there in Russia. The only entry is through there.
Donbass.
So
region.
they want that access to all the shipping that goes in there.
Okay.
So if they, they've been, I think they had a treaty that they were, charging them so much for stuff that comes through. But now they say, hey, if we own it, guess what? We don't have to pay. We're bigger. We can push you around.
Take it.
But like what? The whole world's not going to see it. I mean, come on. Technology nowadays, everybody has a phone. Yeah. It's like,
it's crazy, man, to see that somebody would actually, in our time right now, go invade another country. Just go invade them, and not just fight the army and then take over the army and say, well, we're going to try to, this is our region. No, you're blowing up schools, hotels, houses.
Oh yeah. I mean,
I don't get that, and why we got to be there. I don't know why we got to give all these weapons.
But we're not involved.
Why can't they help themselves?
We're not involved in it yet, supposedly.
Come on, man. We got so many weapons. Last month they gave them $40 billion. I couldn't believe it. When they said the amount, I was thinking, give them 800,000 million. They can give them some money to help them out a little bit. 40.
Hey, Mark, the Spider guy from
dollars.
The UK. It's from the UK.
Hey, good day, UK. Hey, when I was in the UK, right, I used to work over there for a little bit in Canary Wharf. First of all, the good thing about being in the UK is having what they say is a proper English breakfast.
Yes.
What's up, Mark?
Egg McMuffin.
Oh man, if you said that to a guy in the UK, they get mad at you. English muffin, what the hell? No, the proper English breakfast is the beans with the franks and the liver pudding and all of this stuff. So having a proper English breakfast with the pork and everything is really, I loved it. The bad thing is I hated about
the blood pudding.
Blood pudding. The only thing I did not like about being in the UK in 2014 was 2019, sorry, was Big Ben was all covered, and they were doing maintenance.
Yeah, they were remodeling it.
Right. Doing maintenance and remodeling, refurbishing, and the bridge that bridge that everybody's famously knows leading across to Big Ben was all rearranged and had those metal poles and everything because a year before some guy ran over a bunch of people on that bridge.
Yes.
I mean, the UK is not the UK that you used to know. It was all friendly and nice, and the cops didn't have what.
Well, lately they've been having a lot of stabbings. I heard.
Yes, yes.
They don't have guns, but they have knives.
Yeah, it's crazy. So the UK used to be a really safe place and really nice, and people were so friendly. And they lost their innocence by getting attacked by all these, Angela Merkel and the UK. They were so friendly during this. I forgot what period it was there. 2014, 13. They let all of these people come in, man, and gave them flowers and cupcakes and all this other shit. Those people, those Muslim people, all went to their neighborhoods and set up their little neighborhoods. And now the police can't even go in the neighborhood because they'll get attacked by these people that they helped. And if a UK woman walks through there with a skirt on, they'll beat the shit out of this lady because she's wearing a skirt, and it's offending their culture. So you come to a place and you import your culture in that little subculture, and you got this little neighborhood of 8 blocks this way, 10 blocks that way, and now the police can't even go in there.
Yeah,
so,
yeah.
We got to. Oh, he agrees. Or he disagrees. Right?
No, well, his son got stabbed recently. From sorry,
Mark,
walking with his girlfriend, and then the guy they I think they caught him, but then they let him go. I think he had told me.
They would say the same thing. They would do the same thing here in the United States right now. They would let you go if the person survived. They would let you go, and then they would wait for your trial. But I don't think some of those people show up for trial. Sorry to hear that, Mark. Man, the world is totally changed, man.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, you walking with your girlfriend and someone stabs you because of whatever, for whatever. Yeah. In the UK, also when I was there, Canary Wharf is their financial center. It's like their Wall Street. So I was living in the Holiday Inn on Canary Wharf. It was really nice. But at night when I went out, it was like this big Arabic thing. They had kebab, people smoking shisha, people speaking Arabic and playing Arabic music. I'm not prejudiced against anybody, but even in the United States, when I go somewhere, okay, let's talk about the world first. When I go to Egypt, I want to see Egyptians. I want to see the pyramids. When I go to Kuwait, I want to see that tower thing. Wherever you go, you want to see. You go to Australia, you want to see, the Australia thing down there by the water and all the iconic places. When I go to Australia, I'm not looking to see a bunch of Arabs yelling Arabic music and smoking shisha.
Yeah,
I'm not expected to see that in New York. DC has a big area where they have smoke. They call it hookah pipe alley.
Yeah,
I don't want to smoke no hookah pipes. Dearborn, Michigan, we better be careful. You go to Dearborn, Michigan right now, you cannot read the signs. Every sign is in Arabic. So I embrace, because I worked over there for 10 years, right? I embrace different cultures and the Muslim culture, especially when I work with them. But it's not meant to be all over the world. Everybody has.
But even in they have, like in Florida. There's
Florida?
little Havanas, where they only speak, Spanish.
That's true. I heard about that. I've never been down there, but I've heard about that.
People. I mean, there was some gentleman. He was looking for directions, but nobody spoke any English, and he didn't speak any Spanish. Wow. And he was complaining, "Well, you're in America. You're supposed to
Yeah.
I mean,
same thing. I felt the same way in Texas, in Yuma, Arizona,
but then they're
Texas.
very prejudiced. In Arizona, they're prejudiced. They don't like Mexicans.
Huh?
Yeah, they don't. There's a lot of Mexicans there, but they don't like them. Yep.
Well, when I was down there, the Mexican, there was no conflict. Everything seemed to be
Yeah,
okay.
but
You can go to
now,
these places,
lately,
buy
but see,
tortillas.
now lately, everything, because what happens, oh well, they're all coming across the border and this and that, and they're here to take away your jobs, and come on, you know, they're, making everybody fear, we don't want
Fear-mongering,
these people here.
When I was there in
It's like,
2015,
okay, who's gonna go in the fields? Are you gonna go in the fields to go, get all the vegetables out of the fields?
yeah, Western guys are not going to take those jobs nowadays. Even high school kids back when I was a kid,
Yeah,
who
yeah.
would
It's
we
like
would have done it. We would have done it in the 70s, but nobody's going to do that now.
not no more. Now kids are going to school. Their parents are saying, you know what? Don't work in the fields like we did. Go get an education.
Yeah.
Now that's why they're a lot of places they're like they don't have workers. To go into the fields. They were a couple of years. They were saying they were complaining that hey, we need to let people come and work. Give
I
them
think
visas to
I think
work.
they have the H1 is the work visa. They should have given them all H1s. Let them fucking work. Now,
But,
the K1 is the marriage one. The 90 days you got to marry somebody.
Yeah.
K1, the H1 is work. Florida hired a bunch of people from India under the H1 visa to work in Disney World, but they didn't do anything for the Mexicans. I don't know. They should have helped them. And you know what? In the Army, when I first joined the Army, the first 4 years when I was in the Army, I was very shocked. 3 years, first 3 years, I was very shocked to see. At the end of the day on a Friday, what do you want to do, Moon? You want to get
sorry,
the hell
Mark.
off of
Sorry
work?
about that.
Did he?
Yeah, they let him get away with it.
Oh, he got away. They let him get away with it.
Yeah, the stabbing.
They let him get away with it. If that's the system that we have right now, I'm sure it'll be corrected later. Some guy can have an accident with a car, hurt some people, stab somebody, and there is no more bail really. But we used to have it before it was working okay. So I'm not one of those bail reform guys. I just leave the bail the way it was.
Well, I mean, look at that poor guy that was up in what was it, up in Washington or something? It was a truck driver. It was an accident. He killed some people. It was basically manslaughter because it was an accident. But and he didn't take off or anything. It was just that he instead of him getting off the like one of those ramps to stop because he couldn't stop, he kept going and ended up killing people. Well, they wanted to give him 100 and something years in prison for it. It's like
100 years. How many people did he
I
kill?
think they at first they had given him 120 years or something like that, and it was like what? And he was a young kid too. He was like in his 20s, and he hadn't been driving for a long time, so inexperience is what basically caused the accident. He could have avoided by going off into the ramp, one of those ramps. But then I think they changed it. Now I think they only gave him, I forget how many years, because
20.
people were like, "What? That's not fair." Just because,
But
there's other people that kill, for reals, and they don't even give them that many, that many years.
Yeah.
But, wow.
I wonder how many people he killed in that car because 100 and something is a lot.
I think it was a family. I think he killed it. But it was still an accident.
Yeah.
It's.
What a shame.
I mean, it's a shame, but that's the thing, it's like, hey, so there's like, he wasn't on drugs. He wasn't on, it was just that he just didn't.
It was a tragedy, an accident.
Yeah. I mean, there was a tragedy that he couldn't stop, and, he should have took the ramp, that to stop you. But, he kept going. Thinking, I guess he was going to be able to stop it, but he couldn't. Brake failed. So
what a shame.
Yeah, I mean, it's like, But it's like, oh, I'll give him 130 something years of. It's like what? Everybody, I mean, a lot of people were like, well, that's kind of unfair. I know he killed somebody, but it wasn't. It
That
wasn't on purpose.
that's a tragedy though.
Yeah,
Compared
I mean,
to
I could
some guy
understand
drinking
15.
and driving and hurting
Yeah,
people.
yeah, but I can understand giving them 15 years. Usually what, something like
for
that usually gets
manslaughter.
you. You know,
Yeah,
was
it's not murder. First
yeah, it's not
degree,
murder.
it's
Yeah,
manslaughter.
yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's like, hey, he's only 20. I think he was like 25, 26 years old. I mean,
Wow.
even if they give him, say they give him 15 years,
That's a lot of time going off your life, man.
yeah,
And
yeah,
what a record, because a
yeah,
regular employer is not going to see this whole thing. They're just going to look at what's on the record. And they're going to be like,
yep,
you
yeah,
just got out of jail?
yeah.
When I got all these other choices of people who
And
didn't.
then for what? It's like murder or like, kind of,
Ooh.
As
opposed to I got all these other choices of these people who haven't been to jail.
Yeah, yeah.
Why would I want to hire you over the, his life's going to be ruined. Life is going to be ruined.
Yeah.
But my story about my good news story was about how your life can be changed, right? And of course, on a Friday, Moon, your boss gets everybody together. And what are you thinking about on a Friday at 5 o'clock, 4:30, between 4:30 and 5? Let us go, man. Let us go. This is it. It's the weekend. Let's go home.
Yeah.
And that's what I wanted to do. We were all standing in a military formation. And they call out these certain names. First time it happened. And they call out these names. And these guys stand in front, about face everybody, and turn everybody around in front of everybody. Everybody meet our newest citizens. And I was just like, what the fuck are we doing here, man? I want to go drink some beer. I'm like 19 years old.
Yeah, yeah.
And then the guy goes and he reads the citation for these people. And then he pins the thing and shakes each person's hand. And each person that he did it to, behind the formation, you would think there was a funeral. Because the family would cry out and yell and oh my God, and almost fainting and crying and all of this. And I was like, what the fuck is going on? And then what I found out later is what a butthead I am to want to get out of there to go drink some beer and chase some girls being 19. When this guy just did, he did 5 years, I think, 4 or 5 years. And I've only been in a short time, right? Mm-hmm. And this guy, this sergeant, he's a citizen now of the United States of America. And his life has totally been changed. No green card, no nothing. He's an American citizen. And everybody's happy. And lunch in bed, huh? Why?
You look tired.
Oh my God. Only in the Philippines. I look tired, huh? Oh, I love you, buddy. Thank you so much. After the formation was over, I got to fight my way in there to the family and shake the guy's hand. Hey, Sergeant, congratulations. Well, thank you, soldier. This guy, what a game changer.
Yeah.
He did his time in the military. I don't know what they do now, but that guy back in 1983, 84, those guys, when they did it, they they came in way before me, right? They did it. They became citizens. I don't care if they crawled over, they teased themselves in the military. I'm a wetback and all this other stuff, which I didn't even know what the hell that was.
Yeah, yeah, illegal.
But he was joking around, and we're talking to us. Soldiers got downtime. You talk to each other. But then when they called him out in that formation that day, I was like, wow.
Yeah.
Wow. And then later on that year, people were walking up to him, talking, hey, what's going on, Sergeant? Hey, Sergeant, congratulations. I saw what happened. Hey, you ain't no wetback no more. Don't ever say that again. He goes, nah, I'm not. Well, my dad was, though. And,
yeah.
Bottom line is in that formation, it's a tearjerker, man, to hear those people back there crying.
Yeah.
Because the captain pinned that thing on him, shook his hand, raised all their hands at the end to say the thing. He said, you guys are now the newest American citizens. Give them a round of applause, everybody. And we all clapped in formation. And I was just like, wow, that was powerful. Powerful moment, bro. It wasn't in no embassy, no immigration place. It was right there in the military base, standing in front of our unit on in the parking lot behind us, in front of us, was where all the formations are. We're standing that right there. That we stand there every day and talk about who's going to do the vehicle, who's going to change the tire, who's going to work on the microwave dish, who's going to work on the radios, and go down to the motorful guys and work and come back here and we'll release you for the day. But today's Friday. Hold up, I'm going to do something. Battery temp, you individuals fall out. And what I'm telling you, Moon, I was 19 and I wanted to get a beer and I wanted to chase a girl. But at the end of that formation, I was like,
yeah.
It's a tearjerker, man. It's a tearjerker.
Well, yeah. It's kind of like when my son, you know, he graduated from San Diego State University, my older one. There was some people that went up there that they told their story, the same kind of thing. He goes, I you know, my mom, you know, we crossed the river, and you know, when they were little, you know, well, when he was like real small, he says,
yeah.
And now look at this, I'm graduating from a university. You know, he goes,
beautiful.
I'm making my mom proud of this and stuff. And she was, you know, no dad, just a mom, you
Too
know,
bad. Yeah,
put me through school and all this, you know. But you know, it's and it's like, but then the only thing is, he's still not an American citizen.
Yeah,
you know?
yeah.
So a lot of these people, you know, are being
stuck.
sent back.
They're stuck. They're like they're dreamers. They're stuck. They're in the middle.
Yeah.
And you know what? I'm not gonna say it.
But I think they deserve it.
I'm not gonna say names. I'm just gonna say both because it was one guy and the other guy. Before Biden, those two presidents. Why all these dumbass executive orders, right? For dumb shit, walls. This other guy, what's this guy? Killing the pipeline. All of this stuff. I don't care about that. I care about these dreamers. Sign the paper to make them legal, man. They're here.
Yeah,
they're paying taxes. They're working. They're regular people.
They've been contributing. They're not, you know.
Yeah, they're not bad guys. They're not doing something crazy.
Unless they're criminal. If they're criminals, okay.
And like all other citizens, if they're criminals and they do something wrong, you got to go into jail or whatever. But make the thing that make them all legal. Come on.
Yeah,
it's ridiculous. You meet somebody and you're like, "Hey, what's going on, bro?" You're in Starbucks and you're talking to him. Hey, what's going on here? Later, bro. Take it easy, sir. And that guy's illegal?
Yeah.
It's a word. It's a word. He's not really illegal. He just came.
I mean, there's some that were brought here, you know, as children, you know, and they went through school, they went through college and everything, and they didn't know any better, you know.
Hey, give me this one over here.
So you know, that's the way it's, you know.
Yeah.
They're brought there, you know, they've been here all their life. They don't know it. They don't even know, you know. They don't even know.
She's going to what is it called?
Acquaintance.
A Gatsby acquaintance dance or something like dinner. For people the nursing guys who are going to graduate, they're going to go to this thing. And they all have to dress up like the 1920s.
The Roaring 20s.
Yeah. So
yeah, the Gatsby.
I had to get her the fake pearls.
Yep.
But it goes with that genre, that era or whatever.
Yeah.
That's amazing. That's great. But yeah, it's a shame. I'd like to see somebody. We're focused on a lot of things, but we're not focused on the. Come on, we have citizens that are stuck in the middle.
But their whole life is they're here to take our jobs. They're here to take our jobs.
Well, they're not in that category. Most of these guys are all really smart kids, college kids, managers and shit. They're talking about these guys that are coming over the border.
Yeah.
And most of those guys that are coming over the border, I'm just off the top of my head, right? I would say like 80% of them, they just want a better life. They want to better themselves and they do better. But you
recently,
got to
recently we
screen
have
out
a
the
bunch
20%.
of Haitians. You know, there's a lot of Haitians, and they're educated. They're not no, you know. So they're some of them are doctors, lawyers, but you know they wanted to get away from the country.
Mhm.
You know,
In New York.
no, in Mexico.
Mm-hmm.
You know, but they want
In
to
New York in 1976 when I was a kid. All the Haitians that were coming to New York were both doctors and lawyers, and some educated, but some were laborers, real strong, hardworking guys.
Yeah.
Some of these men worked 2 and 3 jobs. Okay, they were very strong, hardworking guys. And I remember in New York, oh my God, they gave those people a hard time. And I'm not talking about the employers. The employers were like, "Yes, we love you. Come over and work. You want to work another shift? Keep working." I'm talking about the kids in the neighborhood, and the people would give them a hard time because they couldn't speak that good. Some of them, they dressed funny. They all dressed like they were Bob Marley's. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So they gave them a hard time. But nope, I'm talking about New York now. The Haitians that are up there. Nobody's laughing at those guys now. I guess some of those guys that came over there when I was a kid, they're grandfathers now and fathers, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
In their late 50s like me or 60. And those guys, their children are all doing well because those guys work their asses off and they own a lot of those businesses in New York, man. The Haitians own the cold stores, the bodegas, the car washes, the gas stations. Hey, Mark, God bless you, brother. Good to see you. And thanks for telling your story. I hope your son is, injuries is not life-threatening and altering his life, and he can still move on and press on. God bless my brother, Mark.
Yep.
Yeah, man. It was a trip, man. You see them, how bad they treated them. And look how some of them are state senators, representatives, hardworking guys in New York that took care of the community and gas stations.
Yeah, it's just like, I mean, people that come from the Philippines, people that come from Mexico, they make their own businesses here,
Yeah. Which I don't understand because a lot of people that are angry and complaining, they didn't start a business. Why didn't you start something? Why don't you do something?
Because they want everything handed to them. That's the way they were raised, I think. That's the
What
problem.
a shame.
Yeah.
What a shame, bro. I used to work at a gas station when I was a kid. And there were some Haitian guys working at the gas station with me. And I was just trying to get money to go to school so I can move on, have a couple of bucks, But these guys that were working there, they weren't in school. But they would talk to us during lunch and they'd be like, "Well, I'm going to save my money and I'm going to try to open up a small store and I'm going to get a gas station." And I had no concept of that. I was like, "Store? Okay. You want to own a gas station like this?" I don't think so. I couldn't see it. If I had opened up a damn gas station like these guys, maybe I would have been a millionaire, a bazillionaire by now because there's a couple of television shows on the television about the blue collar millionaires. And most of them were Indian. And they came to the United States and they had nothing. They had $200. I worked hard. I opened a gas station, and there's a gas station chain state in the called Wimpy's or Whippies. This guy opened it, this Indian guy, and he used to work there pumping gas.
Yeah, I mean, look at all the nail salons that are opened by Asians.
Indonesian, Vietnamese, Korean.
Yep.
All the nail places and hair.
Yeah.
And all the black eyed girls want to go in there and buy hair.
And all the rich people got to get their hair done.
Yep. Got to get their hair did.
Emu, what's up?
But I wanted to stop running my mouth here for a second and look at your chat group. Yeah, Mark. Yeah. Many blessings, Mark. And Emu, where are you from, Emu? That's a different name, huh?
Yeah, well,
That's
I get a lot of people
Jap-
from the Philippines, from
okay.
Indonesia.
That sounds Indonesia or Japan. Emu.
Yeah, I know. I get there's a guy. He does Hot Wheel races, and he's from Indonesia.
I remember that when I was a kid. Hot Wheel.
Yeah, yeah. He's a older gentleman. He has 2 kids, twins, and he likes collecting Hot Wheels, and he races them. He has a big race, like championship races, and he's from Indonesia, and I think him and his wife. He told me they're like kind of like day traders or something like that. Some kind of
Oh, they're into that. Okay.
yeah.
I went to a couple of the seminars and checked it out. It's interesting, but I'm doing some other stuff, so I'm too busy. But I sat in on it.
Yeah.
It's currencies, and currencies go up and down, and all you're doing is moving from left to right.
Bitcoin.
Yeah, Bitcoin is a bit of Hollywood type of thing. It's kind of Hollywood. I'm talking about the rupee versus the dollar versus the peso, just world currencies.
Well,
the coins.
The new thing, the Bitcoins are the new currencies.
Not just Bitcoin, but all the other different electronic currencies.
Yeah,
yeah.
They got the all these other different ones.
OXY, OX, and a Y. Oh, there's always an X and a Y in the trading name.
Yeah. My son has purchased some of them. He goes, if they go big, they'll go big. It's just like the stock market.
Up and down. You gotta be really pay attention.
Oh yeah.
It's not like Vegas or playing something on the slot machines or gambling. You have to really pay attention to the Forex market. Because things go up and down really quick.
Yeah.
Really quick. Over here in this in my office, on the left side, right there on the corner, grab me the coins I put there this morning. In my office. Grab me those coins. The coins were in here and I put them over there.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, just sitting on the desk. Yeah, I've been doing this for a while with the precious metals. Although I'm here in the Philippines, they send them to my embassy box. Every 2 months, they come to me here.
Yeah, that's good.
You said moon over Miami? Are you in Florida?
No, I'm in California.
Oh, that's right. You said in Cali.
Yeah.
These are my I got boxes of them. This is silver. U.S. Mint coins. They're heavy. I have gold coins. And it's just something I do. Who knows?
Yeah.
I'll have them for later.
Well, yeah, silver's been going up.
Yes. But precious metals will never go down.
It depends. It'll go down a little bit, but they'll like when the stock market goes down, gold goes up. And silver. It's because every metal, because then when they started using stuff in chips, everything has gold in them.
Yeah, there's gold in it, and silver sometimes.
Yeah,
get
the contacts.
So they can contacts. Yeah, so I was just when you said that, I'm definitely into metals, but this is just a small portion of the portfolio. You know, you gotta have a little bit of metal, but then you have to have, you know, some of the other things. I never get into commodities because commodities you can lose your shirt on. When the soybeans and oranges and all of this bullshit, you know, the weather can hit Florida one year and just destroy all the oranges and you're broke. So I don't get into commodities, but I'll definitely get into things like Raytheon, General Dynamics, Netflix. You know, these things, you get into some of these things and it's just, they're very, there's no up and down craziness. They're very, very long-term, smooth running, and it's always going to grow up slowly and gradually.
Yeah, like about, what was it, 20 years ago, I had purchased some like Netflix when it was like at but then I needed the money, so I sold it. I know, and when I had it, it was like about at $12.
Wow.
And what is it now?
Yeah, that's what it pisses you off sometimes. You look at some of this shit. I got out of this Burger 100 in 1988, and I look back on the Burger 100 now, and I was like, oh my gosh. But I was like, you know, I was like a kid. I was like 22 years old, just getting ready to get married. I needed that money, you know.
It's like Forrest Gump, you know. He says, "Oh yeah, I invested in some Apple, you know."
Apples. If you invested in Apple and Microsoft back in the day, you'd been good.
Or IBM.
IBM. Back in the day, man.
Yep, I used to know a guy that used to work for IBM, and he is all like, "Yeah," he goes, "A lot of his friends became millionaires." But you know,
IBM,
because it kept splitting.
Yeah. McDonald's used to split like so much in the 70s and 80s.
Yeah.
Goodness. But I was in the Army, and they told me one of my bosses back in 1988. And this is kind of illegal. Hey, I want you to come down and meet this guy. And he's going to talk to you guys about some investments, you know, some stuff for later in your life. And we were like, I'm like 20 years old, man. I'm not thinking about not none of that. You know, all this television stuff. I'm like, oh, whatever. That's television marketing stuff you see on TV in the morning time. You want them to shut up so they can get to the real news, right? Anyway, I went in there, and very few of us agreed because it was like $200, and that hurt back in those days. $200. It was like, whoa, man, I'm a young soldier, but I did it. I signed up for it, and I did pretty good, Moon. The rest is history. They took it over, and then they keep coming back to talk to you. They say, okay, you just got promoted. Now you need to. So every time you get promoted, they want you to put a little more money in there. Before I got out, they had me at like $1,200 a month. They were taken out of my regular check to put away into this thing that just kept fucking growing, man.
Retirement,
you know? Yeah, my own thing, not the military. My own thing. Yeah. So it's amazing.
401k.
Yeah, the name of the company, it changed names 3 times. So I thought I was gonna get screwed. The name used to be called USPA IR&A. USPA IR and A. And then they changed their name to something else. I forgot.
Just as long as it's not Enron.
Oh, Mike, yeah. Could you imagine being there and they took everybody's pension and squandered it away, right?
Uh-huh.
What a shame. And then it became something else. Then it became First Command. And my fund is called the. Yeah, man. They got a couple of them. It's amazing. what these guys did with our money, with our us soldiers, our money. They didn't squander it away like Enron. They didn't have some big party on a boat with a bunch of girls on it. They didn't do bad investments, long-term stuff. And it's a military thing that helps out military people for investment. And what do they invest in? Raytheon, General Dynamics, GDLS, Honeywell, all of the defense contractors, Colt, right? And how smart is that they put all the money into us?
Yeah.
Stuff that we play with, the Humvee, AM General for the Humvee, and all the military vehicles, and that makes the Abrams, General Dynamics, of course, right? And all of the Navy stuff, Northrop Grumman, right? Put all the money in there, and then of course those stocks always go up because the military stocks never go down.
Yeah,
always go up slowly. They're not rich overnight, but they always go up because the military and defense is always doing something. And I'm sure they do a little bit spike good during wars, like at the beginning of those wars, but that's not the point. It's always going to go up because this is American equipment, American technology, and all sorts of stuff. So that was a good thing. But this is a bad thing about the military now, though. You may not notice, but I pay attention to it because I'm in my brain for the rest of my life. I'm a military guy. If your son joined the military today, I don't think they're going to give him a retirement. They have to sign something where they do this thing called TSP, the Thrift Savings Plan.
Yeah, they have that on the post office.
So if you don't use the TSP, you're not really going to get your own retirement. They want you to invest in yourself, and they're going to help you manage your TSP to help you. As opposed to before, you actually got a retirement, and this so-called TSP was basically my First Command, USPA, IRNA, and that other name of this company that you were doing something on your own just in case, right? So they don't have that.
Yeah, I'm still up here, Zelda.
Okay,
but I'm gonna be going here pretty soon.
Well, I'm not gonna hold. We need to say our salutations right now. I don't want to hold you up. I just want to say, thank you for letting me come up. I wanted to chat with you about some stuff that I was.
Man. Thanks for coming up, man.
It was an observation hearing you talk with Eric. I had an observation about the military ship that I was on, that I was working with for a little time as a civilian, and some of the stuff that I did when I was in the military that related to some of the stuff that I heard you guys talking about. So I want to thank your subscribers and your supporters and your listeners in your chat that you're hosting.
Yeah.
Emu, I never knew exactly where you were from, but it was nice to meet you. And Mark, I know you took off.
Mark, he's from the UK. I think he's somewhere in Wales, I think.
Oh, out in the UK.
Yeah, he's into tarantulas. He's into arachnids.
Really? I'm not into spiders. I mean, I'm not scared of them.
Well,
but
my channel, I'm into insects, and I have a jumping spider.
Now I got used to being around a lot of insects, being in the military and my job and everything. It didn't bother me.
Yeah, you probably seen those camel spiders.
Oh my gosh, I seen them, of course, yes. But remember when I first joined though, I was just a kid off the block, and I was like, snakes, spiders, oh my god! But it ended up being nothing once you got used to it.
Yeah.
So Mark, and then PA,
Zelda, he's from the Indonesia.
Patriot, Zelda. Hey, good to meet you, Zelda. And Inde, she's from probably.
I believe she's from.
Middle
I
East.
think she's also from the Philippines. I think.
Oh, from the Philippines. I thought she was from.
I'm not sure.
From India or something. Okay.
But there's a lot of people
good to meet you.
From the Philippines,
good to meet you,
Indonesia.
Good to meet you, Andy. And then, of course, Sunfish. I got to speak with him. So good to meet all you folks. It's been a blessing. Savvy, all you guys. Mark, I'm gonna leave you. Moon, I'm gonna leave you so you can say goodbye to your.
I'm usually if I go live, I usually do it on Wednesdays. Wednesdays and because Wednesday and Thursday is my days off, so I don't have to get up early tomorrow. Well, which is already tomorrow, but
Yeah, yeah.
I, I usually get up around
So,
10 anyway. So
so when do you? I'll get it on the subscribe, but when do you usually start? Where is how do I?
it's not a set time. I mean, anytime after probably like 4 p.m. my time.
All right. How do I? Oh, I see it down here.
Oh, to exit.
No, I'm trying to before I.
Oh, to find people or to subscribe. Well, I think you already
Yeah,
subscribed to me. I think.
yeah. I subscribed, and
I'm
now I have to push
subscribed.
the black bell because I want to make sure I get it. Because you don't want to
Oh
miss
yeah,
it.
the notification. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, it's bad enough that sometimes YouTube does something and you don't get them.
Yeah,
Sometimes,
that's why you have to hit the one that says all.
Oh yeah, black one. Yes, it's all the bell.
Yeah, because if you do the other one, it does sometimes it, and even if you do that one, sometimes it doesn't do it. I know.
Yeah, yeah.
After like a half an hour, and it goes, or like if I do a live, I go watch somebody's live, and then it goes, "Beep, there's a live." I go, I already watched it. I've
I
already
already
seen it.
watched it. See,
It's a little too late.
thanks, but no thanks. Right? It's too late.
Yeah.
Well, many blessings. Take care of yourself out there in California, and I look forward to I might be in the background,
Yeah.
but I'll be there. You'll see me on the chat. I'll say, hey, all right.
And you know what? If you look on my community tab, if you check out, on my channel, look at my community tab. You know what that's it. Yeah,
I see it.
If you look there, I have a lot of channels that I visit and lives. So I'm usually on those. So if those are a lot of good channels. That, like there's reptiles like Eric.
Big reptiles.
He's from the reptiles, like he does snakes, and stuff like that. I visit Mark. He's from. There's a lot of people from the UK. Some people from the US also. They get together. They talk about spiders, tarantulas, but they do other stuff. They have fun. They do games. They
And I see Gippy there. He's like to me he's like a character. Good.
James Guy. Yeah, James Guy.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Guy.
Yeah. He's kind of like a growth channel. He basically like helps you, like meet people, basically.
This is interesting. I see all these. These are some really good tips to just random. It's good people to see. I don't watch TV anymore, so check out some of these people. All these channels that you have in the community as suggestions. I'll check them out and kind of.
Yeah. There's a lot of people from Indonesia. There's there's Zelda there. There's people from Canada. There's people from Brazil.
Yeah.
So I'm always going into all different kind of people's lives.
Very
check
nice.
them out and meeting people.
Well, thanks for the tip. I will definitely hit these people up and check out these channels. It's it's something to do. Okay.
Hey, don't work too hard.
Hey, keep smiling and keep happy, and always think about us here in the Philippines. It's a great place.
Yes. I mean, hey, Philippine people are very good people. They're just like us. I'm Hispanic.
Good hard
just
working folks.
another Mexican.
Yeah, there you go. Good hard working folks.
Yes.
Thanks, Moon.
All righty, man. Take it easy.
Later, brother.
Bye, Dice.
Babe, before I leave, say goodbye to Moon. He's a nice guy. A really nice guy. I met this guy.
Hello.
Nice to meet you, Moon.
Take it easy.
Yes.
Bye for now.
Does she do YouTube also?
Yes. I'll send you a link.
I mean, she maybe she even knows some of the channels like Mondale.
I don't think so.
MDT. There's a lot of Filipino communities that I visit.
Oh, when I go to that community tab and show it to her, we'll look down and maybe
there's people that she knows there. I mean, you never know.
You never know. Small
because
world.
They're very close to each other. A lot of groups.
I know, especially over here. Their family,
yes.
They are like we used to be in the United States 30, 40 years ago. Family.
Yeah, now, I mean, there's people in the US still sending money over there to their families.
Yes. Mm-hmm. So my thing is always every day is a holiday and every day is a feast. Thanks for watching. That I always say that. So good to
Yeah.
meet you. Moon. Bye bye, brother.
All righty, man. Bye-bye. God bless you. Thank you, everybody, for showing up and spending some time here. And good evening, good morning, good afternoon, depending whatever it is, wherever you're at. And God bless you. Until next time, everybody. Have a good one. Bye-bye, everybody.